Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest live stream. We're starting off pretty fast already with a tornado warning that was just issued in Connecticut. This is going to be just south of Hartford right now where the strongest rotation is. It's actually a discrete supercell, which is pretty surprising in this environment. We weren't really expecting something like this to happen in Connecticut today, but we do have pretty strong rotation right now just to the south of Hartford, Connecticut. There's over 350,000 people in this warning. So if you know any friends or family here, make sure you give them a heads up. There is a tornado warning heading towards Interstate 91 near Newington, Glastonbury, Rocking Hill, and East Glastonbury. Those areas are going to be in the track of this rotation. Notice the hook echo. It's actually a pretty defined supercell right now. Strong inflow. Basically got everything that you need for this storm to be able to produce the potential for a tornado. And it's been rapidly organizing for the last several minutes. So this is a storm that is definitely going to be capable of producing a tornado, especially with how strong the velocities have been for the last several minutes. And actually, we didn't talk about this yesterday, but there was a tornado in Connecticut yesterday, and it was our only confirmed tornado of the day. So just kind of keep that in mind. Yesterday there was a tornado in this area. There was no tornado risk outlined by the Storm Prediction Center. Kind of in the same situation today where there is a very low tornado risk that's not enough for there to actually be a risk issued by the Storm Prediction Center, but we do have a discrete supercell right now that is capable of producing a tornado. So again, strong rotation right now just to the east of Interstate 84 approaching Interstate 91. This is again tracking to the southeast right now. It is moving southeast at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. So it'll be eventually approaching Marlborough and eventually going towards East Hampton and near Middletown. So again, if you're in this warning, make sure that you are seeking shelter, getting away from windows and getting on the lowest floor possible and get into an interior room of your home or building, as this is definitely going to be capable of producing a tornado as it does continue to move down to the south and southeast over the next several minutes. And again, as a reminder, if you're just tuning in, this is including a population of well over 300,000 people. So if you know any friends or family in this warning, please let them know. Share the stream with them. If you know any friends or family here, we'll keep you posted with the latest. Obviously, this isn't on our thumbnail today because, you know, this was not an area that was really expecting a tornado risk, but we do have at least have this area of rotation right now moving down to the southeast. The scan prior to this was much stronger, by the way, just for reference. The latest scan still showing a couplet right now just over Highway 5, and it will be eventually approaching the south side of Weathersfield. All right, so if you're in that area, make sure that you're getting to your safe place now, as they will be in the track of this here over the next few minutes. I'm trying to see if we do have any sort of live shot of this storm. Sometimes we can get a view if there is a tornado with some like traffic cams and stuff. So I am currently looking to see if we have any sort of view of anything. So just give me 1 second on that. As a friendly reminder, I'm just going to zoom out so you see where this is going. So again, moving southeast at about 20 to 25 miles per hour, just south of Hartford. All right, so again, Hartford, Connecticut, you are fine if you're in downtown Hartford now. It's mostly just lightning. South and east of Hartford is where this rotation is heading. So again, it's right now on track to go towards Marlborough. That is your area of rotation right now, just to the south of Hartford as of right now. So again, if you're in the warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. Latest scan also showing a bit of a broader circulation, so hopefully this is just broadening out. Last couple scans not nearly as concerning as previously, but we're still watching this closely as it moves down to the southeast. While we're looking at this, I do want to quickly show you back over here in Michigan. We actually did have some strong rotation near Harrison a little while ago. This storm does have a tornado possible label. This storm also back over in Michigan does have a potential for producing a tornado if it's able to get going again. We did have stronger rotation probably about 20 minutes ago or so, 25 minutes ago. This is actually a little bit more recent, but we did have a pretty strong couplet here. So we are also watching this storm in Michigan near Harrison for the potential of a tornado, and here's a better view of that. So again, we had some strong rotation north of Highway 61. Over the last few scans, it has broadened out quite a bit. Just a large, broad area of circulation from Harrison back through Houghton Lake, but we'll still be watching for a potential for an isolated tornado or two. We are likely going to get a tornado watch in Iowa here pretty soon, which is really the main area that we're covering today. So just an FYI, if you're in Iowa, Wisconsin, Western Illinois, stay weather aware. There will be a potential today for tornadoes, very large hail, and damaging winds all being a possibility. So that'll be the main area that we're covering today. What in the world just happened with this latest radar scan? I think it might have just bugged out. All right, the storm is right here, just for reference. It did not just zoom 100 miles per hour to the south. By the way, I do want to mention this as well. We are probably going to be live tomorrow for the Northeast, and you might be wondering why. Well, I do want to show you guys this real quick. A very rare, and I'm saying that like this is legitimately rare, there is a 10% tornado risk for the Northeast tomorrow. This has not been issued in a long time. Like a long time. The last time we had a 10% tornado risk in the Northeast was literally 6 years ago. So, you know, that's absurd. And also, to go along with that, this is the first ever 10% tornado risk on a day 2 outlook for the Northeast ever, or in New England at least. So it's actually quite a rare situation that we are going to be experiencing tomorrow, and we'll probably be live for that. So that'll be another interesting day back over in actually some of my hometown areas. Concord, New Hampshire, back over near Bennington, Vermont. You got Springfield, Massachusetts in the risk, Augusta, Maine. I mean, there are a ton of areas tomorrow that are under the gun there for severe weather, including tornadoes. So that'll definitely be an interesting day, especially granted the threat tomorrow is actually surprisingly high. Again, that area of New England just does not see tornadoes that often. So we could have actually a tornado outbreak tomorrow in the Northeast. So keep that in mind. And today is only a 5%, just for the record. So today's risk, not here, but back over in the Midwest, is a 5%. So definitely interesting stuff. And if you're just tuning in, this is a tornado warning just south of Hartford, Connecticut right now, moving to the southeast towards Marlborough. Colchester and East Hampton will be in the track of this as well eventually. Rotation over the last few scans has been broadening, so it has gotten a bit broader. We are still going to be watching the storm closely in case it does try to ramp up again. So again, if you are in the pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. How's Northeast Illinois looking today? It could get pretty interesting in the Midwest. Again, we were mainly going to go live for the Midwest, but this kind of came out of nowhere, or not really out of nowhere, but this storm in particular really just kind of blew up and actually organized. So, bit of a surprise here for this particular storm. But back over the Midwest, I think that's going to be really a pretty interesting area today. I think the activity is really going to ramp up around 3 to 4 o'clock. We were planning on going live around 3, but since we have this tornado warning pretty early in the day, decided to go live a little bit earlier. But with that said, I do think as we go later into today, it's going to get very interesting. I do think we're going to at least have a few tornadoes in the Midwest. And so definitely be ready. If you're back over in Eastern Iowa especially, we talked about it in today's video. Eastern Iowa looks to be the worst area today for severe weather. So definitely going to be a very interesting day overall. By the way, I'm seeing a lot more of a wind threat right now. The rotation has broadened quite a bit at this point. This would be the area of circulation that we'd be looking for, not over here. So just to the west of Interstate 91. So again, not nearly as intense as a few minutes ago, but just continue to stay in your safe place just in case this does try to drop a tornado, which is still, again, entirely possible, even though the risk might be a little bit lower now. This is a photo from one of the traffic cams, by the way. So very ominous skies back here in the background. Can't really see much, but something back there, perhaps, back wrapped in the rain. That's what it looks like there over, this is right along, let me check what road that was again. That was back over near Berlin, so just a little south of the storm. Not a bad view by any means. There's at least a view of something, just looked like mostly rain. Oh, here's the storm. There you go. All right, this is what we're talking about right here. So this is actually the area of rotation that we'd be looking at. So that right there is your lowering or wall cloud right along the highway, and that right there would be where we're looking for the potential for a tornado. That's actually a really solid view here of this. Right over here again in Connecticut. This was from Rocky Hill. So that's looking right into this particular storm that is rotating and trying to produce a tornado right now. Definitely our best view that we've had so far. We got another updated view. This is like updating every few seconds. So that's another view right now. This is, again, you're lowering right over here, just out the Hartford. Again, looks like it's definitely rotating. There's no doubt about that. So this is definitely a storm that is rotating right now. Sorry, I gotta pull this up again. All right, so this is still radar indicated, by the way. It is still tornado warned. And again, the camera that we're looking at right now, this is the storm. I'm just gonna go full screen to this. This is what we're looking at right here. So this is right on Rocky Hill I-91. And again, it's updating every few seconds, and it looks like right here is where we're looking right now for that potential for a tornado. Again, near Hartford. This is a really clear shot, though, of this storm right now. Very, obviously, very ominous. Looks like it's starting to get a little bowl lowering as well. This is right near Rocky Hill and I-91, just southeast of Hartford, Connecticut. Look at that thing. That thing's definitely, it looks like it's spinning. We don't have, obviously, video. It's just taking photos every few seconds. But that's at least giving us an idea of it looks like it's spinning there. I'll get another update in a second here. And if you're just tuning in, this is the tornado warning southeast of Hartford. Marlboro, make sure that you're getting to your safe place in Connecticut. Here's the latest photo imagery here. So again, that right there would be presumably where we're looking for that potential for a tornado right now near Hartford, Connecticut, just southeast of Hartford. That right there. That's at least where I think it'll be dropping. We also could see something developing here too. Again, it's not like a video camera. It's just taking photos every few seconds, so it's a little bit harder to tell. But that right there is the area of interest right now. We do have some rising scud too. You can actually see that. So this is definitely something that's trying to organize still. It's not done by any means. We're going to go back to radar in a second. Just going to give it another look or two. And that right there still looks like the area of interest. Perhaps that too. And we have a couple areas of interest in terms of the potential for a tornado here. We'll wait one more picture, and then I'll try to see if we can find another live cam a bit further down to the south. Connecticut cameras suck. These are actually better than a lot of the ones in Nebraska, for example. Some of them do not have any updates for like 7 or 8 minutes. These can help a lot, at least with weather and such. I mean, this is updating every few seconds, which is definitely very beneficial for what we're trying to look at here. All right, I'm going to give it one more picture, and then we'll go back to radar. All right, we'll go back to radar. I'm also going to try to see if we can find something a little bit further down to the south here along this roadway, as that was really a really solid view of that storm. We also have another view, so I'm going to pull that up in a second. Again, this is your tornado warning right now, just to the south of Hartford. It is, again, a discrete cell that is currently moving to the southeast, and it does have the potential for producing a tornado. So again, Marlboro is currently in the track of this. This is approaching Rocky Hill right now, just to the south of Glastonbury. Have a hail core right now near Forest Village, so there could be some hail falling there. Still got a hook on this storm, could still produce a tornado over the next few minutes. So again, if you are in this warning, you got to make sure that you're in your safe place, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building, as this storm could produce a tornado at any time. Here's another live shot of this. Again, left side of your screen is where we're looking. So we're going to see if there's anything rotating over there on the left side of your screen. We have multiple live shots in this area. There's actually, this might be the most traffic cams that I've ever seen in one single area. So we have a lot of different views right now of this particular storm. Yeah, it's updating every few seconds, so it's gonna be photos, but they're updating, so that's at least good news. At least get an idea of, see if we have any sort of tornado on the ground. If there is a tornado, it's probably not going to be rain wrapped in this environment, but obviously, if you're in the warning, don't look outside. Just get to your safe place. It is a very populated area, as I mentioned before. This area has a population of over 350,000 people. So there's a ton of people in this warning. So if you know anybody just south of Hartford, make sure that they are getting to their safe place if they're in the pink polygon, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. And what we're looking at right now on your screen is the area of rotation. So that is the lowering that could produce a tornado. We're still waiting to see if anything tries to drop here. It looks like right here we have something. That might be the lowering right there. I'm gonna take off my pen here. I'm just gonna put like an arrow to it. Let me get the arrow out here. Actually, I can just circle it. That right there is the area of interest right now. Looks like we still have a lowering on this storm. There's a huge golf tournament. Yeah, there's a golf tournament over, I can't remember where it is, but it's the Travelers tournament, I think, today. Actually, you know, it ends tomorrow, or it's supposed to. There's supposed to be a potential for more tornadoes tomorrow. That lowering right there in the middle, it looks like it's getting a bit rain wrapped right now. So again, there could be a tornado dropping at any time. Again, it's a bit hard to tell with this traffic cam because, again, it's only giving us images every few seconds. You really can't tell if it's spinning that much. But there is definitely a lowering here. So there's definitely at least something here that could be trying to produce a tornado right now here in Connecticut. Right there in the middle of your screen, though, that's, again, the area of interest. Going to go back to radar just really quickly here. This is, again, the storm that we're talking about near Rocky Hill in Glastonbury. Rotation on radar still does not appear super strong, but there is definitely some circulation. So again, continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning, near Rocky Hill, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. It's going to be going towards Marlboro over the next several minutes as well. So Marlboro will be in the track of this. think we're going to lose this view here in a second. I'm trying to find a different one. Looks like that little bowl lowering that we kind of had, it's kind of gone away here over the last minute or so. This kind of looks like what we're looking at, unless that lowering got rain wrapped back in there somewhere, which is very possible. You know, it's entirely possible that that happened. NASCAR's in New Hampshire tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow is going to be a pretty bad day, especially for outdoor events. So there will be a potential for multiple supercells that produce tornadoes in the Northeast. Where's Brandon Kopic? He's on vacation. All right, so again, this is a storm that we're looking at right now. It is heading down to the southeast. Again, just north of Middletown, Connecticut, going towards Marlboro. Again, if you are in the pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Again, this is a storm that still has the capability of producing a tornado over the next several minutes, as it is still relatively discreet, and in this environment there is actually quite a bit of spin, so very possible that we do get a tornado out of this as it does continue to track to the southeast at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. Still looking to see if we have any other cameras out in front of us that might be looking at this. I don't think we do, but I'm checking. Still have this one for now. Zoom in on that. And this would be where the lowering is. I don't see as much of a lowering as we once did. It's still, it could be rain wrapped back in there. I'm just letting you know, like, again, there's a possibility that there could be a tornado on the ground, maybe back in the, you know, the rain here. Just nothing definitive on this camera that we can clearly see. And we're going to start losing visual here pretty soon after it gets past Middletown area. Again, if you know anybody just south of the Hartford area, make sure to let them know that there is a tornadic supercell that is just to the north of Middletown, and it's going to be approaching Marlboro, Connecticut over the next few minutes. But the skies are obviously very dark and ominous right now with this particular storm. Well, this is a quick little shot out of actually inside of the storm. So cars have actually pulled over. It's definitely been windy and rainy. It's very uncertain though from this vantage point, again, if there's really been anything that's happened here. This is really going to be our last good shot, I think, of this storm as it passes. But it definitely looks rainy and windy back over here just south of Hartford. We're starting to lose any visual of any lowering at this point on this tornadic supercell. The winds are definitely strong. You can actually see the velocities. Those green colors showing pretty strong winds right now. Just to the south and southeast of Hartford near Interstate 91. And then back over near Marlboro, we do again have a potential for a tornado still down that direction. They have not issued a new tornado warning to cover this area here near New Hampton and just to the northeast of Middletown. But do keep in mind that they might, so just keep that in mind. If you're northeast of Middletown, just be ready for that. Again, going back to this live shot, just want to show you the storm now rolling in here. They have actually issued a new tornado warning in Michigan, so we're going to go to that real quick.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, so we have a new tornado warning in Michigan. That's probably, yeah, that's on the areas of rotation that we were talking about a moment ago. Not really strong rotation, but there's rotation going towards Buttman. If you are in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Again, that is going to be for those back over here near Buttman, southeast or southwest, sorry, of Edwards, and over near Secord, moving eastbound. These are storms that are kind of just, you know, mostly clustered together. There's nothing really discrete here by any means, but this storm has been rotating for quite a while, so they have now officially gone ahead and issued a tornado warning. You can actually see the rotation here. A little bit of gray in between, so it's not on the ground, but it could be at any time. So if you're near Buttman or Secord, make sure that you're getting to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. And as I was mentioning, the Connecticut live cam, just real quickly, this is what it looks like now, the one that we're just looking at. That storm is now pushing through. I think this was, where was this? Rocky Hill near I-91. So that storm's now rolling through. Definitely gonna be rainy, definitely gonna be windy. And after that, I don't think we're gonna have any more shots of that storm that are live, but I'll keep a close eye on it if we do have anything. So again, brand new tornado warning in Michigan near Buttman and Secord. Make sure that you're seeking shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. They have added a tornado possible label, by the way, to the storm that is currently here in Massachusetts. Area of interest right at this time for a tornado would be down near Union. So we have a little bit of circulation there near Union. Velocity should update in a second. Could end up getting a tornado warning on this. Velocities are updating now. We're going to check this out. The tornado warning in Connecticut was just updated, and it's now warned for up to ping pong ball sized hail. So that storm has now been upgraded on the hail side of things, which is actually not surprising. That hail core has been kind of crazy. Here's the latest scan. So yeah, again, there is some rotation right now. You're near Union. So again, Union, Connecticut going towards Woodstock and Thompson and Putnam. Be weather aware. We could get a tornado warning on that. It looks like it's organizing. So very possible that something gets issued on that. This is the further south radar site. So you can actually see that circulation. It's not super strong by any means, but it's definitely something that would have to be watched for here over the next several minutes. The tornado warning here in Connecticut is continuing to move down to the southeast. Again, this includes Glastonbury Center, Marlborough, and Rocky Hill. And again, it goes all the way up until 4:15 Eastern time. So if you're in Rocky Hill, if you're in Glastonbury, just continue to stay in that safe place. Looks to be more of a wind threat at this point. There is a tornado possible label and a severe thunderstorm warning out in front of this. So areas further down to the south, again, just stay vigilant. No tornado warning as of right now. They might not issue one unless that rotation intensifies again. But definitely stay weather aware. Also, storms are beginning to fire now in Iowa. Looks like this little cell that's developed near Iowa Falls already has a hook shape to it. This could go tornadic in the next 30 minutes, so something to watch for as long as it can stay alive. We will have Storm Chaser Connor Croft and Storm Runner Media with us as well. But that storm already near Iowa Falls, even though it's very early stages, it already looks like it's going to do something here soon. So something to watch for there in Iowa. Let's go back to Michigan. So again, we have our tornado warning near Buttman and Secord in Michigan right now. This is the area of rotation east of Route 127. Again, this is currently tracking east. It's going to be going towards Secord Highway 30 and as well as Buttman. So if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. We will have a new radar scan momentarily, so we're going to wait for that, which should be again out here in a second. Here's that latest scan. Yeah, that rotation, I mean, it's not like, you know, it's not on the ground, but it's definitely strong. I mean, we're definitely seeing some tightening there near Highway 18. Approaching, again, Buttman and Highway 30, just southwest of Edwards in Michigan. That rotation's definitely trying to intensify and potentially drop a tornado in parts of northern Michigan. So again, if you're in this warning, make sure that you are in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, as this does look like it might be trying to drop a tornado here in the next few minutes. And it is also going to be a fully rain-wrapped tornado, so keep that in mind. This would be a fully rain-wrapped tornado in this case if it does drop. So you're not going to be able to see it. Don't try to look outside for it. Stay in your safe place, as it could drop a tornado at any time. All right, let's go back to Connecticut again. They have updated the severe thunderstorm warning, so the tornado possible label is only really going to be from south of Worcester down closer to Interstate 84. And that's the area of rotation that honestly looks concerning at this point on this other storm that's not tornado warned. So once again, if you are in this area, definitely make sure that you are staying vigilant, as we could get something out of this as it does continue to move eastbound. And yeah, let me see if we have any other live cams in this area. Yeah, the severe weather threat overall is going to get worse for like the Midwest between about 3 and 5. So again, we are still not really at the, you know, imminent severe weather stages. We are still in the development stages. All right, so we're still kind of in the development stages of there being severe weather. So just keep that in mind. It's not like happening as we speak, right? It's just developing back over in the Midwest. We went live a little bit earlier than expected, and it's mainly because of this, the threat that we're seeing here in Massachusetts and such. This is live on I-90 near Sturbridge in Massachusetts, and it is very low visibility. Lots of cars on the roadways, lots of rain falling. This is on the on-ramp eastbound. So that's back over near Sturbridge. Reference Sturbridge is right here. I was hoping we could possibly see into like that inflow notch, but I don't think we have any cameras there. I was just kind of hoping we might be able to see something there, but it's definitely very low visibility there in Sturbridge. And here's another live shot of that. Again, just notice very, very, you know, rainy conditions, very low visibility. Make sure you're taking it slow on the roadways. Obviously, it's going to be a wet afternoon here across Massachusetts with this line of storms that we have right now. Latest scan, actually, believe it or not, that rotation that we've been talking about, it is really broadened out, and it's honestly not even near the inflow notch that we were looking at here, so might be a lowering threat. Let me go back to the southern radar site here. Let's go to this storm. Yeah, that rotation's a little bit broader than before. It's pretty rain-wrapped. The tornado warning near Marlborough still is going for another 18 minutes unless it gets canceled. As of now, this storm, again, is moving southeast. It is going towards East Hampton, Colchester, and Salem. Again, dragging to the southeast. The area of rotation that we have is not where the inflow is, or actually where the hook is, I mean. So, meaning that this is probably just going to be a wind threat here, more than anything. So again, damaging winds, the primary concern I would say right now for East Hampton, unless this thing really organizes again. Does not look as organized as a, you know, rotating supercell, if you will. Moving southeast, it'll be going towards Norwich. And also, they have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for Foster, Putnam, Coventry, south of Webster, here in Connecticut and Rhode Island, which is an area that we like literally never cover. If you're in this warning, make sure that you're getting to your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible, just in case there are falling trees, power lines, anything like that. That can be a danger. Could even have some flying trampolines out there as this continues to move east, southeast, and southeast. As a reminder as well, Providence will be in the track of this, which is another pretty populated area here in Rhode Island. Danbury is clear, but super humid. It is very humid right now. It's going to be very humid for the next probably 2 days in New England. This is the latest scan on the storm in Michigan. Again, this could be dropping a tornado if you're near Buttman or Secord in Highway 30. That rotation is still on the stronger side of things, currently tracking to the east. So again, if you're just south of Edwards, near Secord, make sure that you are getting to your safe place, as this could be dropping a tornado at any time here in Michigan. No debris signature yet, but I honestly think this could drop in the next couple minutes if it does. It's a very rain-wrapped area of circulation for what it's worth, so it's going to be very low visibility to be able to see this thing if it is on the ground. This is still radar indicated. They just updated it. Gladwin County, Michigan is where this warning is. Again, moving east at about 30 miles per hour. I live in Rhode Island and can confirm it's all trees. It's pretty much all trees in Rhode Island. There's a lot of trees everywhere in New England. I used to live in New England, so I'm well aware of the, you know, nature there. It's a lot of trees. Basically everywhere. Even in Massachusetts, there's a pretty good amount of trees. All right. New radar scan should be coming in here in a second on this Michigan tornado warning. The warning audio is quiet. That's not the warning audio. That's just the alert whenever there's an update to a tornado warning on my end. So that buzzing that you hear in the background, that is not the like the warning sound. It's just an update. It's what I hear whenever we know there's a new tornado warning, so I actually can go to it pretty quickly. Here's the latest scan. Still, you know, relatively strong rotation right now near Buttman. Just to the southwest of Edwards here in Michigan. No debris signature, but that rotation's still definitely cranking, moving east. Down the road, it will be eventually going towards Prescott, Standish, Whitemore will be in the track of it as well. We are also watching for storm development back over here in central Michigan. Much more conditional risk, but we could end up seeing an isolated tornado if a storm develops in that area. Also, looks like Connor is Connor live now? Let me pull him up. Oh, not yet. Live on Radar Omega. Wow. That's Connor's view right now. We will be keeping a close eye on him when he goes live. I think he should be live here in a minute. Or actually, I think he's going to be live in like a second. That storm looks kind of crazy right now. Here near Iowa Falls. This storm literally just developed. And it already looks pretty organized. Moving eastbound. Let me pull up my other computer here. By the way, tornado warning. If you're in the tornado warning, just continue to stay in your safe place southeast of Hartford. It'll probably be canceled in a few minutes as this storm is moving now into an area that is not under a tornado warning near East Hampton. And Colchester. And the other storm further up here to the north still has some rotation. Still watching the storm closely. That's going to be going towards Putnam in Connecticut. This could also still produce a tornado, so we're still watching this closely. And if you are in this warning, make sure that you are continuing to stay very weather aware, as we could get a tornado out of this storm as it moves east, southeast, and southeast. So that'll be a storm to watch for. All right, Connor is now live, so we're going to pull him up probably in a second, because he's looking at this storm near Iowa Falls, which already looks kind of crazy. I'll go to him in a second once he's pulled up. As a reminder, this is the tornado warning right now in Michigan. Rotation still pretty strong right now, just south of Buttman. Again, this could drop a tornado at any time. So if you're in this warning, make sure that you're continuing to stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. That's Storm Runner Media, by the way, looking at that same storm in Iowa Falls. It's definitely looking pretty ominous right now. And again, that storm literally just developed. I mean, it's only been going for like a couple minutes. Basically, it's been going for like 20 minutes now. Just developed, and it's already looking like it's organizing pretty quickly. Very low cloud base, which does usually indicate that these are, you know, more surface-based thunderstorms. And with that being said, surface-based thunderstorms are the ones that, in more cases than not, produce tornadoes. So definitely a storm that is organizing.
My blob is bigger than your blob. Or my plop is bigger than your plop.
And once we get Connor up, I'll pull him up. Just an FYI. Just trying to wait for him to go live here.
Oh, that's a good answer, Lexa, kind of. That's actually kind of a good answer.
Alright, let me go back to live radar real quick. Let's go to here. Again, this is the Michigan tornado warning. Still really strong rotation. That's rain wrapped near Buttman. If you're in Buttman or north of Secord, make sure that you're in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. As the rotation here, again, is still on the stronger side of things, moving eastbound. Alright. While we wait for the next update, let's go to Connor Croft right off the bat here.
Welcome in. Right off the rip, we got a mini supercell here. Right off the ripper. Might be the coolest thing we see all day here. We got a mini supercell right in front of us, guys. I am not.
By the way, let me know if Connor's too quiet or too loud. I need to write down these numbers. So I don't have to keep asking you guys about the audio. I need to write down these numbers until we fix the audio issue. Where is my pen? I don't even know where my pen is.
I'm not in O'Neill, Nebraska.
Audio too quiet, too loud, let me know. For Connor.
It's also not 70 degrees. So I'm not sure what the issue is here. But hopefully it'll just update itself as we go. What is bro eating?
People just said too quiet and too loud. Excuse me?
So welcome in, everybody.
No mix whatsoever. There's actually rising motion already on the storm. It's already organizing.
What's up? What's up? What's up, William, Lee, Joe,
Already
Jeff,
starting to organize here in Iowa.
Lady J,
Alright, is the audio better?
Lee,
Perfect.
Georgina,
Alright.
Rex,
Let me write down this number.
C Dunk. Where am I? I'm not in O'Neill, Nebraska. I'm in Iowa Falls. I'm trying to get my location to update, but it's not working. Maybe a new mezzo. The new mezzo forming right here.
Some of you guys say too loud, too quiet. It's wild.
Yeah.
Nobody like.
Lee, Helly K, Alicia,
We're gonna figure it out after the stream, hopefully. Whenever we get a break from all the severe weather, I'm hoping to do a lot of like changes to the streams and like add more chasers and stuff. It's just we've had literally no time. It's been insane. All right, we still have a tornado warning right now. As I mentioned before, back over here near Buttman. That's just southwest of Edwards. So again, if you're in this warning, make sure that you're in your safe place in Michigan. Still strong rotation as of right now. There we go. All right. Let me full screen Connor down here. Give me 1 second. That's actually Stormrunner Media. All right, we're good to go. All right, so again, this is the Michigan tornado warning. Still, rotation is still on the stronger side of things, so make sure that you're getting to your safe place if you're in the warning. Still radar indicated on the most recent scan. The tornado warning back over in Connecticut will probably end up being canceled as that rotation is now broadened and it's also outside of the tornado warning. So we're not really concerned about that storm anymore. And we still got rotation near Woodstock in Connecticut. This could go tornado warned if it starts to strengthen more. So Woodstock, Putnam, near Providence, continue to stay weather aware. We're going to go back to Connor right off the bat here because, again, that storm right now near Iowa City still looks interesting. A lot of rising motion right now. We do have rotation actually appearing on radar, bottom right of your screen. So this thing is definitely trying to organize right now. We have a lot of rising motion here, a lot of ascent. It's going to probably lead here to a tornado risk relatively soon here in Iowa. And he's also, by the way, not in Nebraska, just an FYI. That location, bottom left of your screen, is wrong. He is not in Nebraska, just letting you know. Here's near Iowa Falls.
We have a storm already, so some days that's just how it goes.
We're going back to Stormrunner Media as well. Give me 1 second on that.
This is how it goes.
Stormrunner Media has a view of that rising scud right now.
We have an MD for a tornado watch, but they haven't dropped anything yet. This thing's actually finally gaining strength, I think. Like
as Connor's saying, by the way, they did say they were going to issue a tornado watch by like 3 o'clock. They haven't yet. That's another view of this storm right now here in Iowa Falls. Also, let me know if the audio is too loud, too quiet. On this one, I'm writing down numbers here.
I'm gonna stop here. There's 155th Street up here, I think.
Look at that thing. That thing's really trying to organize right now. Yeah, it's just a lot of scud clouds. There's nothing really rotating there, but rotation on radar is starting to appear a little bit more now. A little louder.
155th Street is coming up here.
Should be fixed. Bottom right of your screen, that rotation in Michigan's still going. Let's go back to this real quick. This is the Michigan rotation that we're looking at right now. Near Sugar Rapids and south of Buttman. Still strong rotation on this storm. Moving east. Going eventually towards Bowmanville. So if you're in those areas, again, continue to stay in your safe place. This could definitely still drop a tornado here in Michigan. Tornado warning, by the way, in Connecticut has now been canceled. Back over in Iowa, again, this is a storm that we've been looking at for a while that is trying to produce. Again, Stormrunner Media has a perfect view of this right now near Iowa Falls. It looks very ominous, obviously. Rotation on radar does not look crazy yet, but it's lowering. So there's definitely potential that this does try to do something here. That's the view. Now, honestly, again, today I think Iowa, you know, southern Wisconsin, northern Iowa, or northern Illinois, I mean, I really do think the tornado risk today is going to definitely pan out. I do think there's going to be at least a few tornadoes, as long as storms do maintain being discreet. I just think today is going to be a tornado day. With any storms that can stay discreet like this one off the bat. Also, just a reminder, the tornado risk for today, again, is a 5% for eastern Iowa, extreme northwestern Illinois, and southern Wisconsin. So those are the areas that are under the gun for tornadoes. Could still see an isolated tornado up here in the southern New England areas. Could still see an isolated tornado outside of that in the green shaded areas. So those are the areas to watch for today for the tornado risk. Obviously, the thumbnail includes areas like Kansas City, but Kansas City, you are not currently you know, under the gun for any tornado risk, or at least anything that's, you know, notable enough for there to be a risk. It's mostly just wind, if any storms fire up down there.
Yeah, there's a problem.
Yeah, this is the storm near Iowa Falls, Iowa right now on Storm Intermedia's feed. Not Connor Croft, I forgot to change the name. I'm gonna make another name real quick. Make this easier. Oh, that looks fantastic. Love that. Give me 1 second. We're doing things on the fly right now, so I can fix this. Alright, there we go. Thank you. Fix that. Alright, going back to radar on the Michigan tornado warning near Sugar Rapids. That rotation's still really strong right now. Again, could produce a tornado at any time as it continues to move towards Interstate 75, just south of West Branch, just southwest of Edwards, near Buttman. Again, if you are in the pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building, as this does continue to move east. And again, the storm that we're really been looking at this entire time is going to be this one over here, near Iowa Falls. And rotation on radar doesn't really look like anything crazy. I still think it's trying to organize. I think it's at least trying to develop a lowering. I don't think it's going to drop in the next 2 minutes, for example, but I think it's something to watch for because it is discrete. As it does continue to move east, there is definitely going to be a chance for a tornado as long as the storm can really grow in size. And again, right now, it definitely obviously looks ominous here. Just around Iowa Falls.
There's no tornado warning at the moment for this. This thing is just a developing storm. It's just starting to get going.
All right, they have issued a tornado watch. All right, let's go to that first before we continue here. There is now a tornado watch that has been issued for those in eastern Iowa, so Marshalltown, Waterloo, Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, and Davenport and Clinton, southwestern Wisconsin, and extreme northwestern Illinois. So again, that is a tornado watch that has been issued here. The main concerns are going to be a couple tornadoes are possible. I would honestly go ahead and say that there could even be a few. So just make sure that you're staying weather where if storms really maintain being discrete, we could end up seeing a few tornadoes. Scattered hail up to 2 inches in diameter is going to be possible. In addition to that, damaging winds upwards of 70 miles per hour will also be a possibility. This tornado watch does go until 8 o'clock Central Time. We plan on being live until at least 8 o'clock. So obviously make sure that you're subscribed to the channel and we'll keep you posted with the latest. But again, that is your new tornado watch that has been issued for Illinois, Iowa, and Wisconsin. With that said, we will probably see some sort of downstream watch in parts of like Chicago, for example, or Galesburg, if there is still some sort of severe risk going by then. They're not going to issue a watch yet because you're still hours away from actually seeing storms in those particular areas. Saw a funnel cloud. The northern rotation from Springfield, Massachusetts a while ago. Yeah, I mean, these storms have been rotating quite a bit. You know, the one that's down southeast of Hartford, that looks mostly like wind now. I don't think this is going to produce, but just continue to stay vigilant. Main concerns, hail and wind. The storm that's going towards Providence, I think, has a better chance of producing a tornado as it continues to move east-southeast. Still have broad circulation, but if it can intensify, we could get a tornado out of that. So definitely a couple storms that we're going to have to watch for here closely. And really the most concerning one that we have right now when it comes to an actual tornado risk is this one in Michigan. Rotation's been strong basically this entire time. I would expect that there will probably be a new tornado warning on this as long as that rotation continues. And as long as that does happen, we'll probably have a new tornado warning near Interstate 75, just to the south of Edwards, going towards Prescott, and turning and twinning in parts of northeastern Michigan. Let's go back to this Iowa storm real quick. This is the latest scan. Let me go back over to Connor real quick. I just want to show you what this storm looks like now compared to before. Tornado warning, by the way, in Gladwin County, Michigan is still radar indicated. That's the storm that we've been talking about in Iowa. Again, not Nebraska. The location's not right.
And I have no service.
He is in near Iowa Falls, Iowa.
Oh, there it is. 2 minutes ago, yeah. So there are
a few tornadoes possible.
a couple of tornadoes possible.
Can't even get a few. I got the Tor watch. Yeah, maybe we fell asleep or brakes failed. Or
By the way, thank you to Reed for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Debbie and Michelle, for becoming Velocity members. Thank you, Robert, for the $2 super chat. NASCAR is in New Hampshire tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow will be interesting. We'll talk more about that 10% tornado risk in a little bit. Also, thank you, Gray for the $4.99. I don't know where you're talking about, Gray. No clue where you're talking about. You didn't put a location on there. Thank you, Vortex, for becoming a member. Thank you, Ann, for becoming a member. Thank you, Chris, for the $10 super chat. Yeah, no problem at all. Yeah, that event the other week in Maryland was obviously completely unexpected. We've talked about that a lot. That was a really crazy event. Here's the latest mesoscale discussion for those in the Northeast. Again, I have a lot of people asking about New England. We're not going to talk much about it unless we get something that looks really crazy, because most of the storms right now are wind. They're not really tornadic. But the main concern for the next little while for Connecticut and Rhode Island will mainly be wind. We could still get an isolated tornado risk in this area going towards Providence, but again, it's a very low risk. So if you are in the southern New England areas, just continue to stay weather where it's predominantly going to be wind. Still a chance, though, for an isolated brief tornado, if any storms can organize. Here's the latest scan, by the way. Just southeast of Buttman, that rotation still on the stronger side of things in Michigan. This warning does expire in 12 minutes, so you can probably expect a new tornado warning here in a little while. By the way, there are no tornado warnings in the Northeast right now. Otherwise, I'd let you know. We have 5 severe thunderstorm warnings, and then the 1 tornado warning here in Michigan. By the way, they have issued a tornado watch. I just want to let you know the storm that we've been looking at is not in the tornado watch. Doesn't mean we're not going to get a tornado. It's just not in the watch itself. So just something to kind of keep in mind here is that back over even, northeast of Des Moines, if this storm is able to get going, we could still see a tornado come out of this, but that's kind of uncertain right now. This is the live view of that storm right now. You can actually see the cloud base. It's still there. It's still trying to lower. So this is still definitely trying to do something right now. Your Iowa Falls, Iowa. Bottom right of your screen is that rotation. There's actually some broad circulation now on radar.
Update. Hey, Iowa Falls.
Hey, Dog, also for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities.
Updated temperature to 83. Wow, dude, look at this, man.
So yeah, that's the storm that we're looking at. It's just east of Iowa Falls right now, going towards Ackley. It's not a tornado warning cell. There's no warning on this, by the way. Just letting you know, the overlays that we use, there's nothing that's just like a base overlay that doesn't say something about a warning. So just letting you know, there's no warning on this storm. But there is some broad circulation. There's also weak circulation that is currently moving east, going towards Ackley. So, again, if you are in this area near Ackley, East Iowa Falls, just make sure that you're continuing to stay vigilant and weather aware, as we could get a tornado, and wow, okay. Well, they have just expanded the tornado watch. We were just talking about why, there's no tornado watch over here, unless it was issued and it just didn't pop up on here. Wait, let me double check. Maybe it just didn't pop up on here. Okay, never mind. It did not pop up on here. My apologies. So there actually is a tornado watch here. I was about to say, they just expanded it like 2 minutes after that. This tornado watch is ongoing for those in Waterloo and Marshalltown, which is near Iowa Falls. Again, couple tornadoes being possible, damaging winds and hail. All right, so there you go. My apologies. I just an update on here. So we got all of our tornado watch now in place here across the Midwest. And again, we could still see watches issued outside of this, but as I mentioned before, it will still be a little while until anything like that happens. This watch does again go until 8 o'clock Central Time. They have, for the probabilities or likelihood of things happening, the potential for tornadoes is quote unquote a moderate risk, which means that it's like a medium chance of happening. It's not a moderate risk of severe weather. There's a low chance of EF2 plus tornadoes, so a strong tornado cannot be ruled out today in this tornado watch. Damaging winds will also be kind of a medium or quote unquote moderate risk. Low chance of damaging winds exceeding 70 miles per hour, and then moderate risks for both hail and severe hail, which would be 2-inch plus diameter for significant hail. But they are currently, this is again the probabilities I was just kind of listing off here. They actually did put on here, there's a 20% chance of there being the potential for a strong tornado. Now again, you know, flip a coin, or spin a wheel, I would say, like, you know, 1 through 5, and if it lands on 1, then that's like the chances. Like, it's a 20% chance, right? It's not that big of a chance, but there's a possibility if any storms do maintain staying discreet for a while, we could end up seeing a strong tornado out of this event. But again, main concern really tornadoes and damaging winds. That's the main concern for today. Again, that'll be across this tornado watch from Wisconsin back into northwestern Illinois and eastern Iowa. EF2 is strong. EF2 is anything EF2 and greater is strong. EF3 to EF5 is intense. Violent would be EF4, EF5. That's how it's categorized. All right. Here's the latest scan on the Michigan storm. Still got strong rotation right now in Michigan. We'll probably get a new tornado warning in a minute here for those just to the southeast of Edwards here in Michigan. This does appear as if we're going to get a new warning on this. That rotation's been strong for quite some time at this point. Here's the latest scan. Honestly, I'm surprised this hasn't dropped a tornado yet, at least on radar. And there you go. There's your new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So, new tornado warning for Edwards, Prescott, west of Twinning. Didn't wait any time to issue that one. That rotation's been strong for, it feels like, ever now. If you are in this warning, make sure that you are seeking shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, as this storm does still have the capability of producing a tornado as it does continue to push to the east and east-northeast. It's moving east at about 30 miles per hour. This does include areas like Arnak, Gladwin, and Ogemaw counties in Michigan. Again, really it's been strong rotation for a while. We've had no debris signature at this point, but also the storm up here actually near West Branch, something else to watch for here. There is rotation on that storm too. So a couple storms that we're gonna have to watch for here over the next several minutes. But again, if you are in this warning, get to your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Do have a live cam up here, or not really live, but a picturesque cam. So I'll definitely let you know if you see anything. One thing I'll point out is that over in this part of Michigan, it is very low visibility, lots of fog, very humid in this area. So definitely gonna be some relatively lower visibility in this environment. But I wouldn't be surprised if this does try to drop a tornado in the next couple of minutes. Again, it's been strong rotation for quite a while now. So, yeah, if you're near Interstate 80 or near Interstate 75, I mean, make sure that you are avoiding this area if you can from West Branch back towards Standish, as there could be a tornado dropping as this moves east-northeast. Again, both of our tornado warnings right now on the same storm. Is there Michigan... Paul, is there actual streams? I don't see actual streams. I mean, I see the cameras, but I just don't see them on, like, actual live streams. Here's the latest scan here. Yeah, still strong rotation right now, South Edwards. It's not really tight, which usually when we see it tight together, that indicates a tornado. It's still not completely tight. There's really no debris signature here. Still something here. Connor doesn't have a view of anything right now. I'm waiting for him to see it. Sounds like we are getting a view of a wall cloud on Connor's stream in a second. Let me go back to here. I don't know if Connor's on this one. Yeah, he is. Let me go back to Stormrunner Media again.
On radar, at least. Looks like it's gaining a mezzo right there.
Oops.
Well, they're probably 2 miles away.
What's going on here? Why is this not updated? Sorry, give me 1 second. We're having technical issues.
Also still watching.
Alright, there we go. This is Stormrunner Media's view. We're kind of looking at both of them. Apparently there was a wall cloud over the trees here, which...
Yeah, these clouds
should be
are
beyond
moving
these
in,
trees
though,
here.
that's for sure.
I have no clue. I don't know what storm chasers will be in New England tomorrow. I have no clue. We're gonna try to get a storm chaser for New England tomorrow if Connor Croft or Stormrunner Media don't go there. Yeah, that right there is a lowering out in the distance. That's over near Steamboat Rock, Iowa right now. Connor's too close to where I live. It's never a good sign when you have storm chasers nearby. Not always a good sign. Yeah, a lot of the time storm chasers don't really go into the northeast unless it's like an actual, like, you know, more elongated event. It's not really great chasing terrain either. So I don't really know if we will have a chaser yet, but I will let you know. We might. I'm not sure. I won't be able to let you know probably until we actually go live though tomorrow. By the way, this is the storm that we've been talking about for a while in Michigan. The tornado warning for Buttman will be ending in 2 minutes, or a little bit less than 2 minutes. Rotation, again, has been pretty strong for quite a while. Also have some very weak and broad circulation that's been trying to develop back over here near just north of Edwards near West Branch. So still watching that closely as well. Strongest rotation moving east towards Prescott near Whitemore. So again, if you're in this warning, just continue to stay in your safe place. Quick update on the northeast for New England. I know we have some people wondering what is happening. Mostly a wind threat at this point. Tornado risk does appear very low. It's not zero, but it's very low. So I'm not super concerned right now about an imminent tornado risk, but just continue to stay weather aware for the next hour or two. These storms are pushing south and southeast, and will continue to mostly just produce a wind, lightning risk, low visibility due to rain, and that'll be the main concern overall. Again, this is a storm that we've been looking at for a while that has that lowering. We are definitely starting to see a little bit more rotation. It's just, again, it's relatively weak in nature, so it's not really a storm if it does produce a tornado, at least now. I don't think it'd be imminent to produce, you know, a tornado, but we're still going to be watching it closely as it does move east. All right, we'll stay here for now. It's back to Michigan. Yeah, rotation's still pretty strong here. Just south Edwards. I want to go to New Jersey real quick. We have a heart-shaped severe thunderstorm warning. This might be the weirdest shaped severe thunderstorm warning I've seen. It's for 60-mile-per-hour winds near the Highlands. Just saw that pop up on my warning system. That's something else right there. All right. Storms in Connecticut have diminished. They're not diminished. They're just not really rotating as much. All right, wait, let me pull up Connor real quick. Let's go back to here. Well, I'll wait for a new radar scan here in Michigan. Just want to let you know, this is what Connor decides to do, like most random times. Like, I don't know what this is. If anybody can fill me in, let me know. Might be the weirdest thing ever. I couldn't even tell you. It is very strange. Do not understand it. I'm obviously a boomer because I don't understand it. Connor calls me getting mogged. I don't know what that, or mewing, whatever it is. I don't know what that means. I'm not into that sort of stuff, I guess. I don't know what it means. Drink water, bro? What does that even mean? Oh, man. Okay, if you're just tuning in, this is the tornado warning that we still have ongoing here in near Edwards, near Interstate 75. You can continue to stay in your safe place if you're in the warning, away from windows, lowest floor possible. This could still produce a tornado as it moves east towards Interstate 75. Here's the latest scan. Still rotation. It's just, it has not produced yet, at least from what we know, in Michigan. Connor mogs you. That's fantastic. I still don't know what that means. English does not exist with this terminology. Both Connor and Storm Media are repositioning. Let's go back to Connor first. He does have a view now. It looks like of that wall cloud that we're talking about in Iowa. This is a live shot there. Right there is the lowering out in the distance in Iowa.
It's gonna pass just to our north, so. Look at that. Thank you so much for the super
Use
chat.
Urban Dictionary.
Urna? Is that an R? Urna, not
Still
Urna.
radar indicated
Sorry,
rotation, by the way.
Congealed together. Look at that though, chat. Big time base on this. We definitely.
Mewing is related to
here on
orthopedics.
our
What?
hands.
Excuse me?
I know, it does look like a producer, doesn't it? It looks really good, chat. This thing looks really good.
Connor's gonna get stuck in the grass again? I don't think it's rain there yet, so I think it's alright. Man, if he got stuck again, that'd be catastrophic. That would be the third time, I think. That if he got stuck again, that'd be the third time. Is Connor gonna gritty for us? Nope, okay.
There's been no motion on this wall cloud the entire time, though.
Yeah, what we're looking at is the storm near Iowa Falls that does have at least a lowering, and it really has had a lowering for a while. Just hasn't really been rotating, even though it has a lowering.
It's
Not a whole lot of low-level shear yet on the
it's
storm.
humid out here. Like, it is humid.
It's like so humid, it's like stable.
Ridiculously humid, guys.
Fun fact, in Iowa, they have a lot of cornfields, and it actually makes it more humid.
It's gonna be like 66 over 66 in the car if the window's open. Oh yeah, it's definitely moving. I mean, this is a full-blown supercell right here. Look at it. It literally has like a couple striations on the left side. Look at the mezzo's back.
Yeah, it came back. Saw that. Some cells trying to fire north of Cedar Rapids.
I know, I see those all the way over there.
They go up and be big.
I don't think they have
How many
any
members
better
today for a
chance than
gritty?
this one.
I think today's gonna be a long stream.
They just look a little bit more.
Today could
robust, and they're kinda like all
today
right.
could literally be a long stream. It could go upwards of 8 to 9 o'clock tonight. So we might have to set that goal higher today. Let's go through the future radar real quick. That storm hasn't really changed in the last few minutes. Let's go to the future radar. We'll kind of time things out here. It could be a long stream. I mean, we have a tornado watch that goes for 5 hours almost, and the threat is just starting. It hasn't really gotten going fully. I mean, there's gonna be probably severe weather even through Chicago until like 10 o'clock tonight. This could legitimately be an 8-hour stream today. We haven't had one of those in a while, but it could. This is 8 o'clock tonight. Storms moving through Milwaukee, back through Rockford and Davenport. 10 o'clock tonight. Storms moving to Chicago, Joliet, Bloomington. They fizzle out more as they move through Indiana and Ohio. It'll be mostly just gusty winds, but Michigan is kind of just an all-day conditional risk, really. It's not going to be anything too absurd, other than this one storm that's been going for a while. Still has broad circulation. It's not as strong as before, but still some rotation southeast Edwards near Interstate 75. So, again, continue to stay at your safe place if you're in Prescott, Michigan. Let's go back to Connor Crop again. He's looking at the storm in Iowa Falls, Iowa. That does have a lowering. Hey, Michael, for the $5 super chat. I'm in Toledo, Ohio. 1 year removed from being hit by an EF2. Sorry to hear that. Discrete cell. Yeah, discrete is just like a storm that is basically by itself, by its lonesome. It's just one updraft, basically, with one supercell. You know, a discrete cell, like, you can just kind of think of it as if you're buying a singular cookie from Costco instead of a whole dozen. That's what a discrete cell is. Just one storm that's individualized from other storms.
I would say
we should start going towards
I would say go towards the most robust updrafts on a day like today.
And those ones look like they're it.
Yeah, because look at. I'm trying to get satellite up here. I mean, we have a highway, 2-lane highway over there, so it's not.
I mean, worst case.
One of the free samples, absolutely.
I mean, it looks good. It keeps looking better though. Like that walk, like he's getting.
All right, for gritty today, we're gonna do 50 members. We've been doing 20 for a while. We're gonna do 50 because today could be a long stream. So 50 new members for a gritty. Thank you, Jeff, for the $10 super chat. Might need some cheese curds, guys. I want to put it out there. I had Culver's last night, so if anything big happens today, we might have to ban Culver's forever because I've not had it in over 3 weeks, and we've had nothing that big of a deal in like 3 weeks. So just letting you know ahead of time.
Yeah, I'm gonna start going. Got more robust updrafts going off to the east, guys. Let me break this down to you really quickly before we leave.
Actually, Storm Runner Media has a pretty good view of it too. Bottom right of your screen. We'll go to them in a second. This is the storm in Michigan. Again, we've been watching it for a while. It has not dropped anything from what we know. It is moving eastbound and going towards Prescott. So again, if you are near Interstate 75 in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place in case it does drop a tornado. Our focus will really be with anything that's discrete up here, or not really discrete, but any storms in this cluster that develop, and also the storms that are developing in Iowa. So we got a couple of focus points. This is the storm that we've been looking at for a while, which has had a large lowering for quite a while as well in Iowa.
Right now we're just gonna
let's go back over to Storm Runner Media. I had the wrong name up there, by the way. That was Connor. This is Storm Runner Media's view. They're actually a bit closer.
It looks like it wants to, that's for sure. You guys are right about that. It's had that look now for about 30 minutes now.
Still a large lowering. Just again, not really anything.
It's definitely got the
low
wall
level
cloud.
shear
The
here
only
is just
thing
so
that
weak.
needs no
At
more
least
rotation
visually,
to that.
it's just weak.
It needs
Go
more,
to the meso
more
analysis. I
rotation
want to check that out.
It needs more inflow.
I'm gonna pull that up and look. I'll pull it up on the screen if I see anything interesting.
I mean, no, can you guys see that kind of clearly, or?
I mean, the low level jet is pretty strong here. The problem is right now the storm. Let's go back to radar real quick. This is a storm near Ackley, Iowa, right? These are the cloud top. This is the echo tops. It's a relatively low topped supercell at 38,000 feet. It's not necessarily a problem. Just a lot of the time when we have low top supercells, they don't really. Not all the time do they produce strong tornadoes. They usually are weaker. Let's go back to Storm Runner Media for a second while I pull up some other stuff here. I mean, the lifting condensation level is not. It's pretty low to the ground. It's pretty favorable right now as long as storms get going. Just on radar visually, this is a low top supercell, and the velocities have been relatively broad for the time. Relatively weak, I should say. I mean, they've been broad, but they've been also pretty weak. Bottom right of your screen, see the velocities there. Those winds are very weak. Even though we have a pretty large lowering there.
If this thing just had a little bit more inflow into it, this thing would 100% be tornado warned.
It's only the beginning. It is only the beginning. Yeah, the tornado threat today is kind of supposed to peak around 5 to 6 anyways. Which, for the record, this is like the only storm out there right now that we're actually paying attention to in, like, Iowa. We also have a couple of storms back over here in very far northeastern Iowa that have developed. But these in particular, probably not going to produce. These do appear a bit more elevated in nature. So I wouldn't say those are as concerning right now. Really, the greatest concern will be any storms that can develop in this environment, like right in here. So we have that one right there that we've been looking at for a while. Got some other convection out in front of Waterloo. So none of that looks overly concerning. Here's the latest scan in Michigan. Still have some rotation right now near Interstate 75. It's now moving towards Prescott. Yeah, if you are currently in the town of Prescott, make sure that you are getting to your safe place. This will be, again, just east of West Branch as well. We have another little pocket of rotation right here. It's not really that strong, but there is a little bit of rotation there. So just something to watch for right there. But really just two areas of circulation that we're looking at. One that's not warned, but it's not super strong right now. So we just have a couple areas that we're looking at right now. Both moving east and east-northeast. Do I think the Chicago suburbs will get a tornado today? I kind of doubt it. I think it's going to be mostly wind there. Go back to storm intermedia here for a second. This is a storm again back over near Ackley in Iowa. If you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Like the stream as well. We're only 40 likes away from 1,500. Make sure to like the stream. And we'll be live here throughout the afternoon, perhaps even all the way into the evening. So we'll keep posted with the latest with severe weather coverage. Again, the only tornado warning that we have right now is Skidway Lake in Prescott in Michigan. We're still watching that closely in case it does something. There actually was wind damage of... Okay, let's go back to this real quick. There actually was damage reported along the track of this tornado warning. Reported wires down. Relayed by Gladwin County Emergency Management. Tornado was possible, so just south of Edwards. That was at 324. So we actually may have had a tornado with this. Rotation's been strong this entire time. So, I mean, it's very possible that this has or did produce a tornado. Again, this is on track for Prescott right now. And eventually going towards Whitmore, and as well as Turner and Twinning. All those areas will be in the track of this down the road. Rotation, though, over the last few scans is not nearly as strong, but it's still strong enough for there to be a tornado. Again, Prescott, make sure that you're continuing to stay in your safe place. Do tornadoes happen every day in the summer? I mean, it varies. Because sometimes we can have large death ridges, if you want to call them that, which is a new term, by the way. It's not like an old term, but if you have a large death ridge that's dominating the country, you're probably not going to get much severe weather. So I mean, it just it varies quite a bit. But not all the time. By the way, the Storm Prediction Center did issue a small little mesoscale discussion here back over in Michigan. It's legitimately just for that one storm that we've been talking about. The potential for a brief tornado and or localized 50 to 65 mile per hour wind gusts will focus in a mesoscale area northwest of Saginaw Bay in Michigan. So a very tiny, microscopic mesoscale discussion was issued for that one discrete cell. Or not discrete, sorry. It's more semi-discrete and clustered, but that one storm that we've been talking about for a while, that is tornado warned. Go back to Storm Media on this storm for a second. Let's see what he's saying. This heat is crazy. I have to agree. It is crazy. So again, this storm that we've been looking at for a while is in Iowa. Has not really developed into much. There's been a large lowering on it for quite a while. Just, it's really not rotating a whole lot. Even on radar, it's been really broad rotation and weak rotation. Like, this is the area of circulation that we've been looking at for a while. It's broad, a lot of gray in between there. This storm hasn't had a warning yet. It's not really developed into much quite yet. Still watching it though, in case it does anything. Back to the Michigan tornado warning near Prescott. Rotation again, still on the a little bit on the broader side of things compared to a few minutes ago. In case it does drop, continue to stay in your safe place if you're along or east of Interstate 75. So continue to move east towards Whitemore, East Tawas, Wilbur, Au-Sable, and eventually we'll move offshore. So that's really the track of this particular storm right now. Back over into New England real quick, where the severe weather has not been really too bad over the last little while. It's mostly just been wind. Storms are continuing to move across southern New England near Rhode Island and Connecticut. Majority of these storms at this point will just be wind. I don't really expect another tornado risk to come out of that activity. So that's what we're looking at there. I do want to mention, we talked about this earlier, but I do want to talk about this just for a brief second while we have time. Tomorrow, there is a very rare, this is very rare, like actually, it's legitimately rare. The Storm Prediction Center issued a 10% tornado risk, which is an enhanced risk across parts of New Hampshire, Vermont, a sliver of extreme northwestern Massachusetts, and extreme eastern New York. This is only the first time in 6 years that we've had a risk like this issued. So we will probably be live tomorrow for this rare risk. This is also the first time in history that we've had a day 2 10% tornado risk in the Northeast. So definitely kind of crazy stuff there. It's not hatched, so there's no hatched tornado risk, but there will be a chance at least for a few tornadoes, and we could even have a small-scale tornado outbreak tomorrow. So the plan is that we will probably be live on the channel tomorrow. So again, just make sure that you're subscribed to the channel, as tomorrow will be quite the rare event in the Northeast. We don't usually see tornado risks like this in the Northeast, at least in New England in particular. Northeast, like Pennsylvania, New York, we've seen it before, but New England is what I'm talking about when it comes to that 10% risk. It has not happened in 6 years, so really crazy stuff. Moderate risk? There's no moderate risk, it's only enhanced. I doubt we'll go moderate on that. If we got a moderate risk tomorrow, that would be... I don't know the last time we've had a moderate risk in New England for anything, if that happened, which I don't think it will, for the record, but that is a tornado, that's a tornado-driven enhanced risk, I believe. Let me double check here. No, it's actually, never mind, it's wind and tornado-driven.
Okay, if you guys
Either
are new
way,
here,
still crazy.
Our goals today are 1,000 likes. And we hit 45K yesterday, 45,000 subscribers. So, I would like to probably...
Last I remember was May 15th, 2018.
Can we at least
Wow.
get
Yeah, it's been a while.
today?
We're down to 3 warnings. We're almost as low as the amount of warnings that we had yesterday in our live coverage yesterday. Live coverage yesterday was obviously a complete, you know... nothing really ended up happening other than the gritty emergency. So far today, it has not looked too bad yet. It looks very similar to what we saw yesterday, honestly, here in the Midwest, where we just have another environment where there's only a couple storms right now, and none of them have really gotten to supercellular levels yet. The one storm that Connor Croft and Storm Meteor are on is this one here near Applington in Parkersville. which has had rotation. It's a very low top supercell. Not really what we're looking for a tornado in this environment. Confirmation that the Greenfield tornado had over 300-mile-per-hour winds. I saw the Doppler radar on wheels thing about that. But again, tornadoes are rated on damage. They're not rated on, you know, they're really just rated on wind. Or sorry, not wind, on damage. You say storm intermediate is too loud? Let me turn it down.
Get back over there, and then when I get back on 20, I'll switch you
down to
guys
that. Rotation on this storm here in Michigan is broadening very quickly. We still do have some circulation on another low top supercell, or cell, I should say, southeast of Rose City. So still a potential for a tornado in a couple different areas. One of them's not warned, but it's not really strong enough, I think, for a warning. Still watching those two areas right now. How comparable is tomorrow's severe weather risk for June 1st, 2011? I actually, believe it or not, remember that day. I used to live in New England. I remember that day very well. I remember watching WCVB and watching a tornado cross in Springfield across that river. Like, I actually remember that day, which is absurd. Like, that day in particular was insane. And anybody that does live in the Northeast probably remembers that too, if you've been there for about 15 years or so. I don't think tomorrow is going to be the same sort of thing, but I mean, I don't know the exact characteristics or like environmental parameters that we had on that day. I'd have to like look back in the history books, basically, because I don't really know. I don't know what the environment was that day, but this is what it looks like for tomorrow. So I'll start with southern New England real quick, and then we'll go northern New England. That's what southern New England looks like tomorrow. So nothing really in southern New England for the most part. Maybe a couple of storms back over in the hills or the higher elevations of western Massachusetts. So maybe an isolated tornado out of that activity. But the main concern, I do think, will be northern New England. Like, this is what we're looking at tomorrow afternoon. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 different storms. The HRRR model is printing around 3. And anything that can stay discrete is going to be what produces the highest tornado risk. So that's what we're watching for the closest here across both New Hampshire and Vermont. Aside from that, the discrete cells that develop out in front of that line will be the ones to watch for. So this should be an early to mid-afternoon event. By the late afternoon and evening, it'll be more of a linear area of storm activity, which will be mostly a wind concern, with the potential for a couple of embedded tornadoes. Now, if you look at the hodographs, for example, which I have actually not looked at, so let's look at this real quick. I've looked at the tornado parameter values, which are pretty crazy. Let's look at the hodographs here for tomorrow. Give you an idea of the spin in the atmosphere. I mean, there's quite a bit of spin. It's not insane. Oh, all right.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, we'll talk about that later. We do have a new tornado warning southeast of Independence in Iowa. This is a storm that is not the one that we've been talking about. So this is the one east of Waterloo. A very low top storm here in eastern Iowa, going eventually towards Manchester, Highway 13, and Masonville. So if you are in this warning, get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. And this will again be moving off to the northeast over the next several minutes. This is the rotation on radar, so that's your rotation right there. Just to the south of Raleigh, going towards Queston. Sounds like croissant. Delhi, Manchester, Masonville, and Winthrop will be on the track of this in Iowa. Manchester also in the track. Dundee will be in the track of this. I believe Connor is going to try to beeline it for that storm, but he's really far away from this. He's still like 50 miles away. I mean, that's moving northeast right now. Still got the tornado warning in Michigan as well, which as of right now, their rotation's still pretty broad. Nothing on the ground with this, but we did have some reports earlier from some damage from a possible tornado over in Alger, just south of Edwards. So this probably did produce at least some sort of brief tornado there. But once again, pretty low top storm right now. It's not really a storm that's, you know, towering up 50 plus thousand feet here. I've had a lot of low top supercells so far here in Iowa. The storm currently about 40,000 feet up. Comparatively to the tornadoes that we had, you know, or the storms we had yesterday, they were upwards of like 55,000 feet at their peak. So definitely a low top storm. But we could see a tornado develop as it moves towards Raleigh and eventually Masonville and Manchester here in Iowa. Let's see if we have any live views of this. We have 6 severe thunderstorm warnings. We only have 3. If you count Canada, it's probably 6, but we don't have Canada warnings triggered for the warning counter. By the way, just a quick update on the other storm that we were watching for a while. This is the other storm that's back over west of this tornado warning, the one back that started in Iowa Falls. You can actually see there's not much of a lowering anymore. There's still something there, just it does not look very impressive. So just letting you know, that storm has been not really organizing whatsoever. It's been struggling. It's been on a struggle bus, to say the least. Here's the latest scan on the velocities. Let's go back to storm relative velocities. Still got some rotation. Nothing on the ground, it doesn't look like right now, but we could have a tornado at some point in the next few minutes, as this does make an approach to areas just to the west and northwest of Ryan. Again, on track for Manchester. It's also going to be going towards Irville, west of Dyersville, south of Edgewood. So again, if you're on the pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place. Connor is making a beeline towards this storm, so we'll have probably a live view in 30 minutes or so, which is obviously a long time, but we'll have something eventually. It's not really a really fast-moving storm either. It's moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Granted, you'll probably catch up to that pretty quickly, even though it's going 40 miles per hour. It's moving northeast. Radar indicated for Delaware and Buchanan counties in Iowa. Let's go back real quickly. I want to go to this screen. Oh, we have a couple live cams. We have the one in Fort Madison and Quincy. Okay, so nothing really there right now. Let's go back to here. This is the latest NATO cast outlook for today. Again, this is a, you know, it's not the Storm Prediction Center, but they use a similar scale. They did issue or they have a little small 10% tornado risk, which again, I wouldn't get too caught up in that. Just kind of giving you a general idea, the greatest tornado risk will probably be from southern Wisconsin and northern Illinois back into eastern Iowa. There is still that low tornado risk in Michigan, but again, it's a pretty short-term risk for a tornado. So again, central and northern Michigan still under at least a low-end risk for a tornado. The most significant tornado risk will begin to ramp up here over the next hour or so across Iowa and eventually move into Wisconsin and Illinois. But don't get too caught up in the colors and what they mean. Just kind of look at the, you know, the area that we're talking about for the greatest concern for, you know, for tornadoes, excuse me. Michigan warning is about to expire. Yeah, the Michigan warning is going to expire here in a minute, and we probably won't get a new one. Let's go back over here real quick. Actually, they already canceled it. Yeah, or actually, no, it just expired. This rotation's been broader over the last several minutes. I mean, we could still get something on this, but again, the rotation's just not as impressive as before. It was definitely stronger when it was back just south of Edwards. All right, tornado warning in Iowa just updated. It's just going to be condensed, I believe. Or actually, it's been expanded back to the west, or was it? No, all right, never mind. It just condensed. Small little condension on this tornado warning in Iowa. Once again, this is for those back over here near Dundee, Masonville, Manchester, Delhi. All those areas included in this tornado warning. Again, moving northeast. If you are in the pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible, just in case this does drop a tornado. And it's a relatively low top supercell, so again, not really a huge towering thunderstorm that's going 50, 60,000 feet that's explosive, but it could still do something as it moves northeast. Low top supercells can still produce tornadoes, even though they're sometimes not as bad. They can still be bad. And then we're still watching some broad circulation near Parkersville. And this is that live shot of that right now. Still a lowering over there, just nothing's really organized with that one. Thank you, Lori, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate it. I'm ready for fall already. I think a lot of us are ready for winter. Am I right? Or am I right? Are we ready for some snowstorms? I'm gonna make a poll, see who's ready for winter. Ready for winter. See what the poll thinks. There are some clouds building here in northwest Missouri right now on the Radar Omega Cyclone Port. Let's go to a satellite real quick. This is satellite imagery. One of the biggest problems with today's severe weather setup in the Midwest is that we have so much cloud cover. Do have some clearing happening over here near Davenport, though, so that's something to keep in mind. That could create more instability. Could see some storms develop near Kansas City in the next few hours. Again, the main concern would just be some isolated damaging winds. This is the future radar for the next few hours, so again, notice how storms kind of fire up around 5 to 6 o'clock. They'll really start to get going, I think, here in southwest Wisconsin and northeastern and eastern parts of Iowa, right around 5 o'clock or so. So if we don't see storms really start to get cranking by 5, I think the risk is not going to be as high as, you know, maybe a 5%, but it could still be something to watch for. By 6 to 7, these storms continue to move east. By 8 o'clock, they're moving towards Milwaukee, Rockford, with mostly a wind threat, isolated tornadoes also being possible. By 9 to 10 o'clock, those storms would be moving into the Chicago suburbs with mostly a wind threat there. And then Michigan, again, is really going to be a concern probably throughout the rest of the afternoon. I mean, again, it's just going to be any storms that can fire up, could produce a tornado risk. But right now, the only threat that I'm currently seeing right now is these storms that are east of West Branch. But if we can get some more storms to fire off near Big Rapids or Mount Pleasant, we could see another isolated tornado, but that'll be a very conditional risk on storms actually firing off. Looks like Connor's actually looking at the storm that's blowing up right now. Let's go over to him. That's this is the storm that is, I believe that's the storm right there that's actually tornado warned that he's looking at.
Thank you for the super chat. I'm sorry, I just missed that.
If not, it might just be a storm that's developing in front of him. It might just be this, like, little cell that's developing just southeast of Waterloo. That could go tornadic, though, at some point down the road.
Look at that little updraft right in front of us.
We do have storms starting to fire off in this area. I can't believe it's been 1 day and 1 month since that tornado outbreak. I watched back the May, I think it was May 25th, tornadoes, that night live stream that we had, the emergency coverage in Texas and Oklahoma for the Claremore tornado and the northern DFW tornado near Saginaw and Valley View. It was crazy to watch that back. And our callouts and everything was actually really spot on. I watched it back, kind of verified stuff. I mean, it's pretty crazy. Connor's driving through my town. That's not a good thing. Yeah, that's what happens in these environments. Iowa is a popular place for storm chasers, especially this time of the year. Hey, World for the $5 super chat. Ready for cooler weather, to be honest. We are baking here in Kansas. No rain or anything. It's sad. Yeah, it's been pretty similar to that in Texas, too. I mean, Texas, it's more typical, but it's been basically the same way. Even in Texas, it's been the same way. I mean, Texas has been in a situation where it's been just extraordinarily warm now, and it's still awfully dry. It was a very wet spring, but unfortunately, we're going into the time of the year where the jet stream is way back up to the north, leading to more of these ridging situations where areas like the southern plains and stuff don't get much activity. And so we're kind of going into the dry year for those in Texas and even Oklahoma. Hey, Gordon for the $10 super chat. What do you think of the humidity in Orlando, Florida? Oh, and I mean, when I was at Disney, the humidity was horrendous in Orlando. It was horrendous. It was so humid. Like, low-key, it was sometimes after it would rain, that was the worst, because the temperature and dew point are basically the same at the ground surface, and the dew points were like in the mid 70s. So like you could just feel yourself sweating nonstop. When it was like 95 degrees and humid, it wasn't as bad, at least, because you weren't sweating 24/7. So the humidity was horrendous in Florida. Still is, but if you're just tuning in, by the way, we still have a tornado warning here for the Queston area near Masonville and Manchester and Delhi in eastern parts of Iowa, just east of Winthrop and east of Waterloo. And we are going to start to watch for more development here over the next couple of hours. It's probably going to start to see an increasing tornado risk. So if you're in these areas, continue to stay weather aware. We've had some storms ongoing over now into western Wisconsin. None of these are rotating really, but we could see something come out of this if these storms go a bit more surface based and or stay a bit more discreet. These storms gonna miss Illinois? No. I just talked about it like 2 minutes ago. Illinois will definitely get some storms later. Thank you, World, for the $5 super chat. If you guys have a rain... What? I don't understand that. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I'm supposed to understand that reference. Make the heat stop? I can't do anything about the heat. I do apologize, but I am not somebody that can change the weather. Unless I wear a Culver's t-shirt, apparently the severe weather risk will go up like tenfold if that happens, so. The tornado warning for Delaware and Buchanan County, Iowa just got condensed a little bit more. And still includes areas near Manchester, Masonville, and Delhi. That's your rotation right there. And that is currently tracking to the northeast. We do get a tornado. It's, again, going to be kind of hard to see on radar. It's a pretty low-top storm. Low-top supercell. But if you are in this area, just continue to stay in your safe place for the next little while until the warning's officially lifted. We got 35 minutes on the tornado warning, so it goes until 4:45 p.m. Central Time. Went right over his head. Sure did. 10 feet of snow sounds great. That actually does. Sounds fantastic. The storm here in Michigan still does have rotation. It's just not much. Just to the west of East Tawas, there is still some rotation here. Near Whitemore. And that's right now moving east. Eventually going in the direction of Wilbur. Other than that, that's really the only storm rotating in Michigan. We actually have a severe thunderstorm warning in Harrisburg in Pennsylvania for some damaging winds. Got a couple of pop-up storms, pretty typical for this time of the year. They still have a tornado possible label on the storm here in southern Connecticut, but I honestly gotta say, I think this is gonna be all wind until it exits offshore. Still got some storm activity south of Providence. That is also gonna be mostly wind until it moves offshore near Newport in South Kingston in southern New England. So nothing too concerning over there as of right now. Back to Connor here for a second. Do I cover potential tornado spinoff from hurricanes? It just depends. I mean, the Texas event that happened the other day, I was considering going live for, but it was so weak when it came to the rotation on radar. It just did not feel that concerning. I don't even think we had any tornadoes out of that, even though there was like 10 or 15 tornado warnings. So, yeah, I just wasn't super duper concerned with that, honestly. That risk. But it just varies.
That would be some rage.
I might rage too.
That would be some rage.
Hopefully it doesn't take you out of the car,
You whirled for the $5 super chat. I gotcha. Yeah, that area is gonna be hot this summer. It always is in Kansas. No exception this year.
And maybe sub to my YouTube.
Thank you, Avril, for becoming a moderate Velocity member, and welcome to the Velocities. We need 48 more members today for a gritty.
Really?
Yeah.
Got him to sub to
48.
Yeah, he's like,
What a number.
He's like, yeah, so who are you? I was like, I'm going meeting my buddy.
Let's go.
He's like, who's your buddy? He's like,
go.
looking us up.
Let's go. Maybe it's. Oh, he's gonna get over it. Yes.
How's it going, Matt? Welcome back.
Oh my gosh, holy clutch.
Is Connor 18? I'm pretty sure he's 20.
More clutch ever.
Could be wrong. As mentioned before, we still have a tornado warning here, going towards Manchester. Nothing really crazy on radar presentation that's really giving us any indication of there being a tornado with this storm in Iowa, but rotation's still there. It's a, again, low-top storm moving to the northeast, approaching Delhi and Masonville. Still relatively broad on velocities. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible as it moves northeast. Had that other storm back over near Parkersburg and New Hartford that tried to get going. It's still there. It just hasn't really turned into much. It's going towards Waverly. Maybe as it moves more east, it could maybe produce some more of a tornado risk, but does not look super concerning as of right now. At least imminent threat does not look concerning. What's this other radar site show? Does it show anything? No, not really. Here's the latest scan. Still not much here. Connor's getting past this one little downpour right now, and after that, we should have a view of this, tornadic storm right now that has rotation. Alright. Oh yeah, check poll. I forgot about the poll. 42% of people said yes, that they want winter, and 58% of you guys said no, you don't want winter. It's out of 1,500 people. It's wild. Tornado warning has been condensed further. It no longer includes Quentin. I can't speak. Quentin is no longer included in this warning, and Raleigh no longer included in the warning. Delaware County, Buchanan County, obviously the two areas that we're watching with this tornado warning. Honestly, we could actually be looking at a tornado risk here and here. We have a couple of different storms that look pretty similar to each other. The main area is this one here, just north of Robinson, but any of these could end up producing a tornado as this moves northeast. So again, continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning, away from windows, the lowest floor possible. And we also have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Bergen and Passaic counties in New Jersey for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and a new warning for Grand County, Utah. Out of all places, Utah for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. So messy radar imagery. Well, I mean, these are two storms. I mean, these storms right here, they're just low-top supercells, so they're not going to look super crazy here. I'll put on the smoothing feature so it looks a little bit cleaner here. My eyes feel much more relieved when I'm looking at this. I usually only use this when we have, like, you know, storms that are not super tornadic or look super crazy. Where do you usually stream from on YouTube? Culver's. Absolutely. Everybody loves a weatherman that can make it cooler. Unfortunately, this summer does not look really friendly towards colder weather. I'm going to be honest with you, this summer is going to be brutal when it comes to the heat. It is going to be a brutal summer. Just going to wait for another radar scan, see if anything intensifies on this storm. If you have any questions, you can feel free to leave those in the chat. I'll try to answer some questions while we wait for radar scans. Again, there's only one tornado warning right now. It's this one. Everything else is pretty minimal. So we're just kind of waiting for this activity to bubble up more. I still think the peak for this tornado risk will be between 5 and 6. So we are still about an hour-ish, just a little under an hour away from that. We did have a flash flood emergency in northern Illinois, or northern Iowa, sorry, last night. I can't remember what the town was, but we did have that last night. Why is Culver's not sponsored you yet? I don't even think they know I exist. I think that's the problem. Once again, if you are in Manchester, Masonville, Delhi, or Dundee in Iowa, make sure that you're continuing to stay in your safe place, or Delaware. Population this morning, by the way, is about 9,600. Don't have anything confirmed on this storm, just broad circulation right now. This is the area of interest, moving to the northeast. It's not really much, but we're still watching it to see if it tries to do anything here. I know somebody at corporate, I'll let her know. I'm almost guarantee you they don't know I exist. I don't even think Circle knows I exist. A Culver sponsorship would be insane, though. That'd be one of the most insane sponsorship ever. Here's the latest scan. Still broad circulation right now, heading towards Manchester. Nothing confirmed on this thus far. No debris signature, nothing like that. Could still get a tornado with that, even with all that said, so just continue to stay in your safe place for in this morning. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. As this does continue to track towards Manchester in Iowa. Suck City is the first place for Culver's. Or Furt's Culver's restaurant? That's actually crazy. The max velocity Culver's meal. Oh my god. That'd be insane. Do we have a storm near Lansing? Let me take off smoothing here. We have a storm near Lansing here. That actually might be trying to develop into something. Let's see. There's a little bit of rotation trying to develop on the storm near Lansing. So this one here in northeastern Iowa, going towards Wisconsin, might be something to watch for as that moves northeast. There's a little bit of rotation here. Let's watch that one closely. And that's moving east right now. East and east-northeast. I don't think this is imminent, but if it does produce something, it'll be going towards Soldiers Grove, Viroqua, and Richland Center in Wisconsin. There's a little bit of rotation there. Still rotation on the storm near New Hartford. Storm's been going for quite a while here. Still rotation on this one. And it's been broad the entire time. It's a storm that we've been talking about for a long time as well. This is the one that, you know, Connor and Storm Media were on at the very beginning. Still broad circulation, but it's been trying. Has been trying. This is currently near New Hartford, just northwest of Cedar Falls. Near Janeville. Trying to see if we have any sort of live shot on this. So just give me 1 second on that. Yeah, I don't see any sort of view on this storm right now. Just trying to see if we have any live shot on this storm, because both Storm Intermedia and Connor are going for that eastern storm right now. Oh, okay, we do. And that is it right there. Wow, that's still very ominous. It basically looks the same that they left it on. It looks the same still. This is not the tornado warning cell, for the record. It's the one that's still a normal little cell that has some broad circulation back over near Cedar Falls in Iowa. Still exists, still has the same appearance as it did when we left it, has had that lowering this entire time. That thing means business. Yeah, I mean, this thing's been like this forever. Max, you're worse than my wife with the TV remote. What does that even mean? I don't have a TV remote. What's wrong with that cloud? I mean, it's a wall cloud. This storm has had a large lowering the entire time, basically. Almost ever since we started this live stream, this thing has had a lowering. I mean, it's literally had a lowering this entire time. Just insane. I can't believe we still have a view of that. I mean, this is the storm that we're talking about here. And this is Connor looking at the other storm that is tornado warned. That's the actual one that's tornado warned. You can actually see it towering up there. So that thing's still trying. Let's go back to Iowa again, or this storm in Iowa. Honestly, this could get tornado warned. I don't know. It looks a bit more organized on radar than before. It still has a large lowering. This thing's been going forever. Baltimore hit 101 degrees today. Wow. That is absurd. Unrelated to this, but that's crazy. Again, if you're just tuning in, large lowering here still in Iowa, back over near Cedar Falls. It's not even warned as a tornado warning right now. This particular storm. Rotation's been pretty broad this entire time, but it's been trying for a while. Moving east, going towards Denver, Fairbank, Redland, Dunkerton, just north right now of Waterloo. That camera was from Cedar Falls. We're still looking into it. The tornado warning that they had was actually just canceled, so they've gone ahead and canceled that for the time being. So we have no tornado warnings at all right now. So that tornado warning over here was canceled. We'll see what Connor decides to do in Storm Intermedia. I honestly still think this storm here is really the best potential of doing something. That one to the east did not look super impressive. There's a lot of storms there. This thing's had a large lowering essentially this entire time. We're gonna keep watching this here, see if anything tries to drop out of it. Still a large lowering here. .71 degrees here in Manitowoc, Wisconsin. Don't make me jealous. 101 degrees in Baltimore. I feel for anybody that's in Baltimore. It's insane. Supposed to say womp womp to the people in Baltimore. Should. Womp womp to the people in Baltimore at 101 degrees. Baltimore, I mean, that's just crazy though. 101 degrees is absurd. That's like Texas during its peak. Or parts of, not all of Texas, but like DFW, that's like its peak. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is a storm that we've been watching for a while here. This again back over on US 18. This is again near Waterloo in Iowa. Going back to radar here. This is the storm that we've been talking about that has had a lowering for quite some time. Going towards Janesville and north side of Cedar Falls. That's the rotation that we're looking at right now. Moving to the northeast. It's again still broad rotation, but for quite a while now, this storm's had rotation to some extent at least. So it's been broadly circulating for a while. We should continue to get a better view of this storm as it does continue to track to the east. So we're going to keep a close eye on this. That right there, go again, is your lowering. Just a large, very minimally spinning wall cloud. There's really not much to it right now. Who just said 59 degrees Fahrenheit here? There's no way it's 59 degrees wherever you are. What part of the country are you in? You're in like Wyoming? I am extremely jealous if it is 59 degrees. That is crazy. By the way, the storm near Whitemore and East Tawas is, it doesn't have much rotation anymore in Michigan, so we're not really concerned about that one anymore. The storm's back over in the New York City area, predominantly just a wind threat at this point. There is really not much of a tornado risk left with that activity. And our main concern from here on out will be the Midwest, as long as storms can get going here. We've been watching these storms trying to develop here for the last little while. Thus far, most of these storms have just been ordinary, but we are still waiting to see if a tornado risk gets going. And none of these storms currently are tornado warned or severe thunderstorm warned. The storm in particular that I have the most concern about is the one near Janesville and Cedar Falls. Okay, so that's the one that I have the most concern about right now. And again, this is the one that we're looking at right now. Alright. It's Connor in Iowa. Yes, Connor and Storm and Meteor are both in Iowa. This is Connor's view right now of that other storm that was tornado warned. You can just see the towering cumulus, but again, these are really low top storms. Again, these cloud tops are going upwards of 30 to 35, maybe 40,000 feet, and that's about it. They're not super tall. So these are definitely not really hailstorms by any means. When you look at the environment today, you know, when you think about the hail risk is extremely low. Let me just go ahead and show you. Whoop, that's the wrong thing. Let me just real quickly show you this. This is the hail risk for today. All right, you ready for this? This is gonna be crazy. It is just a large 5% hail risk for today. There's not much of any hail risk. Reason why is because these storms are not really towering up. The updrafts are not towering to 50,000+ feet into the atmosphere. They're relatively low to the ground. So hail risk is definitely kind of just out the drain. The wind threat is really still the main concern. Could still see a few tornadoes. Again, our greatest tornado risk is going to be from Waterloo, Cedar Rapids, and Iowa City, back into Davenport, Madison, Janesville, Beloit, Rockford, back near Kenosha. Could also see an isolated tornado near the Chicago area, but there isn't much to see on radar right now. And again, I'm telling you right now, yesterday was the same way where we had like nothing happen. I kind of hope that it stays the same today too, but who knows? I mean, yesterday was one of those days. We had if you guys were watching yesterday, we were live for like 3.5 hours. The biggest thing that happened in the entire live stream was Connor Croft grittying. Literally. So, fun fact. I'm trying to get that video back, by the way, of that lowering, so just give me 1 second on that. All right, here's the video. There you go. There's that large lowering still north of Waterloo in Iowa. This is a video. I think it's just bugging out a little bit. Should come back in a second. Look at that thing. Thing still has a large lowering. It's still pretty impressive here. You have to pay for Radar Omega. The base app is like $9, and then you can get a subscription if you want, but it's not required. You do want to download it. The link's in the bottom of the description. Still pretty impressive to watch this, you know, storm, even though it's not producing a tornado. Still a pretty impressive lowering. No doubt about that. Connor is approaching that other storm. We'll go to him in a second. He is approaching that storm that still has a relatively low base. So we'll go to him in a second. Do I have a Discord? Yes, we do. The Discord link is in the description. By the way, make sure to follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Discord, all those links in the description down below. We'll keep you posted with the latest on all those platforms. We are posting, by the way, a ton to Facebook now. I highly recommend you following us on Facebook. Joining our Discord server, too. You will get notified when we go with, or when we have videos, you'll get notified. I don't know about live streams, to be honest with you. I don't think our Discord bot knows when we go live, so I don't know if that actually will let you know if we go live. But it will let you know if we have a video. So, yeah. Do recommend checking all that stuff out. I follow you on Rumble. Excuse me? Do I have a Rumble profile? I feel like I've actually made a Rumble. That's actually ironic. I think I do have a Rumble. I don't think I've ever touched it, but I think I have an account on there. Now the invite link will work in the description. Is that a shelf cloud we're looking at on Connor's stream? No, it's just the cloud base right there. That's all that is. Drop the LinkedIn? I don't even know if I have a LinkedIn profile, to be honest. I would have to look. I don't know if I do. I think I've made one. I just don't think I've ever touched it. I follow you on Instagram. There's only like, I think we only have like 300 followers right now on Instagram. That's it. Well, I've never advertised it, and we didn't start posting on it until like 3 days ago, so it's relatively new. We are beginning to lose visual on that lowering here. Let me see if we have any other live cams on that storm. Again, there's really not much rotation with this. It's kind of a little bit surprising. I thought we would get a bit more of a threat going here. So far, it has not been too shabby. Now, again, that could change. There are a ton of cameras along this road, so yeah, here's another view of it. So this again near Waterloo. That's your lowering still have a lowering. This has been lowered for the last hour and a half, I think. Like, low-key. It's been going for 90 minutes, and we've had nothing with it other than just a large lowering. Somebody just entered the Discord. Yeah, whenever I mention we have a Discord server, the Server always blows up with new people. I don't usually mention it that often. Multiple reports of injuries. This is a interesting one in Cromwell, Connecticut. Multiple reports of injuries with multiple people down after being hit from a lightning strike at a golf course. Isn't that where the Travelers Cup thing is? So apparently lightning struck there in Cromwell, Connecticut. Multiple people down and injured. That's not a good thing, by the way. That could be bad. Why is this max hydration thing on? Golf tournaments there? That's not good. Is the golf tournament happening right now, or is it in pause right now? That's not good at all. I mean, lightning strikes are dangerous. Like, if you get struck by lightning, it can be deadly. Hopefully everybody's okay there. That's not what we want to see. Do the gritty. We need 47 more new members to have a gritty today. 47. It's not happening. There's no way that's happening today. I made the goal at 50. We've gotten 3 since then. It was suspended 2 hours ago. I'm guessing it's not going to be coming back up anytime soon, especially if people got injured there. Your Instagram is blowing up with followers, is it? I haven't been paying attention. We're up to 297 followers on Instagram. Would you look at that? At Max Velocity WX if you want to follow us on Instagram. We're not going to use Instagram much other than just for dual posting, so just going to have it for now. Will I be live tomorrow? I think we'll be live. I mean, unless something changes. I think we'll be live again tomorrow. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued. That is going to be back up here near Decorah and Wacoon for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. So let that storm cook. The other one near Lynxville still has some broad circulation. That's going to be heading into Wisconsin. Other than that, I mean, again, there really are not many storms right now that have any rotation. I mean, really, the main storm is that one maybe in, like, Wisconsin, and this one that's back over near Denver. Which even this one doesn't look that great. We've been looking at this lowering for the longest time. Still has a lowering right there. That's the live camera north of Waterloo. Ow. Back to Connor for a second.
If this produced a tornado, it would be a memorable one.
That storm's cooking, no cap. This is the other one was tornado warned near Winthrop, Iowa. That thing's still blown up. Towering cumulus and everything. Got the storm base there at the bottom. Unrelated to weather, by the way, I got a Wawa Oreo cookie bunt cake. You see that?
There it is.
It looks good.
Yeah, that thing is low topped.
Looks like something trying to get organized near west of Holy Cross, maybe a little bit more organized up there.
Yeah, I see that one. I think this one is blocking our view of that one.
Yeah, I know.
Friendly reminder, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below, like the stream as well.
I'm staying on this road until I get to the view.
And also, if you want to support the page above and beyond, you can become a member. The join button is down below. It's also one of the top links in the description below.
But for now, I'm just gonna get to the view.
It is the top link in the description below. Also, while we have a second in between, you know, there really not being anything that's too crazy right now, I just want to mention that we do have new merchandise on shopmaxvelocity.net. We have our Drunk NATO collection, which if you don't know what a Drunk NATO is, we'll talk about it later, because we actually have a new tornado warning. It's actually on the storm that we were just talking about a moment ago.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning. What timing right there? New tornado warning for those east of Janesville and Denver. This is the storm that we've been literally watching forever now. That has been rotating for the longest time and still is. There is rotation near Denver. So if you're in this pink polygon, seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. This will be going towards Reedlin and north of Dunkerton. So again, this currently is moving east, and this is the live view of this tornado warning cell. That right there, again, is the lowering that we've been talking about for the longest time now. That right there is that lowering. So once again, if you are in the pink polygon in that tornado warning, seek shelter. It has been rotating for the... it's at least had a lowering for the longest time, and it still has a lowering. That is probably going to be our only live shot of that until it actually gets further east. That right there, though, is again the lowering. Don't see anything on the ground. It is radar indicated, but that right there is where we would be looking for the potential of a tornado. That would be the top right of your screen there on a live shot. But yeah, from what I'm seeing right now, it is just still a large lowering. Again, there's not been anything confirmed on it by any means yet. It's just a large lowering. It has been like this, again, for the span of this entire storm. So, it's possible, though, with what we've been seeing on the velocities for the last few scans, we could get a tornado. The winds have definitely picked up a little bit. So, still have a potential for a tornado with this. We've also just jumped up to 9 severe thunderstorm warnings, the bulk of those currently being issued in New York and Pennsylvania. I guess a funnel cloud was reported on it. I have not yet seen anything. I mean, we've been looking at these live traffic cams. They've had pretty solid shots of this storm. I mean, I haven't seen anything definitive. Now, with that said, the emergency management 10 minutes ago did say that there was a funnel cloud near US 18 and Bremer on Black Hawk County line. Which this does include Black Hawk and Bremer counties in Iowa. There was a funnel cloud 10 minutes ago. Now, we haven't seen that, but I mean, we've had just a large lowering here, and it's about to exit the screen, but that right there is your lowering. So again, that's moving east right now. This is again on West I-380. Connor's also looking at something interesting too. Look at this. This is the other storm near Winthrop, Iowa. Actually, it looks like a little bit of a lowering trying to develop on that storm now, too. So things might be picking up just a little bit here. That's the storm back, again, in eastern Iowa that's not warned at all.
Dude, imagine if this thing produced like...
Hey, by the way, Fizz and as well as Mister for becoming members, and welcome to the Velocities. Here's back to the radar here. And that's the area of circulation. Still not super strong. We had a funnel cloud reported on this. This is, again, going to be going eventually towards Fairbank and the El Ween area near Hazleton. But right now, in the imminent track is Reedlin, Denver, and on the north side of Dunkerton. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning, away from windows, lowest floor possible. I'm going to be back in 2 seconds. I got to turn up my AC because I'm freezing. Guys, you will not believe it. I did not know I did this. My AC, ever since I started this live stream, I accidentally clicked a button and I didn't know what it would do. My AC has been on for the last 2.5 hours, just constantly going down. It was at 77 degrees in here. It's at 66 degrees right now. That's why I'm so cold. That would be why that it is very cold in here. So that's fantastic. I have a computer running, so it does make it a little bit warmer, but holy crap. I'm freezing for a reason. I need to let some heat in here. I need a blanket low-key. I'm getting a blanket. I've gotten very cold in here very quickly. I was wondering why it was getting so cold in here. I'm like, this does not feel right.
I don't even know.
The Buke.
Go towards the Buke and then go north towards like Platteville.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Thank you, Julie, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities.
That's what I'm thinking.
If you're just tuning in, that's Connor, by the way. He's looking at the other storm that's not tornado warned.
Yeah, a little mini supercell.
Yeah.
This does not feel right. No, it doesn't feel right for me either. I mean, honestly, it's kind of sad. I'm very cold now. Yeah, from what I'm seeing, I'm not seeing anything even with the storm chasers that are in this area. It just looks like a large lowering like we've had for the last hour and a half. I don't know if this is going to really drop. It could, though. I mean, long term, I think this does have a solid chance at dropping a tornado. Now, the other one that Connor's looking at, this one's actually ramping up. We actually do have rotation now on this. We have a couple spots by the looks of it. At least this one looks more likely. So we do have some stronger rotation there. Northwest of New Vienna. And again, Connor's going to be approaching this. So we're going to keep a close eye on him. He's at the bottom right of your screen right now. What's crazy is that yesterday, we were supposed to have a big squall line with these storms, and that never happened. We don't even have, like, any, like, storms. We don't even have a line that's really developed yet. Maybe that's what's happening now. We might have a line developing now back over in northern Iowa. We've had nothing, though, ever since. Max has a blanket. Once again, my AC has been on for the last 2.5 hours, and I had no clue until now, and I am actually freezing. It is currently 66 degrees. It was 77 when I started the live stream, and I was wondering why it was getting so cold. It's just been running nonstop. I didn't know it could do that. I'm honestly very sad. And south of Denver right now is where the strongest area of rotation is on this storm in Iowa. Continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows. Lowest floor possible if you're in this morning. Let's see if we have any other live shots of this. Tornado, I know. I am well aware. We do not work with Ryan Schull yet. I say yet because we might be soon. Stay tuned. Yeah, we don't have any. We don't have any live views anymore of this storm, unless there's one facing the other direction. We've had pretty good success for quite a while of being able to see this lowering on this storm. I don't think we have one anymore. Yeah. All right. Electrical bill? I have no clue. It might go skyrocketing after what just happened. That was 2 straight hours of consecutive use of my AC, and now I'm freezing. All right, back over here to where Connor is. The rotation is starting to ramp up here on this storm north of Dyersville. We could end up getting a tornado warning on this. We'll see. This storm's been blowing up for the last few minutes now. That supercell, or storm I should say, that's been developing here, it has become, looks more organized at least, in picture from what Connor's looking at. That's the storm right there.
After we get the surprise tornado, surprise photogenic tornado today over here.
I hope so. I hope you're...
Still radar indicated, by the way, on that tornado warning in Bremer and Hawk, or Black Hawk County in Iowa. So that warning is, as of right now, it is still radar indicated. It's just
Yeah,
updated.
This looks like pretty strong updraft now, so I'm feeling encouraged by that.
That might be the one.
Might be
That
the
we've
one
been looking for.
Robert, there is a Radar Omega chat in the description, or in the Discord. I mean,
Looks like it's
that you can
slowing
find
down
that
a bit,
color
too.
table.
Hopefully, it's freaking cooking. I'm having a hard
I
time.
think it's slowing down.
I'm
We'll
having
be
a hard
able
time.
to definitely be able to catch it on the other side of the river. So.
Yeah,
Go back to them in a second. Again, this storm that has some rotation, it does not look as strong as before, as I mentioned a moment ago. Going back to velocities, still some broad circulation near C57 going towards Fairbank. Redland, and on the north side of Dunkerton are the only locations currently included in this warning. So just continue to stay in that safe place for the next several minutes as it will continue to move east. There are more reports, by the way, that there are multiple people that are injured after being hit by a lightning strike in Cromwell, Connecticut. So there are verifying reports there of that, unfortunately. Here's a video, by the way, of this tornado warning. I don't really know how I can do this. I don't know what Monder is. I'm going to be honest with you. Give me 1 second. I'm going to take this off. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. We're going to do that. All right. Here's a video of this tornado warning cell a moment ago. It's from one of our viewers back over here near Waterloo. And you just see it. I mean, it's an impressive looking storm. It has been this entire time. Let's go back a little bit forward. You can see that large lowering, though. Right there in the middle. Just a large lowering with this. And it has been like this basically the entire span of the last 2 hours. It literally, the last 2 hours, we've had this sort of picturesque view. This has probably been the closest, though, that I would have to say that it's been to producing an actual tornado. This is probably the closest we've seen it to being tornadic. Thank you, Sean, for sending that in. Appreciate it. If you do have any photos or videos that you've taken yourself, you can also send those into us on Twitter or on Facebook. Those are both at MaxVelocityWX. We are still watching rotation that's near Highway 3 going towards Cassville. It's still relatively weak rotation, but there is something there. And this tornado warning northeast of Waterloo does go for 21 more minutes. There is still rotation here. We've had a lowering for a while now. See if it tries to develop into anything. Look at that. This is Connor. He has a rainbow on the ground. His camera's too high. Look at that. There is a rainbow confirmed on the ground. That is crazy. That is like the lowest rainbow I've ever seen.
That is seriously the lowest to the ground rainbow I've ever seen. And that rainbow is lit on the ground, all the way through.
I wonder our north is really it's hooking on radar.
Wow.
That rainbow is so low.
There it is.
You think it's right there?
We got a rainbow on the ground. It's officially a warning.
It's so weird, at least from our
Herville, Iowa. Rainbow is on the ground. It's crazy.
It is one side south of us.
A major rainbow action.
We do have an upgrade on the warning back over in northeastern Iowa. That's near Decorah and the Waukegan area. That is going to be for damaging winds now up to 70 miles per hour. I'm trying to wrap myself in a blanket. I'm really cold. Fantastic. Got the winter spirit already here, only in 2 days into summer. Fantastic. This storm was upgraded to 70 mile per hour damaging winds. It's currently moving east. Still have rotation here. I'm surprised there's no warning on that yet. I mean, it's not really that strong yet, but there's definitely rotation just south of Cassville. Clip it, new emoji. Honestly, this could be an emoji. This is a vibe. If you're just tuning in, this is our only tornado warning right now. This does include those near Redland. Have had a lowering on this, as I mentioned before, for a long time, and it still has a lowering. So again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. In case this does try to drop a tornado. Alright. Going back to Connor here for a second.
This one's dying behind us.
Am I wearing a sweater? No, I'm wearing I'm wearing a blanket right now. If you're just tuning in, my AC was turned down. Apparently to not, I mean, it was like an endless AC unit, basically. It was at 77 when I started the live stream, which is usually what my room is. It went all the way down to 66. And I mean, we've been live for like 2.5 hours almost now. It was supposed to just be set at one temperature, which was like 76. And it ended up going down all the way to 66. So, good times. And now I'm really cold.
Yeah, we're about to pass through the butte now. We're gonna hit these on the Wisconsin side of the river.
This is the latest radar scan on the tornado warning. We still do have broad circulation right now near Highway 281 west of Fairbank. Near Redland. Still moving east. Still rotating. It's a lonesome supercell out here, going towards Hazleton and the Olween area of Iowa. Aside from that, again, we don't really have any other rotation anywhere, aside from the storm that's where Connor is, the one just south of Cassville, which has had rotation for a little while. We have a lot of warnings now back over in the northeast, but a lot of these, again, just will be ordinary wind and hail events. Nothing absurd or out of the ordinary up here. This is just ordinary severe weather for this time of the year. This is very typical, just damaging winds and hail. Tornado risk should be very close to zero across those areas with that type of environment. So that's what we're looking at there. And that's your rotation right now. Just south of Redland. Still have some rotation here. Day 2 enhanced risk, I am well aware. We'll probably be live tomorrow. You know, I gotta say though, this weather pattern, even after today, is gonna be really active. Because it does look like tomorrow will be, you know, pretty active, potentially significant in the northeast with a possibility for a tornado outbreak. And even Monday, back over in parts of the Midwest and the upper Midwest, looks like another big day. There is a slight risk right now, but that could easily get upgraded to enhanced once we get closer. But we are entering into actually quite the active weather pattern here for the middle to end of June. And just a quick little update here. This is what it looks like for, we'll do tomorrow first. Enhanced risk, which is wind and tornado driven back over in the northeast. First time in 6 years that the New England area has experienced a 10% tornado risk. And then once we go into Monday, we have another large marginal and slight risk, which do include Minnesota, Wisconsin, and across much of the Midwest. I'm planning on being live for both days, so just make sure that you're subscribed to the channel. It does look like it'll be pretty active for the next little while. And unfortunately, it looks like both... I do think Monday could be more significant, especially with hail and wind. But we also could see a tornado risk try to ramp up out of that too. This is the latest scan, by the way. Still have some rotation here. It's not as strong as before. It's broadening out a little bit. The tornado warning has been condensed. It does still include areas just west of Fairbank. So if you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. Just in case this does try to drop a tornado. Even though the odds of that still are not super high, it's definitely still a possibility with today's environment. Has had a lowering for a long time, so if it starts to spin a little bit, it definitely could do something. Hey, Marissa, for the $10 Venmo for the electric bill fund. I appreciate that. Thank you. That might cover my electric bill that just probably went skyrocketing after having my AC on for 2 straight hours. Freezing me. Appreciate that. Also, while we wait for the next radar scan, do want to give a big shout out to Chris for becoming a VIP Velocity member. I do appreciate it. Put some hearts in the chat for Chris. That is our highest tiered membership on the channel. I do appreciate your generosity. Thank you, Zork, for becoming a Velocity member. Also, thank you, Ragan, for the $2.99 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you. As a reminder, we are again looking at the tornado warning that is northeast of Waterloo right now. So that's where we're at right now in terms of the area that we're covering. So far, again, we've not really seen a full-blown line of storms develop, but it looks like that is attempting to develop right now back over here in parts of northern Iowa. We are watching for that tornado risk to try to grow over the next couple of hours here across eastern Iowa, back into southwestern Wisconsin, and as well as northwestern Illinois. Those will be the areas to watch for. The greatest concern for a tornado risk. And then Michigan, so far, looking pretty clean when it comes to any sort of severe weather. Had that possible brief tornado earlier south of Edwards, but aside from that, the storm activity that was severe has moved out. Doesn't look like we'll be looking at much more severe weather there soon. And it looks like Brandon Kopic, what in the world is he doing? Isn't he coming back from vacation today? Is he on an airplane? Or is he, like, driving? Does he have his location tracker on an airplane right now? I don't know. I don't know if that's his. I don't know if that's tracking him right now on the airplane coming back from France or whatever. But I would have to see if it moves. It is. I think he's on an airplane right now. I legitimately think he's on an airplane with his Radar Omega tracker on. I could be wrong, but I think that's what that is. It's moving pretty fast. What in the world? What's the command to make another screen on Radar Omega? Does anybody remember? I can't remember the command. I was gonna... Yeah, he's on a plane. He's legitimately... He has to be with how fast he's going. He's literally on a plane right now. Goodness gracious. He is... I can tell how excited he is to be back to storm chasing. Still waiting for Connor to approach those storms. We're just going to go to the screen for now. Still looking at the storm near Fairbank that has some broad rotation. This warning might end up getting canceled, but we'll see. There was a funnel cloud reported a ways back on this storm. It's still, again, moving to the east. Could still produce a tornado risk down the road. But, again, doesn't look super imminent to me. Maybe he can report the actual echo tops. He might be able to do some echo top chasing. Looks like the storm back over here in eastern Iowa, it still has rotation. We've been talking about it for a while, but there is still at least some weak and broad rotation north of Holy Cross. With that said, it looks like we're about to see a storm merge or two. Maybe. It looks like this is going to try to merge into the actual storm that we've been looking at for a while here. So something to watch for as that moves east. But it has been rotating for quite some time now. At least some broad circulation. That's moving east. I saw a tornado from an airplane and it was unforgettable. That's crazy. All right, this tornado warning again does end in about 6 minutes or 7 minutes, and then we're still watching the other storm back over here north of the Ashbury area, northwest of Jamestown in Wisconsin. There is still rotation here. This is the one that Connor's making an approach to, so we're going to continue to watch this closely as it moves to the east. We'll eventually move into Wisconsin here pretty soon. No warning on this at all, but we're still watching that rotation because it could definitely do something. And again, Connor will be approaching the storm, and Storm Intermediate, I believe, is right behind them. My dog is being mailed to you? What? Excuse me?
In a good position.
Back to Connor here for a second.
It's been a battle. It's been a freaking battle out here.
That's some southeasterlies just east of the river.
Really?
Yeah. So that's...
No problem, Kelly. Alright, tornado warning has now officially been canceled. Yay! Now that is exciting. That storm kind of looked like it was kind of losing itself anyways there. I honestly think the next one that could produce a tornado will be this one, but it's still going to probably take a little bit to get going. I mean, it has to get through the storm merger here first, which might take 15 minutes, but I do think after that it'll probably have a chance at producing a tornado as it moves to the east. It'll be going towards Platteville in Wisconsin, Jamestown, and really the greatest tornado risk is in this area, in my opinion. So right now, this particular storm is in a pretty good spot for a tornado, so definitely gonna be something to watch for as that continues to move east. With that said, I'm gonna go to Connor here. I'll be back in 60 seconds. Gonna take a quick little break. We will be right back. Stay tuned while I try to get the fireplace going because I am absolutely freezing.
Minutes we'll be shooting pretty much into this thing, so we're getting close. Still got it to the north there.
merger's coming into right into the hook area.
Yeah, I know.
Well, like it did the other day, like the shear might just be so good, it's just gonna eat it, and it's just...
Or it'll turn into just a low precipitation, or just like an LP blob as it dies from just, I don't even know.
Maybe. Got a CG now.
Let's go. Got a CG on it, Chad.
Cloud to ground.
Ground lightning strike on it.
I could low-key take a nap with how cold it is in here. It's like napping type temperature. Friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below, like the stream as well.
Look good.
If you want to support the page above and beyond, you can become a member with the join button down below. We currently need 45 more members for a Gritty in today's live stream. Since I'm a very nice person, and I don't know if this live stream is really going to be 8 hours long, I'll drop that number down to 25 members for a Gritty, making it more competitive. Alright, I got chocolate milk now. Say you're cold? Yeah, if you're just tuning in, the my AC was set. Before I went live, I pressed a button, and it was 77 degrees in here, and the temperature ended up dropping all the way to a whopping 66 degrees, and I am freezing. So yeah, the AC basically just said, hey, we're gonna make it so it is a Arctic tundra in your room, and that's what happened.
Got the merger coming in.
A new tornado warning.
All right, they have issued a new tornado warning in Iowa. That's going to be north of Rickardsville, near Sherrill. This is not surprising. This has been rotating for a while. So brand new tornado warning in eastern Iowa. Connor's going to be approaching this here pretty soon. He's bottom right of your screen, or he will be. So yeah, if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. As I mentioned before, this one has been rotating for a long time, and it has definitely a chance at producing something as it moves east, going towards Potosi, Wisconsin, eventually. So this storm definitely has a chance at producing something. Been rotating for a while. Thank you, Mike, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Appreciate that. Oh. I am so cold. Holy crap. I don't want to put on the heat because never even used it. This includes Balltown, by the way. Balltown, Old Balltown, and O'Neill are the locations in this warning here in Iowa. It's a population of 475, and then it'll eventually cross into Wisconsin. Should have a new velocity scan in just a second here. Have I received weather socks? Don't think so. The radar hasn't updated on velocities, but that rotation, once again, is going to be right about here now. Right where that hook is. So that's where we're looking for that potential for a tornado. I'm going to try to see if my phone updated. Hey, Mike and Dava for both becoming members, and welcome to the velocities.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, that rotation's intensifying. It hasn't updated on here, but there's now a new tornado warning also for Wisconsin. That's going to be for Platteville and Potosi. If you are in this warning, make sure that you're seeking shelter, again, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. As this storm is definitely going to try to produce a tornado as this moves east. The rotation has intensified. Here's a better view of that rotation on the latest scan. Which would be this right here. You can't really see it still, but that's really the area of rotation. It's intensified a little bit on the latest scan. It's going towards Potosi. Rockville, Cornelia, Platteville in western Wisconsin. This could be a long track storm depending on how things go. So very possible that we get a tornado, and it could be something we're watching for a while. So, and make sure that you're in your safe place if you are in this area, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. It's going to be in Iowa right now. It's about to cross right into Wisconsin. Velocity should update here in a second. Should have a better view of this. And Connor's also approaching this, so we'll have a view from him too. The Thunder Chicken also for becoming a maximum velocity member, and welcome to the Velocities. 2 tornado warnings pretty quick. Well, it's the same storm. They're different CWA regions, so this warning only goes so far. So, yeah. All right, there's your rotation. Still there. I mean, we definitely have rotation. It's not super strong, but it's strong enough to the point where, as this continues to move east, it could be producing a tornado. Going towards Potosi, Route 61, and Rockville. Now, this storm right now is moving east at about 35 miles per hour, so it's a pretty fast-moving storm. It's going to be heading towards Dickeyville as well. Connor sounded excited about going towards that area, so... Yeah, Connor's not far from this. He's, let's see. He's probably still a good 15 to 20 minutes out from the storm, but should have a better view of it here in a few minutes as this continues to move east. Again, that's the area of rotation that we're looking at here. The tornado warning has already been condensed here for the Duba K County, Iowa. It's already been condensed just a little bit. For those in Balltown, continue to stay in your safe place. Potosi and Platteville, by the way, in Wisconsin are home of almost 18,000 people. So if you know any friends or family there, definitely let them know. Definitely make sure that they are in their safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is a storm that is going to be capable of producing a tornado as it moves east. The rotation on radar is relatively rain-wrapped, so it's definitely a rain-wrapped area of rotation right now, but could still produce a tornado as it does continue to move east. But just a little bit here. Here's the latest scan. Just crossing over the river right now, just southeast of Cassville. Dubuque. Gotcha. Dubuque County. And then after that, it's out of here. It's going into Wisconsin after that. Rotation's already kind of crossing into Wisconsin as we speak. It's right now crossing the river. I'll have another radar scan in a second. Still no debris signature, but that rotation's definitely strong enough to the point where we could have a tornado at any time as that moves east. Van Buren is the immediate area. McCartney as well. Tennyson, British Hollow, Rockville, Potosi all in the track of this. Cornelia, Platteville, Big Patch will also be in the track of this particular storm. We also have a storm back over here in northeastern Iowa, which is mostly going to be a wind concern. Tornado risk out of this is not expected. More of a wind threat as this moves towards Lansing, Harper's Ferry, Westport, Richland Center, Muskota in western Wisconsin. Near Hazleton, we also still have rotation on that storm. That one's actually begun to rotate again on radar. So this might get tornado warned again as well near Hazleton. We'll see. But that rotation's begun to pick up a little bit more again. Should have a new radar scan in a second on this tornado warning. Waiting for the radar to update. How's everybody doing today, by the way? Hope everybody's having a good day so far. How's everybody doing? As we wait for a radar scan, we'll wait for Connor to approach on this storm. Check phone. Name Marissa for the $10 Venmo. This is for Tucker so he can buy mini M&Ms. Very exciting. Appreciate that. Thank you. Guess Tucker's buying mini M&Ms. Pretty good. It's good to hear. Glad to be done driving. Here's the latest scan. Okay, there's a little bit of something that's showing up now on the CC, but I don't think that's a tornado. It's not convincing enough by any means for that to be a tornado, but that might be hail. There is a chance that right there is hail. Just waiting for the velocities to update here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have issued a new tornado warning. That is a thin tornado warning. Wow. That's for Hazleton, Aurora, Lamotte, Dundee, Edgewood, and Greeley. If you're in this pink polygon, you also need to seek shelter, get away from windows on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. So yet again, another tornado warning. They're probably going to issue another one as well. This is the CWA region, I believe. They'll probably issue a new one up here as well. We got a French fry-sized tornado warning from Hazleton back into Greeley. And then a new one will probably be issued where I just outlined in black. This is for Delaware and Buchanan counties in Iowa, by the way. There you go. Another French fry warning
has been issued.
Got a new French fry tornado warning as well from the Oloween area back through Strawberry Point, just to the north of Edgewood. If you're in either of these two pink polygons, make sure that you're seeking shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. So again, all 4 tornado warnings are out there. Just keep in mind, there's only 2 storms that are actually rotating. So it's basically 2 tornado warnings. But that rotation here on this storm has been intensifying quite a bit for the last few minutes. And even the one back over here that's moving into Wisconsin now has been stronger. This is a live shot of that one that's over in southwestern Wisconsin right now from Connor Croft on this tornado warning. So that rotation's been increasing quite a bit. That's, again, just he's a little bit south of the storm still, so he's not really too close yet, but it's a distant view of this storm right now. The new tornado warning, by the way, in Iowa was for Fayette and Clayton, Delaware, and Buchanan counties. So that's the 2 new ones in Iowa. But they don't have a really clear view yet, but after they cross over the river that they're crossing right now, they should have a better view of this. I believe what they're looking at is this little shower, and I think after they get up here a little bit more, we should have a view of this storm. Right now, that rotation is a bit more rain-wrapped moving into Wisconsin. The tornado warning here in Iowa as well is, again, still intensifying, so we could get a tornado out of that as it moves towards Strawberry Point, Edgewood, and Lamotte. So make sure that you're seeking shelter if you're in this warning, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. As this storm definitely could produce a tornado down the road. I'll have another radar scan in a moment. Just waiting on that. Let's see if we have any other live. I'm going to see if we have any live shots of the tornado warning in Wisconsin. Give me 1 second on that. I've never seen warnings that thin. Well, the reason why the warnings are this thin is because it's a CWA region, 1, and then 2, it's going west to east, so. When our storm's going to explode tomorrow? Probably in the early afternoon, between like 2 and 5. Maybe for the 499. Here's the latest scan. Yeah, the rotation's still on the stronger side of things right now, heading towards Maryville and Strawberry Point and Edgewood in Iowa. So that rotation's definitely still, you know, it's definitely on the stronger side of things now. I would have to say this is probably the strongest rotation that we've actually seen on this storm. This entire time. Like, I don't think it's been this strong at all up until now. So this is probably the strongest couplet that we've seen on radar. There is some CC showing there, but I'm pretty sure that's just going to be hail, because the rotation's a bit further south of that. The other storm near Potosi is undergoing a storm merger, so naturally the rotation's probably going to be a little bit weaker for the next couple minutes, but it should intensify again as it moves towards Platteville. Could even get another storm merger after that one. So a couple storm mergers possible here over the next few minutes. So again, if you are in the warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. If you are in either of these two pink polygons, which again are both trying to produce tornadoes right now. Just gonna stay zoomed out until we have a new radar scan. Strongest rotation right now is the one that's back over east of the Olween area in Iowa. The tornado warning, by the way, that was in Iowa back over here near Balltown has been canceled as the rotation has now moved into Wisconsin. So we're back down to 3 tornado warnings. Just waiting on a new radar scan, which should be in here in a second. Again, Connor's approaching the storm pretty quickly. We'll have a shot from him here in a few minutes as he gets closer. Scanners reporting wall cloud near Potosi, Wisconsin. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. That rotation is pretty strong. I do think that storm near Platteville has a pretty solid chance of producing a tornado as it moves more to the east after the storm mergers. The Storm Prediction Center did issue a new mesoscale discussion, and this is for both eastern and northeastern Iowa, and also parts of southwestern Wisconsin and a small sliver of northwestern Illinois. Mesoscale corridor for locally or greater tornado threat in southwestern Wisconsin over the next 1 to 2 hours. Tornado risk really anywhere in this area, though. Our warm frontal boundaries right here. So within about 30 miles of that, which that storm basically is, that'll be where we're watching for the greatest concern for a tornado, as there's going to be more wind shear in that area and a lot more spin. So that should allow for this storm to have a better shot at producing a tornado near Platteville. But anytime as it moves to the east, it'll probably organize more and it'll have a better shot at producing something. Right now, the rotation's a little bit broader, but I do think, again, it's undergoing a storm merger. I think it's just cycling. So we've seen this a lot in the past, where storms cycle, and then they get going. I think we're in the same situation right now with this storm. The latest scan on the storm over north of Aurora in Iowa, that rotation's a bit broader on the latest scan. But as I mentioned before, it could recycle as well. So just continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that warning in case it does try to drop a tornado, as it does continue to track to the east over the next several minutes. Connor has a view. He doesn't have a clear view yet. I'm waiting for him to get a little bit closer, then we'll go full screen to him. He doesn't have a view of really anything quite yet. Or maybe he does. He said there's some scud. I don't see anything, but Maybe far left side of your screen. After it gets past this rain shower, we should be able to see more.
The left edge.
A little bit better view there, behind the trees.
Big time hill blocking the view.
Looks like there's something back there, behind the hill there. From that camera angle, it looked like there might be something there. At least some sort of lowering. That's the one again back over in Wisconsin.
There are a lot of hills and trees up here too, so.
Great. Just what I was looking for, Chad.
Rotation on the latest scan in Iowa has broadened a little bit. Rotation in Wisconsin still there. There you go. You can kind of see it there in the background.
I know.
That is low.
Near Potosi, Wisconsin, that lowering. Am I drinking? I was drinking chocolate milk. Not really a great thing to drink when you talk a lot. This hill is blocking our view, though, right now. You can just see it just over the cusp there of the horizon. You can see that lowering. If you're in Potosi or Platteville, Wisconsin, again, make sure that you're in your safe place. There is a lowering on this storm. It could drop a tornado.
Past the Dickeyville now.
You know, we're starting to get north of that merger.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what's ahead of us. The jungle's ahead of us, apparently.
There has been reports of lowering and rotation in Potosi from Scanner in the area. We're gonna go back to them once they have more of a solid view there. I'll put them back at the bottom right. Yeah, this is the rotation on the storm. It doesn't look impressive right now, but I do want to remind you again, it just went under a storm merger, so it's basically recycling right now. And what we were just looking at there, you can barely see it, but there is a lowering with this. So there is a very strong possibility, again, that this could produce a tornado down the road. One thing I do have to mention as well is that down to the south of this, we do have convection bubbling up here. And so we could see multiple storm mergers, depending on how things go.
Awful chasing terrain here.
We'll go back to them in a second.
Some of the worst I've
Back
been
here.
in.
But yeah, some convection down there to the south. The tornado warning in Iowa, the rotation did broaden on the latest scan, but we'll see what the next scan shows, because again, it could be recycling. So if you're in Edgewood, Strawberry Point, Lamotte, Dundee, Greeley, make sure that you're getting to your safe place. This is the most recent scan. There's definitely still enough rotation there, I think, for there to be a tornado. We are still a bit further away from the radar site. So on radar, this visually does look weak, but I still wouldn't rule out a tornado with this, as it does continue to track to the east. I'll stay zoomed out here just for the time being. Sorry, did not mean to hit my mic. Have to get more water. Connor does have a view of some scud. Now he doesn't. Once we have another view, we'll go back to him. He's getting much closer to that rotation. He's actually probably only a couple miles out from us having a good view. So we'll just wait for him to get there. That rotation's intensifying on radar. So it's reorganizing right now near Cornelia. So that rotation's intensifying. We could definitely get a tornado with this as it does continue to move east. Platteville is really the main location in the track of this. So if you're in Platteville, Wisconsin, gotta make sure that you are in your safe place. If you know any friends or family in Platteville, also make sure that they are staying vigilant, as this storm will be on track for that area here soon. I'll have another radar scan in a moment. And after that, we should have a view with Connor. High tops now. Oh yeah, look at that. That storm, this storm actually blew up quite a bit. The other one did too. These storms have finally kind of blown up here. They were all low top supercells, and now it looks like they are towering over 50,000 feet. Earlier, they were at like 35 to 40,000 feet. So these are actually pretty tall thunderstorms now. It's a pretty big increase from what we had before. So this rotation right now is going to be near Cornelia. The radar has not updated velocities, but that's where the rotation would be. Yeah, it's going to be right there, just updated now. Connor, for perspective, is right here. So it's going to be right there to the... It's right where he's looking right now on the left. That's where any sort of rotation would be. So let's see if we can see anything. Yeah, it looks like a scuddy lowering back there.
Ooh,
Yeah, there's shrine back there.
that's almost on the ground. That might be. It's on the ground. It's on the ground.
Tornado?
Yeah, it's on the ground. It's on the ground in there.
Okay.
I can't tell if that's on the ground. He thinks it's on the ground.
I don't know.
Right up here. Right here.
Okay, yeah. No, I saw
Right
90% sure I just saw ground circulation on that.
I saw that upward scud.
Yep. Pretty sure this thing's on the ground, guys.
And hopefully it's on the
If
ground.
you are in Cornelia or Platteville, make sure again that you get to your safe place. This could be on the ground. I could not see it when he passed by.
Might have a brief clear
There's now
right
trees
here.
in the way.
Hold on. I'll be able to see as well.
All right, another opening here.
A better one just up like a half mile.
Oh yeah, on the ground.
That looked like it actually would be. It looked like it's on the ground back there.
Tornado on the ground, heading towards Platteville.
On the it looked like a small little tornado there on the very far left side when he passed by.
Yep.
Clearing
Up here. We have a tornado. It is on the ground right now. It's gonna head right at us on this highway here.
Okay,
Clearing right up here.
Maybe another view right here. We'll see.
Half a mile.
Half mile clearing.
Alright. Hopefully it's on the ground in 30 seconds.
There's a pretty solid 95%
Yeah, it's
chance.
there. Tornado still in progress.
This is on the ground.
Looks like more trees.
It's up right here.
More
Look.
trees right here.
Clearing up
Okay,
this road right here.
Right here? I don't know.
There's another clearing right here.
Okay, right here. Might have
That's
a
what
brief
I'm
shot. Yep. Brief shot maybe right here. Alright.
There's a bowl lowering from what I was just seeing there briefly.
Just on the ground.
So there's a bowl lowering right now going towards Platteville, Wisconsin.
Just on the ground a second ago.
I don't see any
So we
ground
can just sit
circulation.
right here.
Moving right at us.
Oh, look at that motion.
Moving right at us. It's just on the ground. It's coming right at us. We're gonna need to move here in a minute. It's just on the ground.
A large lowering still in this storm here in Wisconsin.
Might still be in there.
It's currently going right towards Platteville. You need to seek shelter if you're in Platteville or Cornelia in case this does drop a tornado.
That's where it would be. It's coming right at us.
These clouds are so low to the ground.
And it might be trying to drop again right there. There's a bull. Got the bull right there. Big bull funnel. Big bull funnel right there. Oh yeah, look at it go.
Yeah.
Look at it go. Oh, there we go. Trying to drop right there.
It's definitely
Rapid
lowering.
rotation.
There it goes. It's
There it
lowering
goes.
right now. It's trying. Not really rapidly rotating, but it is rotating.
It's gonna do it over the trees. We'll have to be ready to run. We'll have to be ready to run quick, guys. This thing's coming right at us. Might get rain wrapped. Look at the rain coming in from the merger. Big time rain coming
See
in
it
from the
rotating a
merger.
little bit more now. You
Rain
can kind of see that right
wrapped.
to left
I can't
motion on the
confirm ground
right.
circulation anymore, but this was on the ground. This was on the ground. Yeah, it was vorticey. It was it was.
Again,
on
this is
the
near
ground.
Platteville and Cornelia,
Like, it
Wisconsin, if
was,
you're just
like, it was
tuning in.
on the- yeah, like right now I can't tell. Just a big bowl about to get wrapped in rain from a merger. Yep. Gotta wait till this thing gets real close.
Starting to
and then
lose
dip.
that visual because of the storm down to the south here. We're getting another storm merger on this thing.
Right now, though.
It's not actively on the ground for the record, but it was,
Rising scud in
according to
there.
them.
About to get rain wrapped.
Yeah.
About
Some
to get
rising
rain
scud
wrapped
on the
here.
right side, too.
About to get rain wrapped here.
Looks like velocity weakened
Yeah, I know.
quite a bit. So
This is what it looks like on radar right now. So again, the velocities were really strong back over here just southeast of Tennyson. This is when it was probably on the ground. So this is now a confirmed tornado.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So this is now a confirmed tornado, and we have a new tornado warning in Michigan.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So we have a confirmed tornado on this storm in Wisconsin. So if you're, again, in this warning, you got to get to your safe place. This was just confirmed. Likely what we just confirmed was what Connor just saw a moment ago. We have also another tornado warning now in Michigan. This is going to be over in Huron County. Very tiny tornado warning. This is back over near Port Austin. If you're in this warning, make sure that you're getting to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. That's right now moving east. I don't see a whole lot on this warning, but Port Austin and Grindstone City, get to your safe place, as there is currently a tornado warning there. Again, this tornado has now been observed by Connor and probably by another weather spotter in the area. There might be a few. Emergency management actually confirmed this tornado. So this is confirmed and on the ground. If you are in this warning, get to your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. As it is currently moving east, next in track of this will be Belmont, Waldwick, Mineral Point, and Fayette in Wisconsin. Those areas, if you're in those surrounding areas, you need to stay very vigilant. The tornado warning includes Platteville and Cornelia in Wisconsin. Again, Connor's right now inside of where that rotation is.
Last second escape.
Trying to see if we can see anything here.
yeah, it's right in front of us there.
Yep.
So.
And if it is still on the ground, it's going to be right there, just over the trees.
It might just miss us anyway. It might just
Should
miss
get
us
an
a little
opening
bit
here in a second, unless he starts driving.
Be right in there if it's on the ground. You can see those rain curtains moving. We're good right here, honestly, for now, but almost time to get,
I'll watch out.
almost time to go.
The window.
Yep. It's right there, guys, if it's going to be on the ground. Really rain wrapped. Really rain wrapped. Rain curtains whipping in there.
Yeah, this tornado is completely rain wrapped at this point. Even on radar, it's rain wrapped entirely. Full-blown storm merger happening right now here in southwest Wisconsin.
No, don't see it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new observed tornado warning here in Wisconsin. That's going to be for those north of Darlington. So this has just been upgraded to also observed.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So this is a brand new tornado warning for those in Belmont, Fayette, and south of Waldwick near Calamine, Stateford, Truman, Ipswich, Leslie, and Yellowstone here in Wisconsin, where again a confirmed tornado is right now in progress. Just observed moments ago by emergency management. We've had reports of damage to a barn. I can't verify that, but I did see a report on that. This is currently moving directly to the east. So if you are in this warning near Belmont and Fayette, make sure that you are getting underground if you can. Get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. This tornado is completely rain wrapped at this point. So again, this is just one tornado, but it is an extension essentially to this warning. This is currently moving east, so make sure that you are getting to your safe place. Belmont, Route 151 will be in the track of this over the next several minutes, where again we do have a confirmed tornado. And Connor's right in this area, by the way, so we are still watching to see if he can see anything. If there is still something, it's probably pretty close to where he is. So we're going to continue to, I'm just going to go back to him for the moment, but he is awfully close to where this tornado is.
Start figuring out roads, then.
I got you.
I would do it, but I'm gonna hide. I've got a hydro plant.
We have a...
I'm just gonna say, kind of get down.
Oh, dude!
Never mind. All right, never mind.
Elk Grove.
But we do have possibly a funnel there behind Connor.
So,
The Iowa tornado warnings are still radar indicated, by the way.
Anything still?
no.
Delaware and Clayton counties included in those.
Especially if it reforms a new meso right there.
Right.
Wouldn't be right in Elk Grove.
I have a view now.
Yeah, we have a good view of it.
Just got disorganized.
According to the fire department in Potosi, apparently there's a barn that was destroyed or damaged or something like that. I don't really know the details or the extent of it. Just a report. Platteville got hit by a tornado June 18th, 2014 too. According to Emo Chat.
What city are you talking about?
History.
Elk Grove?
Elk Grove, so like right here.
Elk Grove, then east.
And then east we have...
Going back to radar again. This is your confirmed tornado. It's going to be rain wrapped at this point. It might not be on the ground anymore, but if it is, it's going to be right over Highway 151. It's going to be moving east towards Belmont. I feel like if there was one, we'd probably see it, but I do want to mention that this storm has a lot of rain around it. So it is a fully rain wrapped area of circulation right now, moving towards Fayette, Waldwick, and Belmont here in southwestern Wisconsin. So again, continue to stay in your safe place here in this warning. Back over on the other tornado warning here in Iowa, that rotation has been broadening for the last several minutes. Let's go back to this radar site. Let's try to see if we can see anything. And there's still some rotation near Strawberry Point and Edgewood. That's moving east right now, going towards Greeley. So we could still get a tornado with this. If you are in either of these two pink polygons, it's for the same rotation. Make sure that you're getting to your safe place as that continues to track to the east over the next several minutes. Aside from that, storms right now over in central Iowa, not looking concerning by any means. We do have storms obviously here in Wisconsin that are going, so we're still watching those closely. Just a quick reminder, we do have a tornado warning here in northeastern parts of Michigan. This is going to be for those right in the thumb of Michigan, near Port Austin and Grindstone City. It is radar indicated, so if you're in that pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning now. That's going to be for those in West Point and Muskota, south of Richland Center. And this is actually looking pretty strong, too. Look at that right there. We could get another tornado on that right there. That's just south of Gaze Mills and Bell Center. If you're in this pink polygon as well, you got to get to your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. There's yet again another tornado warning with actually a relatively strong area of rotation here. Going towards Cellular, West Point, Blue River, Muskota, Orion, and Gotham. Lone Rock will be next and track that after this storm gets out of this area. Spring Green also going to be in the track of this long term. So if you know any friends or family in this warning, let them know, share the stream with them. Any of these warnings, again, will be live here throughout the entirety of this event. Also, let me go back to this radar site real quick. And it looks like we also have some rotation right now just to the west and southwest of Bluffview, Wisconsin. So there's something there as well. So we have a couple of different areas that we're watching for right now. But this rotation back over here is relatively strong. We'll have another radar scan in a second. Let's go back to Connor. Connor's looking at the storm that is observed with a tornado that has been on the ground. It might still be on the ground near Platteview in Wisconsin.
Right there.
I don't think it's on the ground right now, but
right here.
because Connor's looking right where the rotation is.
Not exactly the ideal spot here, but just drive this way and escape, I guess. Really
we have 6 tornado warnings. We got 3 in Wisconsin, 2 in Iowa, 1 in Michigan.
Literally intercept it. See that rain right there?
There you go. That's the area that we'd be looking at right there in the middle. Look at that thing raced right now. That thing is flying.
Yes, just across just to the south. There it is, right there.
It's moving.
That thing's cooking, guys.
This tornado warning just got downgraded. It's back to radar indicated, by the way.
Still a little disorganized, but
That thing is racing.
Yeah, this thing's flying.
okay. There's nothing. We can take some.
There it goes. Left to right there again.
Take these side roads due east.
Yeah, we can just follow right behind it.
Okay.
Tries to drop, we'll be right on it. big time rain curtains moving in behind it. Yeah, not a ton of left or right right now.
Got you some side roads.
Yeah,
Here,
those will work. Those will work.
Starting route to Holland Road.
Might be hard to keep up with it,
Head
but I'm gonna
southeast
do
on
my
Holland
best.
Road.
I don't know why they're whispering like this. It's so creepy.
We're talking about eventually.
We can go east and then drop south.
ASMR happening right now while this storm is going right to left.
We're gonna get right behind the sucker, Chad.
Usually Connor's screaming. This time he's just whispering here.
Right behind it. That's how I like to chase.
And this is the tornado warning near Platteview, Belmont,
Yeah,
and
broad
Truman and
rotation
Calamine
there, guys.
in southwestern Wisconsin.
Broad left to right.
Big wall cloud.
Huge wall cloud. Struggling to drop right now.
They have added a new severe thunderstorm warning. Do want to go to this quick. They have a new severe thunderstorm warning for those here with a tornado possible label. And we were just talking about this. There is rotation northeast of Spring Green, Wisconsin. We could get a tornado warning off this storm too. So that's gonna be something to watch for as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Straight east.
Yep. Get a little out ahead of it, just to its north, and watch just straight on this one.
Yeah, straight on this road.
Got you.
I can't even try to whisper. There's no way.
Might be.
Man, if this thing could plant right now,
Yeah.
have a perfect view.
Yeah, no, it's rotating a little bit more.
It's getting more organized. Yeah.
Well, look at this coming in to it right here. See this coming into it?
Yeah.
Moving towards it.
All right, there's your rotation once again in Wisconsin.
I don't know what's going on with that.
Something weird.
It's the one in southwest Wisconsin near
I think it's
Platteville.
just a streamline electricity current coming into it, maybe trying to help it out.
And this is Connor Croft on the storm right now.
Yeah, dude. It had a big one
Yeah, I
just a
know.
minute ago when it produced.
Yeah, it's going to wrap up in a second, I think.
Yeah.
This road's going to be perfect.
Left to right, left to right.
This road's going to be perfect right here. No, I mean this one north, not this one. I'm just pulling off to get a view
Okay,
real
I
quick.
know.
Yeah, we got left to right about to meet. About to go big, I think.
It's starting to organize now. This is coming together. It just went, just undergone a storm merger, and it's now starting to organize. And this is the tornado warning near Platteview. If you're in Platteview, Belmont, or Fayette in southwestern Wisconsin, you are under the tornado warning, and you need to seek shelter now.
Right here, we can take it for like 4 miles.
This could drop a tornado at any time as it moves east.
Gonna try and reorganize, Chad. It's going through a little cycle here.
On right of your screen is that storm.
Going through a little cycle here. It's trying to drop another tornado here. Might be the new mezzo. Might be that new bull. Starts to rotate. Could be that.
I would.
This whole general area.
Everything's like broadly rotating.
Yeah.
That's hard to tell. We just had a more specific area.
Yeah.
It's gone now. It could be.
It's just a cycle.
I think it could be ingesting that merger and. Right in front of
Sorry,
us.
Platteville, not Platteview. Platteville
Right. I think
in
it'd be
Wisconsin.
off there, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Wow, that's a big time wall cloud. You can see the mezzo.
Yeah.
You can see up into the storm.
Struggling with
Still a lot of rotation. There's a lot of rising scud there too. This thing's organizing pretty quickly. There's no debris signature on this. Again, this was an observed tornado. It's back to radar indicated, but it looks like it might drop again.
Struggling with. Oh wait, it might be starting to organize. We got broad left to right. Starting
A
to
large
think
wall
it.
cloud developing there in the middle.
Come on, do what you did before. Come
Yeah.
on.
Had some nice, just rising vacuum motion on it. Sorry guys, the right-hand camera isn't in use because I thought it wasn't gonna need it.
South.
Big right to left. Gonna wrap up again.
Trying really hard.
We're gonna go back to radar in a second. Again, this is the only storm right now that I see anything. Oh, we got another tornado warning. Wow. There you go.
A new tornado
We're up to
warning
7
has been
tornado
issued.
warnings, and this is the other one that we're talking about. All right, so let's update you on every storm because we got a lot of them. We got a new tornado warning now for Prairie du Sac back over here northeast of Spring Green here in Wisconsin. This rotation's been pretty strong for quite a while, so if you are in this warning, make sure that you're getting to your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building that is currently moving east and east-southeast at about 40 miles per hour. No, 45 miles per hour. So this is a pretty fast-moving area of storms. We do have some rotation back over near Westport right now. This is the area of circulation moving eastbound. Again, we've had no debris signature, nothing like that on this area. It is currently moving east going towards Muskota. All right, so that one's still rotating as well. We have the other one northwest of Dyersburg, which has been going for quite some time, but this rotation is broadening. This has been a storm that we've had going ever since we began this live stream, and it is still going. Hasn't produced anything from what we know, but it has had a funnel cloud and a large lowering for the longest time. So, Cassville, be ready to get to your safe place in case this storm is still rotating by the time it gets to you. This is the one that has been observed. It still does say observed, but that was as of 14 minutes ago. The warning that where the rotation was is back to radar indicated. So as of now, we don't think this is on the ground, but we do think it's trying to drop again just to the west of Darlington. We have a large wall cloud, a large lowering, and it does look like this could be dropping a new tornado at any time, as the rotation on radar is also quite strong moving to the east. All right, so that's what we're looking at there. Back over into Michigan, out of all places, we also have a tornado warning in Michigan. This one is more going to be a waterspout potential at this point, but if you're in Port Austin or Grindstone City, make sure that you're in your safe place. As that storm continues to move to the east, it will be producing the potential for a tornado, but I think more than anything, it's going to be producing more of a waterspout threat at this point. All right. Back over into Wisconsin. We got a lot of stuff happening right now. We got a lot of warnings out there, obviously. I'm not seeing any debris signature on any of these storms right now. So nothing, from what we know, nothing is on the ground. At least right now. But again, any of these could go on the ground at any time. This is the rotation, by the way, over here. That's going to be just to the west of Prairie du Sac here. Your Route 12, northwest of Madison, Wisconsin. I'll go back to Connor in a second if he sees something. Let's go back to him here.
Like pretty much every single chase.
That's the area of rotation there in the middle. Doesn't look as good as before. In terms of, or as organized as before, I should say.
What do I do here?
I would go. You can go a little northwest east, or you can go. I would just go south a tiny bit and then back east.
Okay, and then I have to go south and east.
And then you go south and east.
Yeah. HP in here.
And that's where we'd be looking at for that potential for a tornado. Be right there in the middle. On this tornado warning near Belmont, Wisconsin.
Yeah, a lot of its organization is gone in terms of organized rotation. Definitely some rising motion left to right, but slightly less organized than it was. Not by a ton, but definitely notable.
Yeah.
By the way, tornado warning for Platteville has now expired, just an FYI. It also has been downgraded completely to radar indicated, so just letting you know.
With incoming mergers here. Could be back in there too with the rain. Could also be right in front of us, new area. Right in front of us, new area.
There you go. That's the lowering right there.
Right in front of us here.
We're gonna go back to him in just a second. The storm near Prairie du Sac, this could be on the ground. Not anything officially confirmed. We don't really have a clear debris signature or anything like that, but very tight rotation right now. Approaching Sauk City or Sauk City or Suck City and going towards Prairie du Sac. All right, those are the areas in the track of this one. This is moving east-southeast at about 45 miles per hour. Again, this is a large cluster of storms. It's probably a rain-wrapped tornado if it is on the ground. So get to your safe place if you're in that warning. As I mentioned before, Connor is right now in the storm back near Belmont, Wisconsin. And that is what we're looking at right now. Still have a wall cloud in the middle of your screen. It sounds like the storm back over in Iowa is currently dropping. It's trying to drop a tornado. There is a funnel cloud. real quickly, this storm right now back over in Greeley and as well as near Edgewood, there is a funnel cloud lowering right now. This could produce a tornado just to the north of Irville and north of Manchester. So again, there is a lowering here that looks like it's trying to drop a tornado as we speak. So again, funnel cloud right now moving eastbound, going towards Colesburg, Luxembourg, and Holy Cross down the road. But definitely a rotating storm as well there. Got multiple storms rotating right now, and as I mentioned before, we have 6 different tornado warnings. There are quite a bit of warnings right now. Let me go back to this other radar site real quick. Okay, let's go back to Connor. Nothing over here looks like it's dropped at this point. Everything's still radar indicated as of right now. This rotation on radar that Connor's on has intensified. Bottom right of your screen. Pretty tight couplet right now.
Definitely getting a little complex with all these mergers.
Oh yeah.
And the storm that the supercell in the south that fired up.
Oh.
Just become a bit more rain wrapped. Connor's trying to get back into position on this.
Blast a little bit.
Rotation right now is located just south of Belmont in Wisconsin. Again, going towards Truman, Calamine, Fayette, Yellowstone, Slateford. We're on the track of this. By the way, this is official. The storm over here, north of Irville, now has a confirmation of a funnel cloud reported by weather spotters. So as I was just mentioning, this storm near Greeley does have a funnel cloud. Obviously, rotation on radar looks pretty bad, but, you know, it is actually producing a funnel cloud. So if you are in this warning, you got to continue to take it seriously as this moves towards Colesburg, and Luxembourg and New Vienna will probably end up getting a new warning on this activity in a moment. As long as this threat continues here in parts of eastern Iowa. Aside from that, all of the other storms that we've been talking about are well back out to the east of that particular storm. We got a ton back over here in southwestern parts of Wisconsin. Westport still has mostly a wind threat. There is still some rotation on the leading edge, so we're waiting to see if we can get some sort of tornado risk there. So far, nothing's tightened, but there is a potential for a tornado as that goes towards Muskota, and as well as Orion, Gotham, and eventually towards Avoca in Wisconsin. The storm over near Prairie du Sac does not look nearly as organized, but we are in between 2 radar sites. So I'll just continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. Looks more like a wind concern to me, but we could still see something out of that. This is a storm that's Connor's on. He's very close to it. We could have a tornado on the ground there. We don't know yet.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we do have a new tornado warning now in Iowa. Let's go to that real quick. New tornado warning for the Dubach area, and as well as back over near Dyersburg, New Vienna, Luxembourg, Rickardsville, Sherrill, Sageville, all included in this new tornado warning. If you are in this pink polygon, get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and into an interior room of your home or building, as this will continue to move east and produce the potential for a tornado. Again, this storm has been rotating, as I mentioned before, for a very long time, and it very well could produce a tornado as it does continue to move east. There has been a report of a funnel cloud, and you'll note that here in the warning. Weather spotters have confirmed, or at least reported, a funnel cloud in the area. So this is, again, a pretty populated area here in eastern Iowa, eventually going towards Dubach, Rickardsville, Sageville, Asbury, and Centralia. This rotation, as of 2 minutes ago, is still really strong right now where Connor is. It is just wrapped in the rain, bottom right of your screen.
There it is, on the ground.
Tornado's on the ground, according to Connor.
Just to the left of us, just to the left of us. Tornado's in progress. Big coming down, it's coming down. Cone coming down. Gotta turn the camera.
Apparently
on.
Connor's saying there's a tornado on the ground. I can't see it.
Cone coming down in there. Just that ground, Tad. New tornadoes on the ground.
I would not be surprised with how strong this rotation is.
Coming down.
Still see debris.
Yep, debris is in the air.
Still a big cone.
Tornado is in progress.
It's heading towards Fayette and Darlington, Wisconsin. You got to get to your safe place if you're in either of those two places.
Keep getting east.
Yep.
Maybe it's roping out. Can't tell. Oh my gosh.
Still there.
It's not.
Not condensed. Still there. Oh, it's on the ground. See the vortice.
This is a rain-wrapped tornado. Can't even see it.
Oh yeah, vortice on the ground up there.
They have better visual than we will have, by the way, because they're actually there seeing it.
Look at that rising motion. Big vacuum.
Yeah, this is east of Belmont, where there is a confirmed tornado according to Connor.
Eyes on the road. Eyes on the road. We have a vacuum cleaner. Mega vacuum. There it goes. Coming down again.
Wow.
Is that it right there?
There it is.
Oh, you
on
can
the
see it there
ground.
now in the middle. I think.
Oh, rope. Wow, there's almost like a second one back there.
Yeah, there's one right back there in the middle. You can see it.
Two of them, yeah.
It's very distant, but that's the tornado right now. That's just east of Belmont.
I don't know which one to look at.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that
There it
funnel.
goes. Here it goes. Coming down. Oh, a white funnel back in the rain as well.
Twins.
Possibly twin tornadoes right now on the ground here near Belmont.
What are you saying? The suction vortices? You were talking about the bigger one back there?
There's a big suction board back there. Trying to wait for my next northward option here. Oh yeah, debris on the ground. Debris. Look at the debris there. Yeah, I literally think there's twins.
Twins.
So we have twin tornadoes
Twin
right now.
tornadoes. North.
All right, going back to radar real quick.
This one's almost coming.
This again right now east of Belmont. This is your tornado that's on the ground. Radar has not updated yet, but it's gonna be right about here, just northeast or northwest, sorry, of Darlington. Gonna be approaching Fayette. Again, this is a confirmed tornado according to Connor. Again, seek shelter if you're in that warning. Storm back to the west in Iowa. That one does not look. Wait, let's go back to Connor real quick. Middle of your screen there. I think that's it right there.
Wow, fully condensed back there.
Kind of see the rope coming down right to left, I think. I think that's what that is. That's the tornado.
Beautiful tornado.
Beautiful tornado back in there. I'm trying to find a north road.
There's none.
There's none.
Yeah,
For
at
me,
least
it's
we're
hard to
keeping
tell
up
too.
with it.
I'm looking at the same screen you guys are. I think that's what that they're looking at though,
Problem is,
right there
I
in the
don't want
middle.
this one to drop again.
Oh yeah, you see it now. You can see it much clearer. Look at that. That's it right there.
Drop again. So we're gonna have twins again.
I believe that's what they're talking about. Is that tornado there in the middle?
Oh, nice. Cyclone's about to drop again. I got a road here in 5.5 miles. I can go north. Big tornadoes back there right now.
All right, we'll go back to them in a second. Again, this is the tornado that's going to be near Calamine and Truman. That, again, Connor has been saying that this is on the ground. Again, seek shelter if you're in this warning. As this continues to move east, it'll be tracking towards Argyle and Blanchardville in Wisconsin. Still have a tornado warning back near Prairie du Sac. That one currently is mostly a wind threat at this point, but we are still going to watch for a potential for an isolated tornado out of that. The storm further off to the north, near Westport and Blue River. This one has also mostly become a wind threat at this point. I'm not seeing nearly as much rotation on that.
So incredible.
That's your tornado right there in the middle, by the way.
Going in for intercept.
Right there in the middle. That would be your tornado. In southwest Wisconsin. We're losing signal. We'll go back to them in a second. That was your tornado, though, there briefly. That's still on the ground by the sounds of it. Right there in the middle.
Had twins for a second. Now he's got one pipe. Wow!
Strong debris.
Yep, that's your
debris
tornado.
Right there. There it is.
That's what we saw from a distance. Look at that debris. Again, if you're in Darlington or Fayette, you need to get to your safe place. The tornado that's on the ground right now.
Right here.
Wow, look at that.
Right up on the sill.
Camera's soaking wet.
Right up on the
Not
sill.
focused.
Sorry, I'm good. I'm getting it. We're recording here. We're recording.
That thing is ripping through
We're close.
your
Close
Truman.
range
That's still on the
intercept
ground. This has not yet been updated to confirm, but this is obviously a tornado
Fluffy
that's in
corn.
progress.
Oh! Just hit something! Here it is!
Oh, it's right in front of them.
Wow!
Right here! Just cross the road. We're in it! We're in it!
Just drove through the tornado.
Oh, Sidewinder!
What is he doing?
East. Right here. I can get back on it. I can get back. Oh my God! Wait, twins! What is that? Sidewinder! Hold on, Chad! Hold on!
This guy just
Oh my
drove right through that
Right here,
tornado.
right here.
I would have
Hold
never
on.
done that.
Keep getting the bend. Keep
With
getting the bend.
flying
Best
debris.
tornado I've ever seen. Wow!
Big Sidewinder! Right here. Turning.
Again, this is near Fayette and Darlington,
how
where
is
there's a
possible?
confirmed tornado in
Right
Wisconsin.
here.
That's it right there. Got two tornadoes. Look at that.
What? Incredible tornado!
Wow!
Got two tornadoes right now on this thing.
Look at that! Major Sidewinder!
Twin tornadoes right now in southwest Wisconsin. What is going on with that
Are you
thing?
kidding
Look at
me?
that.
Oh my gosh!
This is the craziest
Incredible
tornado that I've ever
Sidewinder.
seen.
Can we keep going east?
Yep.
It looks like the one on the right just occluded.
Oh my gosh. We got debris over there. It's roping out.
Looks
Roping
like
out.
that just
About
roped
to
out.
go.
That is insane.
About to be gone here. Still on the ground over there though. There it goes.
It's on the ground, rope it out, back
Roping
in the
out.
sky.
Roping out. Wow, what a tornado.
Debris still flying in the air.
Yeah, we still got debris
It lifted.
off the ground now. Great intercept right there. Great intercept right there.
That was pretty intense. And Connor drove right through it, which is crazy as well. This is a storm again that just produced a tornado, and again, it could recycle and drop again, but we got more storm mergers happening here. Fayette, again, is in the track of this. This never got upgraded, by the way, to confirmed, even though obviously we saw it on the ground. It is going to be south of Waldwick. We do think it's lifted now, and so I think it's going to try to recycle again, and it might produce down the road. This will eventually be moving towards Blanchardville, Postville, near Argyle, in southwestern Wisconsin. Still got the storm north of Dyersville, which is also still broad circulation right now, but that one again had a report of a funnel cloud. Could still produce something down the road as that moves towards the Dubuque area of Iowa. Still watching a storm with some rotation near Muskota, Wisconsin, where there is still rotation here. It's broad, but that could also produce a tornado as it does continue to move to the east over the next several minutes. And most of these storms are moving east at about 30 to 45 miles per hour, depending on where you are. Still have some rotation as well, a little bit actually near Lake Wisconsin that's not warned, and a little bit of rotation still on the leading edge near town of Springfield here in central southern Wisconsin. So again, multiple tornado warnings still. We do still have 6 tornado warnings, all of which right now are currently in either Wisconsin or back into Iowa. So that's where all these tornado warnings currently reside as of right now. Back to Connor here for a second. Wow. If you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. Again, we'll keep you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage. Looks like it's going to be an active next couple of hours here in Wisconsin, extreme northern Illinois, and as well as eastern Iowa.
Crazy road right here.
Quick update, we are back down to 4 tornado warnings. So we got the one here for the Dubuque area of Iowa. We got another funnel cloud apparently on
It
this.
might come down right here in this little
Yeah,
valley.
I know. Bro, what's right here?
Watch.
Right in front of us.
This storm has another funnel
Yeah,
apparently.
It's
Oh,
rapidly.
look at that. You
it's
can see it in the
about to-
middle. It's very white there in the middle. You can barely see it. It blends in with the clouds. They're losing signal. Let's go back 1 second here.
Yeah,
Look
yeah.
right there at the top side of your screen there in the middle. I'm going to pause it.
it's
Right where
rap-
the pause sign is, that's another funnel. So this is probably going to drop another tornado, or it's going to try to. This, again, the storm that we're talking about right now, near Fayette. They're going through a low signal area, but that right there looks like it's going to try to drop again. There's another funnel on that. Hey, Squirrel for the $5 super chat. It's not really an outbreak. I mean, we've only had 1 or 2 tornadoes thus far. So, And this wouldn't be classified as an outbreak, at least so far. Alright, we're going back to Connor again. Apparently the
so
rotation is over top of them right now.
I can go right at this road up here and be okay. And go east. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So go up. Okay. You can turn east here.
Okay. Go.
And then you're gonna get to 23. You're gonna have to go north, and then you can go back. We can go back east.
And then south we need to. Anything? See anything?
Lots of rapid rotation. It's just so rain wrapped. Hard to tell. We just gotta get a little north, and then we can go east here. We're definitely behind it now.
Get the rail fan cam and... Oh, do they have a camera there?
Yep.
Definitely, there is definitely debris there, and that was
might have
not
a live
from the
cam out of
tornado before.
Dubuque,
Okay, east
Iowa.
here, east here.
I don't know if they, do they have one though?
Yeah, we're good.
I didn't think they had one there.
I think it's on the ground. Just start right.
Connor thinks there's another tornado on the ground with this, by the way.
Yo, in front of us?
Trying. I'm not sure.
Yeah, hard to tell. This guy's flying.
Okay, there must have been damage.
I mean, we saw some debris. It didn't seem like it hit anything. It was mostly corn.
Looked like a lot of corn. And
Yeah, mostly corn that hit.
this time I got it in 4K 60.
Hey, let's go.
Yeah.
Everyone give a round of applause for Ben, who recorded in the right frame this time, frame rate. Might be something in here, guys.
We'll go back to them in a second. Again, this is the storm that we're talking about near Fayette in Wisconsin. Still got multiple other tornado warnings, as I mentioned before. The one over here that's going towards Ashbury still has the potential to produce something as it moves eastbound. And nothing imminent, but still rotating. Did have a funnel cloud on that reported not too long ago. Still got the tornado warning also over here in western Wisconsin near Muskota. That rotation, there's still some there. It just doesn't look super convincing. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds with a tornado possible label in this area near Spring Green and Dodgeville and Mineral Point. So that area is still continuing to watch for some severe weather. And then also east of Prairie du Sac, mostly a wind concern right now. Very broad circulation on the leading edge, but I think it's mostly a wind threat out of that right now. Madison, Wisconsin is now under a severe thunderstorm warning, and that is going to be mainly for damaging winds, quarter-sized hail, and there is going to be a tornado possible label on that, as we could still see a tornado as this continues to move to the east. And this is a storm that has a history of at least producing 2 tornadoes now, maybe even a third. So there's been multiple tornadoes with this. That rotation is right here, just to the east of Connor. He's really close to it, just north of Darlington. Down the road, this will be approaching Argyle, Blanchardville, Postville, New Glarus, Exeter, Monticello here in parts of Wisconsin. And we now have a confirmed tornado in Wisconsin.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
I believe it's on this one. It hasn't updated on here, but Lafayette County, Wisconsin. I think that's this one right here. Yeah. So this tornado has now just been upgraded to confirmed. So we do have now a confirmed tornado on this storm. I'm guessing it's what we just saw a few minutes ago. It might just be late, or there might be a new one on the ground. So if you are in this warning, again, treat this seriously. Get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and into an interior room of your home or building. Weather spotters confirm the tornado near Darlington. Again, this could still be on the ground, and if it is, it's going to be it's going to be moving right into Fayette. So again, this is Lafayette County, Wisconsin, with a confirmed tornado.
Yeah, I think. I mean, I don't know. You tell me, bro.
I'm going to stay with Connor here for a
I
second.
told you where I want to get.
Okay, yeah, we got it.
Just get me there. Get me south of Darlington. Or south to Darlington. That's where that meso's headed.
Okay, never do a U-turn. Do a U-turn.
Bro, what?
Yeah.
Hold on, no. What are you talking about, bro? No.
Either way,
We're trying to figure out where to go. We'll go back to him in a second. Again, this is a confirmed tornado. As I mentioned before, it's going to be right in there. That's presumably where the tornado is. Near Highway 23, moving to the east. I would expect a new tornado warning as long as there's rotation still there. For those in Blanchardville, just north of Argyle, going towards New Glarus in southern Wisconsin. So if you're in those areas, continue to stay very vigilant and weather aware, as we will probably end up getting a new tornado warning over there here shortly for this particular storm. But again, we have another storm merger happening here. This is the problem with this storm right now, is that we have all this convection that's currently merging with this storm. So this is your initial discrete cell. It's not discrete anymore. Got all these storms right now merging into this. And the problem right now is that we're going to continue to probably see that for the next several minutes. And it's probably going to end up, you know, having trouble producing another tornado. But right now, there's still rotation there. Middle right of your screen. Looks like we still have something there.
We got this thing in front of us.
At least some scuddy action.
I put a picture up and tagged lacrosse.
What is this
And
thing?
you.
I mean, that doesn't look like it's on the ground, but...
Scud?
Is that a weak tornado?
Could be.
Might be a weak tornado.
Oh, yeah, that
Eh? Eh?
it definitely has
they don't
that
even really know either.
look on the camera. Whatever it is, it's going up now.
Yeah, it's gone now, whatever that was. Looked kind of weird for a second, bro.
Might have been.
Scuddy action.
Dude, there's just like scud just rising off the surface of the ground. That's how
Moist it is. Yeah, why are we getting into, like, terrible road network here?
we're like Loki in the mountains.
Yeah, like, it's not, yeah, we're getting this thing went way too far north.
We can go south in a mile.
Yeah, the problem is I need a way to... Yeah, there's just a lot of problems coming up.
I do want to point your attention really quickly
Yeah, a lot of roads.
to this other storm near DeForest, Wisconsin. Do have some rotation developing just southeast of Lodi, and that's very rain-wrapped. So there is at least some rotation trying to develop there. Don't think it's imminent, but it might be enough to get a warning on that once it moves a bit further to the east towards the town of Bristol, Sun Prairie, DeForest, and Windsor in southern Wisconsin. So if you are in those areas, just continue to stay vigilant. And then back over near Muskota, looks like that rotation is dying out. So that warning will probably end up being canceled. All right, let's go back to this warning again. This is the one that's confirmed right now. Actually, we're going to go back to here really quickly. Still broad rotation in eastern Iowa. That's going to be moving towards Asbury and Dubuque. If you're in either of those two areas, continue to stay in your safe place. New Vienna is where the rotation's located. It's approaching Richardsville, Sherrill, Sageville, Centralia, Asbury, and Dubuque here in eastern Iowa. And we're still watching rotation again near Fayette. It's actually moving a bit more northeast right now. Going towards Waldwick. They might...
Like scud sucking up from the ground. It looks so weird.
They think there's another tornado somewhere in the middle there. Yet again, I think that might be a thing that we have circled right now. So that would probably be the tornado if it is on the ground.
Dude, like this thing.
I even know, man.
See another one or?
Oh, yeah.
It's been a lot of scud, so it's a bit hard to tell.
That's a-
But
That's a... What?
That's what it was just doing.
No, I think it's an illusion. Because those ones are the ones moving right are closer to us, and the ones moving back aren't moving at all.
Yeah, see, look, it's just
It's a pure illusion. Pure illusion, bro.
That's a pretty wacky illusion.
have you been drinking? I know
I can see
our
how that
names
would
are
shrink
nuts, but
anymore.
still.
Pretty confusing illusion there. Dude, I
I
don't
won't
even
tell
like.
you.
This road
I
network
can't
is
tell you
just
anything
so
else.
Awful.
We need like
I can
a...
get south here, but
We need like a
we have
compilation of all my
nothing.
bad pronunciations.
No, I'm gonna get all the way
It'd
to
be so fun.
Darlington, and I'm gonna try and hook slice through the rain and find it. So.
I can't even believe what we witnessed, though. That's incredible.
It is wild.
Okay, yeah, I think Darlington has to be the play. That looks like the storm that's trying to become dominant.
Yeah.
There on that south side.
Yep.
Now, it looks very rain-wrapped, so hopefully...
Yeah, we're not
Getting a
gonna
report,
see
by
much
the way,
there.
out of Platteville, Wisconsin, of trees down in the area. There's some other damage as well. And that was likely from the tornado earlier.
I'm gonna crank out a quick YouTube bit of that tonight.
Get some raw footage out.
I'm gonna crank out a quick little YouTube video of that.
I just realized the tornado warning that we have back over here or was originally in Soak City. Apparently that's where the headquarters of Culver's is. So, fun fact. I guess that happens after, I mean, like yesterday I had Culver's for the first time in like a month. So that's kind of ironic. Still got some rotation here. I wouldn't say it's enough for a warning, but there's at least some rotation near DeForest, Wisconsin. So more like a wind threat, but could get an isolated tornado as that moves east. So we got rotation there. Broad circulation north of Dyersburg going towards Asbury in Iowa. And again, it's going to be tracking east, eventually going towards Dubach. If you're in Dubach, make sure that you're continuing to stay in your safe place, as this will continue to move east. As we could get a tornado at any time. Still broad rotation, but definitely something that could produce. Come back to Connor here for a second on this. Still apparently observed tornado, which we think it may have lifted, but there could still be something. They're just kind of in the rain right now.
Just don't want anybody getting
Goes for 3 more
hurt here.
minutes.
Yeah,
If there's a new warning, it'll probably come out here in just a moment.
Wonder if we can get a mezzo on the far south side. I don't think we will, but yeah, I'm almost in Darlington here. It'd be off to the left now. But we're in the mountain range now.
We have an east.
I know, we have an east in
Dubach?
Darlington.
I don't know what to tell you guys. I mean, Dubach sounds kind of cool. Somebody put that pronunciation in chat. I thought it was Dubach.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I have it as well. But yeah, correct me. 1.4, I got it.
Dubuque? They all sound the same. If there is a tornado still on the ground, it'll be approaching Yellowstone, Wisconsin, eventually going towards Blanchardville, in southwest Wisconsin. The warning does expire in about a minute and a half, so we'll see if they issue a new warning.
I got you.
The quick one doesn't mean anything special.
There's been a lot of storm mergers here, so I don't know if they will issue a new warning on this. We'll see.
That works? Yeah.
We'll have that information for you in just a moment.
I'll send you one of that and the Sidewinder.
Okay, so
We just said I love watching Storm live streamers. Completely botched pronunciations in Wisconsin. And Wisconsin's always been a hard place to pronounce. We've covered Wisconsin at least. I mean, I feel like we've at least covered it in like 10 or 15 severe weather live streams, and we still can't pronounce them.
yeah, except
Hey, Kathy, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. We're just waiting to see if we get a new warning on this. If we do, it would be in the next probably minute or two. But I feel like that rotation's probably weakened out enough to the point where they probably want to issue a new one. We could see something develop on this, though, near Arlington and Wyoda. So it's possible that we have a handoff happening where this storm's occluding and it's kind of weakening out. We have a new, stronger updraft and storm that's developing near Darlington and Wyoda, and this could end up producing something down the road as that moves east. So this might be the new storm to watch for, would be the one down here. We actually have a hail core developing too, just to the south of Darlington. So definitely gonna be watching that, I think, next. But we currently have 3 tornado warnings in the vicinity here, and now we're down to 1. The other 2 tornado warnings that are on radar Omega are the ones over in Canada. So we have now 1 tornado warning, and that's the one in Iowa. For the time being. Obviously, that could change. Darlington storm? I think they're in Wisconsin. Where is Storm Intermediate? Which storm are they on? Are they on the one up here? They are currently kind of in a... I don't know if they're... I don't know where they're actually at. Oh, let me change my overlay here. There's no new tornado warning. Ignore that. Thank you. Ignore the flashing, too. Well, as I say that, we get a new tornado warning. That is ridiculous.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Right. They've issued a new tornado warning, and this is the storm that we were talking about before, near DeForest in Windsor, near the town of Bristol. So if you are in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. That rotation, by the way, is actually pretty strong. So that's near Interstate 3990. It's going to be approaching the town of Bristol. near Sun Prairie as well. No debris signature, but that rotation's really come together over the last several minutes, and we could get a tornado with this as it moves towards town of Bristol and Sun Prairie, Wisconsin. Somebody clip that and ship it. That's insane. Latest scan still showing relatively strong rotation. Really coming together right now. Going towards town of Bristol, eventually towards Route 151. This includes a population of 40,000, by the way, so if you do know any friends or family in this warning, make sure you give them a call or text and make sure that they're aware of this. Not a storm you really want to be messing with how strong that rotation is right now. It's definitely come together. In addition to that, by the way, this is going to include Dane and Columbia counties in Wisconsin. Those are the two counties in this warning. That's your rotation right there. We'll have another scan in probably a moment. DeForest, Wisconsin. Let's go back to Iowa here. Let's go back to Dubuque, whatever it is. This is going towards Asbury and Rickardsville. Yeah, we still have some rotation here. I don't think the storm, though, is as organized as before. Actually, that's not even rotation. I don't even think this storm is really as organized as before. It was rotating a little bit more earlier. Had a reported funnel cloud earlier as well. It does look like this storm is losing some of its intensity and rotation. So eastern Iowa, just continue to monitor this storm. Keep staying in your safe place if you're in the warning. But they might end up canceling it depending on how things go over the next several minutes. As of 14 minutes ago, there was a funnel cloud, but I just don't see much there anymore. And this is the latest scan. Still broad circulation right now, north of DeForest. Velocities are pretty strong, though, so again, we could get a tornado with this as it moves off to the east. It is a fully rain-wrapped area of rotation. As you can see on the reflectivity, there's rain everywhere around this. So this is a fully rain-wrapped area of rotation right now. And for reference, this is north of Madison. I think we have some live cams in this area, so I'm going to check and see if we have any view on those. Apparently, Connor's saying there's some scud to the south on that south storm, by the way. They're going to the new storm, so... Alright, not seeing any live views right now of this storm. Rotation is definitely strong, though.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So we have a new tornado warning for those in Argyle near Wyota. This is the storm that Connor's on right now. If you are in this tornado warning, get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. And that rotation right there near Highway 81 is definitely a bit on the stronger side of things, moving in the direction of Argyle. That has actually intensified a lot over the last few minutes, and yet again, that's where Connor's going. So this is, we're gonna have a live shot with that at the bottom right of your screen as he keeps moving to the east on this. Near Highway 81, though, tracking towards Argyle. It's gonna be going towards Monticello, Exeter, and just south of Postville. So if you are in the pink polygon, get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, here in southwestern Wisconsin, west of Evansville. Moving eastbound. It's a very rain-wrapped area of rotation. So honestly, I don't know if we're actually going to see anything, but if there is a tornado, it could be completely rain-wrapped, and you could get caught off guard by that. So if you are in the warning, just make sure that you're taking it seriously. Don't try to look outside. Don't try to shoot a video for TikTok, because you're probably not going to see anything other than rain anyways. And then again, we got the other Wisconsin tornado warning, which we should have another radar scan on this in a second. See what it looks like on the next scan here. Is this in Iowa or Michigan? We are in neither. We're in Wisconsin right now. The other warning that we were just talking about is in Iowa. Over near Dubuque. Or Dubuque. Latest scan does show broader rotation on this storm now, so we are starting to see at least some broader circulation. Still very rain-wrapped, so just continue to stay in your safe place if you're in the warning in case it does try to intensify again. I do think our concern is going to start to come out of this storm, though. That's over near Monroe and Argyle. Looks very similar to the last storm that we just had a tornado with. And so I do think there's a pretty decent chance that this tries to produce something as it moves east, going towards Monticello. We're going to go to Connor, and I'm going to be back in 60 seconds in case this does drop in a minute. So be right back.
900 feet here, turn right.
Okay.
On the Lancaster.
Where is it? Right here?
Right.
Sure, bro? Why don't
This
we
is
go?
the route. It's taking me to Leota.
Yeah, but I don't want to go to Leota.
Oh, you want to go to Lamont?
Yes.
Sorry. I had Leota in. Where are you? 5 minutes ago we wanted to go there.
Yeah, no, I got you. Okay.
Yeah, this is right on the
Yeah, it's probably down south of Lamont.
If we blast through this rain, we'll get a
Might be able to get a glimpse, but I think we have another door on the ground, guys.
no way to tell.
No way to tell from this vantage point here. The road takes like a sharp right-hand turn up here.
All right.
Big time mezzo buried in the rain there.
Yeah, I know. Big mezzo.
Radar
there.
Mega Cam is coming up.
Guys,
It
we're
is.
going after it, though.
I don't know how far it is. Let's see. You got a little bit of a view there right now. Near Brooklyn, Wisconsin. Got a little bit of a view. The storm near town of Bristol, as I mentioned a moment ago, still broadening out. The main area of circulation is just north of D4, so it's right over Highway 54. Approaching town of Bristol, Pebble Valley will be next in track of this, as well, Windsor, Sun Prairie. So again, just continue to stay in your safe place. Main concern, though, with that entire cluster will be damaging winds as it moves east towards Watertown, eventually going towards Waukesha, Milwaukee down the road. Back over near Dubuque or whatever you want to call it, back over here near Asbury and Sageville. We still have some rotation here, but again, it's much broader than before. So I don't think this is as much of a concern, but it is still something that we'll have to watch for in case it does try to increase as it moves to the east towards Sageville and Asbury. In case there's some sort of spin up there. Then again, our main area of circulation is near Argyle, which is really the strongest area of rotation that we've had thus far. Right along Highway 81. Connor is like in the middle. He's about to be right in the middle of that rotation, so we'll see that in a second. By the way, if you hear any dings in the background, that is not my Xbox. I don't have an Xbox. It's just my weather alert system that has that sound effect. So, just I saw somebody say that in the chat. So, just letting you know.
Likely on the ground,
It has
guys.
nothing to do with an Xbox.
Somewhere right in front of us in the rain. All these mergers.
This tornado warning that we are currently looking at, by the way, is for Argyle, Monticello, Lamont, and Exeter in southwestern Wisconsin. I honestly think with what we saw with the last tornado and what we're seeing here, I think there is another either just lowering or a tornado that is on the ground west of Argyle. It's rain wrapped, so I don't know if we're going to see it. We saw it last time and it was rain wrapped, so we might see it again. Connor's like a mile out from this, but that rotation is really strong again, so there is a pretty strong probability that we have another tornado on the ground with the storm. It's relatively discreet. This is the type of storm that we would be looking for today for the greatest tornado threat. It's yet again kind of in that situation. Very rain-wrapped, obviously, rotation. But I would not be surprised if we have a tornado with that storm. That rotation north of Madison right now is still looking broad at this time, going towards town of Bristol. A bit stronger at the beginning of that warning. Still broad. All right, let's go see. Let's go back to this warning again. Look at that. Oh, whoa. We actually might have a large tornado on the ground. That is a big debris signature on the eastern tornado. That's on the eastern radar site. We have a possibly large tornado right now on the ground near Argyle. And Connor's right behind this. This is possibly a large tornado heading towards Argyle. You need to be in your safe place if you're in this warning near Argyle. The southern radar site does not show that yet, but I mean, we're kind of looking at a closer radar site, I believe, with the other one. Let me just double check the mileage here. If I believe this is definitely, I think this is a large tornado if that one's closer. That's 80 miles. This one is only 70-ish miles. So I do think we have a large tornado on the ground right now, northwest of Argyle. That is a big debris signature. Right over Highway 81. Connor's driving right into this. I mean, again, this could be a large tornado right now heading eastbound. We could see this go PDS if it is. But this has just started popping up over the last couple of scans. It lines up really well with where the rotation is. It's exactly where our tight rotation is on radar. If this is on the ground, it could be a... this is now a PDS tornado. Yep, alright, PDS tornado on this storm.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So again, this is a large tornado on the ground. In Wisconsin, this is officially a PDS tornado. You need to get to your safe place. You got to get underground if you can. If you are in the town of Argyle, Wisconsin, near Highway 78, it is on track to go towards Monticello and Exeter. So again, a large and strong tornado is currently on the ground. A large debris signature, which Connor is literally right behind where this debris track is. So we'll see if we see anything. But there's a obviously big debris signature here on radar. Moving right towards the northwest side now of Argyle, in southwestern Wisconsin. Now, down the road, this will be going towards Postville, New Glarus, Monticello, Albany, Union, Evansville will be on the track of this long term. But again, this is a large and strong tornado that is currently in progress right over Highway 81, just to the northwest of Argyle. Moving eastbound. Again, seek shelter if you're in this warning. This is what Connor's looking at, which he's just behind where this tornado just went through. We'll see if we can see anything here, because they're right next to where this damage track would be. I think they're only like a mile behind this. Just gotta see if we can confirm anything here.
Got shut off to my right. Cross the road. We're gonna come up on damage. It just crossed the road. We're gonna come up. No, it's gonna be off to our left exit. It just crossed the road. We're gonna. I doubt we'll be able to.
Oh, here it is, right here in the middle.
Some debris.
I think.
No.
We just
Or maybe not.
Oh, there's some trees.
Hard to tell because there's so much rain falling. Very low visibility.
I doubt we make it through here.
If it's as strong as it looks on radar, there's no way.
Yeah.
Unless it went south.
Can't really see anything yet. We're gonna go back to radar real quick. I do want to mention that this is a radar confirmed tornado, so this is not observed by spotters, but wow. That debris signature is growing. We got a big tornado right now on the ground here. That debris signature is relatively large right now on the northwest side of Argyle in Wisconsin. And you've got to get to your safe place if you're in this warning. Get away from windows. Get on the lowest floor possible. Get into an interior room of your home or building. If you're in a mobile home, you need to go to a sturdy structure. As at least appearing by radar here, this is a very large, at least a large tornado at the bare minimum, but probably strong. As this will continue again to move east-northeast over the next several minutes. I am curious, does the southern radar site show this? Yeah, the southern radar site is also showing that debris signature. So this tornado it looks like definitely verified by both radar sites. But that dark blue is not something that you want to see. That dark blue does indicate that there's some pretty significant debris being lifted up into the atmosphere right now. And Hypnos just super chatted and said that there's no sirens in Argyle. And I do want to mention that there might not be sirens, and you do not want to rely on sirens, because not all towns have tornado sirens. And sometimes you can lose power from those sirens. Like sometimes sirens lose power too.
Tornado on the ground.
They were just talking about, by the way, that there is tree damage off to their left where there was back
We're
there.
close. Like,
You know anyone in our guy?
we're really freaking
They're
close.
probably about a mile south of this tornado. Right now, this tornado is on track to move east right now.
We are really freaking close to this thing. Roof damage right here.
Damage.
So there's damage right there.
Across through here. I mean, it's right
Yeah,
here.
the tornado has ripped through this area. You saw damage in the backside of that building, it looked like.
Just crossed off to the left. I mean,
see
it's
a
just
thing.
white. It's
So
pure
this is
white
obviously
over
on the ground.
there. Can't see it.
Much different than our photogenic.
This is a completely rain-wrapped tornado, which makes it that much more dangerous. This is the latest velocity scan. Not nearly as strong as before, but we definitely still have a tornado here. Still got a debris signature over the north side of Argyle, Wisconsin. It's going to be going right over Highway 78 within the next couple of minutes. Try to avoid this warning if you can anywhere in this area. Just try to stay back from this area. It is currently tracking to the east. It'll be going towards Monticello. Exeter, Albany, Magnolia, Evansville will be long-term tracks of this. If you're in Janesville, also stay weather aware because this storm is on track for you as well. Also have a little bit of broad circulation developing east of DeForest in Wisconsin. And rotation has picked up quite a bit going towards Dubuque. Look at that right there. We also have rotation strengthening here. So I would also be in your safe place if you're near the Dubuque area here in eastern Iowa. Let's go back to this storm again. That debris signature on the latest scan growing again. So this is still a storm that's producing a tornado. Debris being picked up in the atmosphere just north of Argyle, Wisconsin, crossing right over Highway 78. And get to your safe place if you're in this warning. Connor right now is going into Argyle, just an FYI. So he's still a little far south of this storm. He hasn't seen anything new since, but this is again where the tornado is located. If it is indeed still on the ground, which we do think it is, it's going to be right over the north side of Argyle. Here are the storm relative velocities, by the way. This is a better view of it, actually. We should have been using this the entire time. Look at that. That was at the beginning of this tornado. I mean, this thing was very tight and confined. Still looks like it's on the ground on the north side of Argyle. It is moving due east right now, but again, it could change directions. So if you're anywhere in the pink polygon, you got to be in your safe place. Back to Connor here for a second. Connor's just south of this tornado. See if we see anything else.
It's really weakened on velocity. Now it's probably like roping out, weakening.
I have another radar scan coming in here in just a second. Yeah, this tornado again is fully rain wrapped. We're probably not going to see it unless they zero pointed, meaning that they're like next to the tornado, literally. Within, like, there's the tornado sirens. I think. Sound like tornado sirens. Don't sound pretty, but those are tornado sirens.
Just to the north here, chat. Am I getting a visual? Something.
That is a creepy sound.
Take me northeast a little bit.
Yeah, we gotta go north. Like,
Well, really, the good news right now is that this tornado has likely just missed the downtown area of Argyle because the tornado's up here. It's traveling along Road A. I don't know what kind of road that is, but that tornado would be right there, which we do still have a debris signature here. Looks like Connor, you can see him on the tracker here. He's going right up Highway 78, so he's going to try to see what happened behind it. We are seeing some damage now, it looks like. Or at least some leaves are on the road, so we are approaching where this tornado was.
Coming around this corner.
Next in track for this tornado will be Monticello, Exeter in Wisconsin.
Over there. It's a big mass of rain off to our right where the tornado is.
They do have sirens, they do.
I see a mezzo.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's over there. It's over there.
Well, the tornado's back in there somewhere. It's rain wrapped.
Big mezzo.
Anything?
There's two right of us. That's where it'd be.
Yep.
It's just a mezzo wrapped up in rain.
Tucker, by the way, you copy and pasted something on that.
Further, or should we drop south of this?
Let me know.
Here's where it crossed, right here. Right here, cross. Looks like tree down.
There's some damage right there.
Yeah. Some damage by the cemetery.
trying to just get a visual real quick.
I don't know if
I don't think we can
pop out.
I don't think we can keep up with it, to be honest, with this road and everything we have.
Is there a new Mezzo South?
That's what I'm wondering.
I think so.
Again, the tornado right now is moving to the east. If it is still on the ground, which again we do think it is, it's gonna be right there on the south side of Road A. Velocities haven't updated yet, but that'd be where we're looking for that tornado right now. Moving east-northeast. This is again a PDS tornado, which is a particularly dangerous situation. It's completely rain-wrapped in terms of this tornado. And this is what the PDS tornado warning looks like, just a bit more zoomed out here. So again, Lamont, Argyle, Monticello, in southern and southwestern Wisconsin. Down the road, this is on track to go towards Janesville. I'm not saying that Janesville is going to see a large and strong tornado, but you are going to be in the track of this particular storm down the road, as long as it can stay alive here. Monticello? Okay, it's Monticello, apparently. So Monticello in Wisconsin is in the track of this. Again, that right there will be your tornado. Moving eastbound, Monticello and Exeter are still in the track of this potentially large and or strong tornado. Also, we do have some rotation that's trying to develop again back near Sun Prairie. It's trying to spin still here near town of Bristol in Wisconsin, so we're still watching that storm as well. And then back near Asbury, still got rotation here going towards Dubuque. That's your area of rotation. Moving east, continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning near Sageville. It is again another discrete cell, so anything that can maintain staying discrete could produce a more elevated tornado risk. All right, back to the PDS tornado warning. Go back to the other radar site. All right, this is the latest velocity scan. If this tornado is still on the ground, it's going to be west of Monticello. That right there will be where we're looking. But I'm not seeing as strong of rotation as a few minutes ago. So might be occluding, but not 100% sure yet. We haven't seen the new CC update. Still looks like we have something. There's still at least some green there, which usually indicates that we still have a tornado on the ground. So again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. There is likely at least still something on the ground here moving east. Might not be as strong and intense as before, but looks like we still do have a tornado in progress heading towards Monticello, Wisconsin, and Exeter. After this, Evansville will be on the track of it. Albany, Spring Valley, Footville, other areas to watch for after this warning. We're gonna keep it right there. That's your tornado right there moving east. If you guys do see any reports on Twitter, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX, or on Facebook, which is the same thing, at MaxVelocityWX, if you see any reports. Connor was just saying it too. That was a rare rain-wrapped tornado from every view, which literally it was complete. This tornado so far has been fully rain-wrapped. Like, this is the current live presentation of the radar. And if this is still on the ground, it's going to be right here in that black circle. You cannot see this tornado anywhere if you're looking in this, unless you are zero-pointing this tornado. So, like, legitimately, this is a fully rain-wrapped tornado. There is no way of seeing this, unless you are just next to this warning. Or next to this tornado, I should say. And that right there, if there is still a tornado on the ground, it's going to be right there in the black circle. Debris signature not looking as prominent as before. So the potential that this is still on the ground looks less likely, but I would still stay in your safe place just in case. This is Connor's view right now. He's in the town of Argyle right now.
Look at SLC.
No, scary looking cloud.
Nice little scary looking cloud there in the middle. That's not a
For
funnel.
where we think the next cycle is going to happen.
The rotation is completely embedded in the storm, so.
I mean, there's definitely a little base over there. It's just some reason.
I wonder if it's rotating harder where it's rain wrapped there.
It could be.
And we just don't know.
Okay, I mean, it's hard to tell on the radar, but it looks like this southern one might be getting dominant now.
I think it has to be.
It should be.
What else is going to get dominant?
In theory, it should.
Yes.
We're off that hook slice, guys.
which we love.
The big city for the $4 super
Looks
chat.
very ominous right here.
Yeah.
All right,
Just
let me go
found
back
some
to
new
radar here.
Love the hook slice around here, guys.
We have a new radar scan that just came in. As I mentioned before, the chances that this is still on the ground do seem a bit lower. There is still a possibility that we have something on the ground. It's just not as strong as we once had. So again, I would still stay in your safe place, just in case. If we go back a few scans, you'll see how strong it was when it went PDS. Like, this is how strong it was. It looked like a relatively strong and large tornado. We also had a massive debris signature on this at the beginning, going all the way back, closer to the beginning. Pretty large debris signature on this. Over the scans here, it kind of looks like that has gone away. So again, I do think this is lifted for the time being, but I would still stay in your safe place, because we could see this drop again. We could see another tornado that could be even larger, or as large on the ground with this as it moves to the east.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a new tornado warning near the in southwestern Wisconsin. This is near Jamestown, Hazel Green, southwest of Cuba City. If you are in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. Again, this is a particular storm that is currently crossing into Wisconsin, and it is not PDS. It is radar indicated. So this is radar indicated rotation. Has had a lot of rotation for quite a while. So if you're near Jamestown or Hazel Green, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is, by the way, the view. It's very ominous. This is on the back side of the storm that just produced that large tornado, which, again, that warning has not been updated yet. It is still PDS.
Or probably early tomorrow morning.
We could have a new tornado developing in that same spot.
If you guys haven't liked and subscribed,
Yeah, what are we doing around here? If we
Very
haven't hit that
ominous
like button,
skies on the back
subscribe
side
to
of
the
this.
stream. Got at least 3-4 tornadoes on stream. Drove into one, basically. And then we just almost tracked down another one, and luckily didn't come across any significant damage.
go ahead on my channel too.
We got Ben here. If you're looking to follow Ben, my partner, his channel is Ben Williams.
This is what I'm talking about here with this new rotation. It looks like it's trying to strengthen again. So we might have organizing rotation again on this storm near Monticello. Also have a little bit of rotation northwest of Monroe. So there's a couple of areas to watch for with this storm, with 2 different pockets of rotation. We got one going towards Monticello, and we got the other one down here. That's going to be northwest of Monroe. So a couple areas moving east right now in this particular tornado warning. Eventually going towards Albany and Broadhead. Again, that's the view of this storm on the back side of it. So, again, very ominous. Just giving you an idea of how ominous it is out there. That little thing on the left there that looks like a funnel, I again think that's more of just scary looking clouds there too.
Every tornado year ever.
Most goated year of all time.
It's getting to that point. See the it's in the rain. See the tail cloud?
New Mezzo is off to the left, even though there is right to left.
My computer is frozen, I think.
But it
or my
would
mouse
make
is
sense
frozen.
for it to be.
Oh, never mind, that's my
there.
Tail cloud, like that's
It's
not
like,
there
what
for
is
no
going on?
reason.
That would have been bad timing. Never mind.
Might have another massively rain.
Never mind. I think we're good.
Yeah, that's right.
I had my pen on I was drawing circles. I thought my entire computer just froze. But we're good. All right. Back to radar again. Let's go back to the southern radar site here. The southern radar site is picking up on more rotation on the southern side of this storm, which is what I was just pointing out on the closer up radar site. So I do think there's at least something developing down near Highway 81. So we could have another tornado situation trying to develop down there. That might be the next area to watch for on this storm. PDS tornado warning does go for 15 more minutes. Again, has not been updated yet. It is still PDS for the time being. Even though we don't think that same tornado that was large and strong is still on the ground. Go back in time, it looks like it is probably occluded out, but it could be recycling here near the Monticello area. So if you're in Monticello, just continue to stay in your safe place just in case it is still on the ground, which it very well could be. The Storm Prediction Center has issued a new outlook, a mesoscale discussion for those in Illinois. That's anywhere from Chicago suburbs back into western Illinois. The risk for severe storms will increase this evening. Damaging winds will be the primary threat, with the tornado threat being more conditional. Mostly conditional and actual discrete storms being there. If it's more linear, it's probably not going to be as concerning. that will probably be a severe thunderstorm watch there for Illinois here pretty soon. Which right now, there's nothing really nearby in Illinois, but we are watching this storm development here, which is east of Cedar Rapids for reference. I believe this has just been updated. All right, so we are back to radar indicated on this tornado warning. So no longer PDS, but we also have a new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We do have a new tornado warning. That is going to be back up near Sun Prairie yet again. For a new tornado warning, that is going to be up near town of Bristol and Columbus. They were just under a tornado warning, and they're now under another one. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Again, that rotation right now on the south side of town of Bristol, north of Sun Prairie, near Route 151, moving towards Columbus and eventually towards Reeseville. So broad area of circulation, but that's another area to watch for. That's been rotating for probably almost an hour now, but it's trying to rotate again, moving eastbound. And then again, the southern tornado warning is back to radar indicated. We are watching the main area of rotation that did produce a large tornado. Still some rotation there going towards Monticello. And we also have some rotation on the southern side of the storm, which I think is where Connor's going to be heading towards. So he's going to try to intercept the southern side of that storm. Here's the latest radar scan. So those are the two main areas of rotation that we're watching for. We'll probably end up getting a new warning on this for those in Albany, Magnolia, and Evansville and Spring Valley in a moment. So just if you're in those areas, be ready to go to your safe place, because they might issue a warning there in a moment. And the rotation south of Jamestown still relatively broad. That's the area of rotation right along Highway 11 and Route 61 that we're looking at. So moving eastbound towards Hazel Green, Benton, and New Diggings. So those will be the areas on the track of that one. A friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We'll keep you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage. Also, make sure to like the stream. Helps get this out to more people. Also, thank you, Boo, Kathy, for becoming members. Thank you, Sobek, for the $5 super chat. Yeah, that would definitely help. I agree. Thank you, Bob, also for becoming a member. Thank you, Craig, for the $5 super chat. I just saw that message, so I do apologize. Thank you, Venom, Deva, Thunder Chicken, and Stream also for all becoming members. Thank you, Ellie, for becoming a 1-month member. Gritty forecast for today. Need like 25 more members for doing a gritty today. And that would not happen until after all this tornado action is done, which might be a while. We might have a pretty active next few hours with how things have gone. Now, before the stream did begin, I did kind of mention the peak of the tornado threat would probably be around 5-6.
I think
End up being a little hair after that,
but
not too far
that was
off.
the difference. So I agree. If you go back and look at meso-analysis, this was kind of on the
Are you going to eat something? I had a massive Wawa lunch.
Right where there's backed winds.
And I also got a Wawa hunt cake. That's Oreo, so I might have that.
Backed winds and the photograph
I'm not hungry right now.
Probably allowed for it to produce, despite the fact that
We're good to go for now.
Terrible
thermodynamics.
Hey, Steve, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Appreciate that.
Awful. We'll take it. As long as it hopefully didn't do any significant damage.
I wonder if the lack of lapse rates is why it's getting so saturated in rain wrap now. Right? Because there's not much like...
I think it's just pure mergers that caused the rain wrap.
Maybe there's not much dry air above, though, too. Like,
I mean,
They're just talking right now. All right, let's go back to Sun Prairie first. Do we have rotation? Possibly. I mean, this is a broad area of circulation. We have something there, too, that's trying to develop.
A new tornado warning.
And we have another
has been
tornado
issued.
warning. That's going to be on the one that's down to the south. Monticello, Albany, and the new tornado warning. Back over here in southern Wisconsin, south of New Glarus. If you are in this warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. So again, that's for Monticello, Albany, Exeter, west of Evansville, under this new tornado warning. Really, the main area of rotation that I'm seeing on the velocities is the one north of Monticello. That one's been going for a long time. So that right there is still going. But we still have some potential redevelopment happening back down north of Monroe, near Highway 69. So that'll be another area to watch for over the next several minutes. So again, if you're in the pink polygon, get to your safe place. Away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. The rotation near Prairie Corners and Hazel Green, this one again just looks mostly to me like a wind threat. There isn't a whole lot of rotation here, but we could still get something. So just stay in your safe place. Just not seeing anything that looks major as of right now. And I was trying to talk about this storm up here. We do have some rotation that's developing down near Marshall. We also have some back up near town of Bristol, but that's really broad at this point. This one might be something that gets warned in the next few minutes. Trying to see what the velocity scan shows here on this next scan. It also could just be wind. Yeah, that looks kind of strong to me. That's just south of Marshall. So if you're near Waterloo, Wisconsin, north of Deerfield, we could get a warning on that. To me, it looks more like a wind threat, but there's definitely, I think there's something happening here. Pretty strong velocities going towards and away from the radar. Thank you, Beth, for becoming a member. Thank you, Adams, for the $4.99. Thanks, Max, for your coverage and city pronunciations. No problem at all. Thank you, Craig R, also for becoming a member, and welcome to the velocities. We have another radar site down here, too, but I don't think that's going to show it yet. We have a couple of terminal radar sites, but nothing really nearby here. Alright, we'll have another radar scan in a moment on both of these storms. And one thing you'll probably notice here is that we have this large cluster of storms going from Platteville and even down towards Dubuque, all the way back up to the north. I mean, this is just an elongated line of storms that we have here that's developed. We are going to be watching for a tornado risk with anything that's like in here, for example. So anything that we kind of get these little notches in, that's where we're looking at for that greatest tornado threat embedded in the line. What we're watching for the greatest tornado threat, for the potential for a strong tornado threat, would be this type of storm, which we just saw probably at least a strong and or large tornado. So something like this would have that best potential. It's discrete, so that'll help with a potential strong tornado risk. Yeah, that right there, still again south of Marshall. This is the latest radar scan. Still pretty strong rotation there. We're watching the storm as it moves to the east. Alright, let's zoom back out. I'm actually kind of surprised that one's not warned yet. If you were in Lake Mills or Johnson Creek, I would at least be ready to get to your safe place. There is a hook here. Let's lighten this up again. It could just be wind. I don't know. That looks more like rotation to me. The south of Marshall. Moving east. We're going to stay zoomed out for a second. They might issue a new warning on that. Thank you, Mitch, for the $25 donation. I do appreciate that. Edgerton, Wisconsin. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Guys, we're about to turn the chat on members only if people can't chill out. I don't know what's going on, but you guys all have to chill. Looking at chat, people keep saying weird things. Everybody has to chill. Otherwise, I'm putting on members only. Okay. This right here near Marshall, that is still really strong rotation. There you go. Tornado warning here in Wisconsin.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is near Marshall, Waterloo, north of Lake Mills, northwest of Johnson Creek. Again, you gotta get to your safe place if you're in this warning, away from windows, lowest floor possible. This could drop a strong tornado with how strong that rotation is. Again, if you're in this warning, get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. But that right there, again, this could drop a strong tornado. There's no debris signature yet, but Marshall, Waterloo, north side of Lake Mills, you've got to be in your safe place. This is definitely a dangerous storm right now moving eastbound in Wisconsin. I got you, Evan. I got you. I'm trying to look at them. They're not loading for me. I'm trying to load one of them up. I don't know why it's not loading. It's not really too big of a deal, but just trying to see if we can see anything on those. Is Connor Cobb to the storm? He's on the south side of that tornado-warned cell in southern Wisconsin. I think the power went out on those two cameras, Evan. Because they're not working. Alright, we'll have another radar scan in a second. Again, we could have a tornado on the ground near Marshall and Waterloo and Lake Mills, near Interstate 94. Again, we don't have anything officially confirmed yet, but with how strong the velocities were, I would not be shocked if we had a tornado on the ground. I mean, this thing is very strong right now. Moving eastbound. Just waiting on a radar scan. So much flooding in Sauk County. There is going to be flooding. I mean, we have flash flood warnings, but we have just so many thunderstorms out there. Very saturated area in Wisconsin. It's definitely going to be a very, obviously, you know, wet area to begin with, and all the water is just going to pile up over time and, you know, eventually lead to the potential for some flooding. I think we have a new radar scan coming in right now, just waiting for it. Big CC drop? How's my radar not updated yet? What's going on here? Oh, yeah. Oh my goodness. This could be a big tornado. That's near Marshall and Waterloo. That's a big tornado possibly dropping right now near Marshall. You got to get to your safe place if you're in this warning. This is potentially another large and strong tornado. I'm waiting for the velocities to update, but that on reflectivity is a debris ball. If that all matches up, which I'm 99.9% sure that this is a large and strong tornado that has just dropped. And yeah, you got to get to your safe place if you're in this warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. We're going to go ahead and call this confirmed. If you're in this warning, you got to get to your safe place. This is a dangerous storm near Marshall.
This is an urgent
now
alert.
observed.
A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So again, this is a big debris signature right now on the south side of Marshall where we have a tornado on the ground. You've got to get to your safe place if you're in this warning near Waterloo, Portland, and as well as going towards the Hubbleton area. This is potentially a strong tornado that has just dropped. You don't get debris signatures like that often right off the rip when a tornado drops, and this one is relatively significant. We got a debris signature and everything on radar right now on the south side of Marshall. This is officially confirmed, by the way, so this is not just me confirming it. It is officially confirmed. So, you gotta get to your safe place if you're in this warning. Near Waterloo, north side of Lake Mills. Unfortunately, there is a possibly strong tornado on the ground right now moving east. That right there is gonna be your tornado. We got a big debris signature on this, too. That's just on the south side of Marshall. So, significant debris right now. That's just south. It's right along Highway 19. Looks like the worst of the tornado is just on the southeast side here of the town of Marshall, Wisconsin. It's going to be going towards Waterloo as well. But we got a debris signature and everything right now near Marshall. That reflectivity is not hail. That is debris. So this is not something you want to be messing around with. So again, you got to get to your safe place if you're in this warning, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. It is now a PDS tornado. This is now officially PDS.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So again, we got a debris signature and everything on radar here. This is a large tornado that is on the ground on the southeast side of Marshall. This is also going to be radar confirmed. So again, this is confirmed by radar, not observed, but you know, the debris signature here on radar is just, you know, crazy. We have a pretty significant debris signature here on radar, and we'll have another velocity scan in a second. This tornado is becoming rain wrapped as we speak. That right there on the southeast side of Marshall is your tornado. Wow, that is a big tornado right now, heading towards Waterloo, Wisconsin. Hubbleton, Milford will also be on the track of this. This is a big debris signature. Scan over scan, this thing just blew up. You've got to get to your safe place if you're in Waterloo, Wisconsin. If you know any friends or family in this area, please share this with them. We'll keep you posted. But this is a big tornado right now on the ground near Highway 19, moving east, going towards Waterloo and Hubbleton. This is now officially, again, a PDS tornado. That is a particularly dangerous situation. This on reflectivity, once again, is not hail or rain. It is a large tornado. That is debris that is being lifted up into the atmosphere, and this is a significant tornado that is tracking right along Highway 19 right now in Wisconsin. This is a very dangerous situation if you are in this warning. You've got to try to get underground if you can. But again, this is a big tornado right now that is tracking to the east. It'll be going towards Hubbleton. It's near Waterloo right now. This is one of the largest debris signatures that we've seen in weeks. I don't know the last time we saw something like this. It's been a while. So this is a relatively significant tornado right now moving east. And the velocities on radar are verifying this too, that this is a significant tornado. Man, this is not good. If you're in Waterloo, again, you got to get underground if you can. If you're in a mobile home in this warning, you've got to find sturdy structure or get into a ditch. This is, again, a particularly dangerous situation. Big debris ball on radar, big debris signature right over Highway 19. It is moving right into Waterloo over the next couple of minutes in Wisconsin. I had a feeling today might go big in some ways, and unfortunately, we've had now two different PDSs. We had the one in southern Wisconsin, and this storm is not really an area that I think we were really expecting something like this, but unfortunately, this is another very dangerous tornado. By the way, Tucker, you can post this. Now, down the road, if this continues, it'll be going towards Watertown, eventually going towards Axonia, Ashipun, Richwood, Johnson Creek. Those areas will be in the track of this eventually, of this large and strong tornado, which is currently in progress, traveling right along Highway 19. And again, this is your large tornado right now. It's on the southwest side of Waterloo. Got to get to your safe place if you're in this warning. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Tucker, post it as PDS. Post it as PDS. Post this one, because it's PDS. When it goes PDS, we'll just post it again. We have a new radar scan coming in here in a second. Again, what we're looking at is the correlation coefficient. When we see blues like this centered right over the strongest area of rotation, that is where we're looking at for the potential for a strong and large tornado, and that's where it is right now. It's traveling right along Highway 19, approaching Waterloo, Wisconsin, near Portland, and Hubbleton will be in the track of this. It is a probably rain-wrapped tornado as well now. Matching this up with reflectivity, this does look like it's rain-wrapped now. Yeah, this is still on the ground. Still got a big-time tornado right now heading towards Waterloo. The southwest side of Waterloo in Wisconsin's getting hit by this as we speak. So if you currently are in Waterloo, you've got to make sure that you are getting to your safe place. Waterloo, just to the south of Portland, near Highway 89. You've got to get to your safe place, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. This is a dangerous tornado. It is producing significant damage right now along Highway 19. But again, Waterloo has got to be in your safe place. This tornado might be occluding, but it is still producing significant damage. It is getting wrapped into the rain entirely. You know, initially we had a pretty clear hook echo on this storm out in front of it. There is a possibility that it could occlude as it goes into Waterloo, but it's definitely going to be producing significant damage along its path. And this, again, was all the debris that we were just talking about a moment ago. So that's the debris signature a moment ago, as of 7:12, sorry, 8 minutes ago. And then it's kind of gone into the rain. You can see how it's just wrapped into the rain now. So people traveling along Highway 19 might have no clue about this until they get there. So, again, if you know any friends or family that might be in this area, please let them know. Make sure that you're getting to your safe place. This is moving off to the east-northeast into Waterloo. So it's definitely a big-time tornado right now heading into Waterloo. Latest radar scan still showing tornado on the ground right now on the south side of Waterloo. It is currently hitting some buildings on the south side of Waterloo, Wisconsin. Let's see what areas this is hitting. This is like, so as of right now, this is going to be hitting the Holy Family Catholic School. Meadowbrook Apartments is going to be hit by this. The Badger City Dumpsters. There's a cemetery down there on the southwest side of Waterloo that this is probably hitting right now, or it's about to hit. The Waterloo Antiques Mall will be hit by this. You got the Waterloo Family Dental area, which is going to be kind of in downtown that could get hit by this. Waterloo City Cemetery, St. Joseph Catholic Cemetery in the track of this as well, in the southwest side of Waterloo. With this tornado that is on the ground. Again, this is a PDS tornado. This is a particularly dangerous situation. These are only issued when we have strong and large tornadoes, and in this case, we clearly do. Over the last several scans, we've seen this really blow up. I think the worst of it was right over Highway 19, but it's still on the ground. It's still chugging along and producing damage. And apparently there might be a handoff happening with this storm. Let's check that out. There could be a handoff happening with this storm out in front of it. So we could get a new redevelopment of a tornado just to the south and southeast of Waterloo. So there is a potential that we could get some sort of meso handoff with this as it moves to the east. Which has happened. If you remember, if you were watching our live stream back last month, or really anybody's live stream, there was a handoff multiple times with the tornadoes that were happening in North Texas, back over near Valley View and Sanger. Very similar instance there, and we could very easily see that happen here as well, where we could get another tornado developing on the leading edge out here east of Waterloo. That's a possibility. The current area where there is a tornado, though, is going to be moving right into the southwest side of Waterloo. We'll have another CC update here in a second. Here's the latest scan. So if this is still on the ground, which we think it is, it's going to be on the south side of Waterloo. It's near Madison Street and Highway 89, State Highway 89. That's where this is located. We've got the debris signature moving right into Waterloo. It doesn't look like this tornado is as strong as before, but it is still on the ground. So if you are in Waterloo, Wisconsin, you got to continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. And in an interior room of your home or building. But yeah, looks like we're going to see... There could be a handoff here south of Waterloo. It's not a guarantee, but a lot of cases, we do sometimes see handoffs where we get a new tornado developing and a newly formed hook, and that could happen here to the south of Waterloo. As of right now, that tornado is right in downtown Waterloo. So Waterloo is taking a direct hit from this tornado. Hopefully it's, occluding completely. But it looks like we're going to at least have some damage here in the town of Waterloo. And if it keeps going, Hubbleton and Portland will be next in track for this tornado. Right now, moving east-northeast. Oh, yeah, look at this right here. This right here is where we're looking for that new redevelopment. Let's go 723. See what the velocities show. It looks like that might be where we're looking for a new tornado development. For the velocities to update here. Oh, just updated. Yeah, this is probably going to drop into another large tornado, or at least something strong south of Hubbleton. We're seeing a complete handoff right now, just east of Marshall. It's going to be heading right towards Watertown. If you are in Watertown, you need to be ready to get to your safe place. We could get another big tornado out of this. There is a handoff happening in real time southeast of Waterloo. This is not good. Waterloo is very populated in Wisconsin. Any friends or family in Waterloo, make sure that they're aware of this. This again is going, there's a handoff happening in real time here. And what that means is that we are going to be seeing a new tornado probably developing here in the new hook gecko that's developing. That's just south of Highway 19. We still have a tornado in Waterloo for the record, but this is now the new area to watch for north of Lake Mills. We'll have another radar scan in a second. It's not looking good, though. This tornado that's now on the east side of Waterloo, a much smaller debris signature. So this one looks like it's starting to, fizzle out. There's still something here, but this is, at least looks like it's occluding. But shout out to Andy Hill. He helped me be able to see the handoff in real time. I didn't see it until he actually mentioned it, so shout out to Andy Hill. Here's the latest scan. It's not as strong as the last scan, so let's hope this just doesn't happen, but let's check this out. Unless the velocities just mistakenly did not update right. We do have the radar sweep on. Here's the latest scan. Not seeing any debris signature here. So nothing on the ground with this one quite yet. We still do have a small debris signature on the east side of Waterloo. So this tornado, again, is occluding out. It's probably still, like, you know, it's probably roping out here on the east side of Waterloo. But, again, the area that we'll be watching for redevelopment for will be right here, just to the south of Hubbleton. Again, if you're in Watertown, Ebenezer, Grelton, Pipersville, Old Lebanon, Exonia, any of those areas here out in front of the storm in Wisconsin, just make sure you're ready to go to your safe place, anywhere in this area. You're not under a warning, but this storm is heading in your direction. And we could see, again, a handoff here, and if we do see that, we could get a strong and large tornado again with this. Not a guarantee, but it does look like it's trending still in that direction. Here's your rotation. It's still not tight, but it's trying to redevelop right now. Moving eastbound. I mean, look at that hook right there. This hook is starting to organize again. Got a hook echo right here that's developing again. Might take a few minutes to get going, but it's still trying right now. By the way, the southern tornado warning that Connor's been on, that one has been fully canceled. So that one's done right now, at least for the time being. This is really going to be our main concern. Is going to be this storm right here, just east of Waterloo. I would recommend, if you are in Watertown or Exonia, make sure you have flashlights ready to go. Anywhere really in southern Wisconsin, just have flashlights ready to go. We have this whole cluster of storms right now that will continue to produce a threat for damaging winds that could be numerous at times, moving across a large chunk of southern Wisconsin. And in addition to that, we still have a chance for a couple or even a few tornadoes over the next couple of hours. A strong tornado cannot be ruled out in this type of environment. This is still a PDS tornado, by the way, so this is, as of now, still a particularly dangerous situation. This is located, the tornado itself that they're referencing is the one near Waterloo, for reference. But we are still watching for redevelopment just south of Hubbleton, sorry, in Wisconsin. And again, if you're in Watertown, you gotta be ready to get to your safe place. There could be a tornado warning there here soon if this really gets going. Waiting for the velocities to update here. Here's the latest scan. Still not looking horrible yet. It's not tightening quite yet, but we do have a hook still. So definitely stay in your... get ready to get to your safe place if you're in Watertown. There's still a chance that this does try to intensify as it moves eastbound. Just gonna put this in loop here for a second. We'll stay zoomed out. If you guys do see any reports, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I'll try to relay reports on there. So far, from what I've heard in the last couple of minutes here, there's no, or at least no reports yet of structural damage in Waterloo. Which, again, the southwest side of Waterloo is what really was hit here. We go back. The tornado was the worst from about the south side of Marshall back into the south side of Waterloo. That was about the track right there. And it kind of occluded. It was still on the ground. It probably still went through Waterloo, just wasn't as large. It was probably a really small little rope kind of thing. Whoa. All right, I'm going to stay here for a second. We'll have another radar scan in a moment.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. New tornado warning for those in Watertown, Ebenezer, Pipersville, Exonia, Grelton, Lebanon, all those areas in this new tornado warning. And you got to get to your safe place, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building if you are in this new pink polygon. It is radar indicated on this new warning, but again, this very well could produce a new tornado as this does move to the east. So again, Watertown, Ebenezer, Pipersville, Exonia, Lebanon, Richwood, Grelton, you all need to be in your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. Rotation is starting to strengthen again, and it's going to be associated with that small hook that you can see there. So that's the area that we're looking at for the redevelopment of a new tornado. This rotation's definitely intensifying, by the way. I don't think I can show this on Radar Omega, but the higher tilts... I could be wrong, but I think the highest tilt you can do on this is 2. The higher tilt, so going higher up into the atmosphere here, is very strong rotation. We probably at least have a rapidly rotating wall cloud or perhaps even a funnel cloud that's dropping right now on the south side of Hubbleton. You can't see that on this radar, but you know that's where we'd be looking. There is definitely a lot of rotation right now near the cloud base. We probably have a lowering, and this is probably going to drop into a tornado here momentarily as this does move to the east. So again, you got to get to your safe place if you're in this warning. This is potentially going to be another strong tornado if it does drop. Actually do base velocity higher tilts. Here's base velocity. Oh, there you go. Yeah. That will give you an idea right there. There you go. All right. So that right there is a very strong amount of rotation right now in the upper and, you know, somewhat of the upper levels. This is almost definitely going to drop again. At the surface, it's not strong, but a little bit off the ground, it's very strong. That is crazy. So again, Watertown in Wisconsin, you've got to get to your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. If you're in a mobile home, got to get to a sturdy structure, because this could be a big tornado that's trying to drop right now. Waiting for... Oh, that I think that's the tornado right there. It might be. Reflectivity hasn't updated, but I do think we have a tornado on the southeast side of Hubbleton. The reflectivity matches up. That's probably going to be the new tornado right now. Reflectivity has not updated, but I think that might be the new tornado that's developing right now. That southeast side of Hubbleton. That looks like the tornado. Reflectivity, there you go. Yeah, this is probably a new rain-wrapped tornado. Yeah, right there. Southeast side of Hubbleton. We have another tornado on the ground. Just west of Watertown. That's a new one. So if you are in this area, again, you got to get to your safe place. You got to take this seriously. This is probably going to be a rain-wrapped tornado, so you're not going to be able to see it. Don't try to go outside to try to look for it. We have a new tornado that's on the ground now, just northwest of Grelton, just west of Watertown. This is going in the direction of Watertown right now. Last few scans kind of taking this direction, but it could go a different direction. It could change directions as it moves to the east. Richwood, Ebenezer, Grelton, you also all have to be in your safe place, as you will also be in the track of this tornadic supercell, which again, tornadoes can go different directions. They don't always go one direction. Most tornadoes do not go in one direction. But we do have another debris signature on this and another tornado that is in progress just west of Watertown. And this could get larger really fast with how strong the rotation was in the low levels. This could get large very fast. We'll have another radar scan probably in a minute, maybe sooner. Latest radar scan was as of 2 minutes ago. So this tornado more than likely is crossing towards, or it's going towards Highway 19 right now, which would be right about here between Hubbleton and Watertown. This is currently near the Riverbend RV Resort, which is not a good thing. So this tornado that is on the ground is impacting the Riverbend RV Resort. That is what's being hit by this right now. And yeah, we have again, this is a tornado that is on the ground. If there's any doubt, it's very clear here that we have a debris signature right now just west of Watertown. And this is a tornado that is on the ground. Right now, approaching Highway 19. Aleen's Country Pet Grooming in that vicinity as well as near this. That is your tornado right there. The debris signature is not as large as the first one, but it's definitely a tornado, and it could grow in size. The rotation in the low levels is extremely strong right now in this storm. Look at that. These are the velocities just off the ground for the record. There is very strong rotation just off the ground. We could legitimately get another strong and large tornado. I'm not trying to say this to scare you. I'm just giving you an idea of the situation here with this particular tornado. This is an observed tornado, by the way, so this is now officially confirmed.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This one behind it is still PDS. We're just going to disregard because this is really where the tornado is. It's going into this warning now. Obviously, if you're in the backside warning here near Hubbleton, continue to stay in your safe place. What I'm saying, though, is that this is an observed tornado. So this new tornado that has developed, it's not classified as PDS right now. It could, but for right now, it's an observed tornado just west of Watertown. It's going to be approaching Watertown over the next several minutes. Your debris signature right now has just gone over the north side of Country Road T, approaching State Highway 19. That's where this is right now. It's a rain wrap tornado that is currently in progress, moving right into it's going to be moving into the west side of Watertown over the next few minutes. Hopefully this avoids Watertown entirely. Right now it has that trajectory, but it's not a guarantee, and we could see something develop further south at some point. We could see another handoff happen. So you don't want to, joke around with this sort of storm. There is a tornado on the ground right now, just west of Watertown. That's your debris signature once again near Highway 19. It's going to be going towards Highway 16 as well near Richwood. But we could see something else develop down here to the south. Not a guarantee, but it is something that could happen down the road. Wow, that rotation's getting pretty strong right now. We got really strong velocities on the latest scan. That's the strongest we've had near the surface. Just on the south side of Highway 19. Very strong rotation. Gate-to-gate shear is a little over 120 by the looks of it. This is not what you want to see. This is definitely intensifying right now. Let's see. I'll have another radar scan in a second. Again, this is your tornado. This might go PDS if the trends continue here with where it's going. There could be a PDS warning on this. Just waiting for a new radar scan here. Again, Watertown, you gotta be in your safe place. You gotta get to your safe place if you're in Watertown. This is another big-time tornado right now. West side of Watertown. This is a big tornado again. If you are in Watertown, Wisconsin, you gotta get underground if you can. Get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. If you know any friends or family in Watertown, you got to let them know. Make sure that they're in their safe place. This thing has just cranked up. This is 100% gonna go PDS. If you know any friends or family, you gotta let them know that there is a large tornado on the ground in Watertown. If you're in Grelton, if you're in Ebenezer, Pipersville, Exonia, Lebanon, Old Lebanon, you also got to be in your safe place as this tornado is moving to the east towards Watertown. Watertown is a heavily populated area. This is not a small town. This is a very populated area here in Wisconsin. Also, getting reports of a church that was crushed or destroyed in Argyle, Wisconsin from earlier from the other PDS tornado. This is going to go PDS. There's no way it doesn't. That thing is huge. Another radar scan in a second. And what you're looking at is the debris ball that's on radar, the debris signature, the correlation coefficient. That's what's showing you right there, is all the debris that's being lifted up into the atmosphere right now, just west of Watertown. I mean, this is just horrible, what we're seeing right now. Really, really bad stuff happening here. I'll have another radar scan in a moment. This is a rain wrap tornado, too, which makes it that much worse. By the way, this is the only storm that is tornado warned. Everything else is currently mostly just severe. This is the only thing that is actually currently tornado warned, is this storm. Waiting for another radar scan here. Yeah, if you're in Watertown, if you're just tuning in from Watertown, you got to get to your safe place. We do have a big tornado right now on the ground heading towards Watertown. This has not been upgraded to PDS yet, but I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if it does at some point in the next couple minutes. This is a very dangerous situation with how many people live in this area. Where in the world did this just go? Did this just get fully rain wrapped? Reflectivity just updated. Yeah, I was just looking at that, Andy. I was going to say something about that. Latest scan. It looks like we just got another storm that just developed out in front of this. Actually, look at this. This little storm just developed out here in Watertown. That actually might help. We'll see. The velocities are not nearly as strong. They've gotten fully rain wrapped here. Let's see what the CC shows here. Just waiting for its update here. This might be occluding. I mean, we still got a tornado on the ground, definitely a lot of debris, but we just got a possible savior from this storm that just developed out here, just to the south of Watertown. If that didn't happen, I think that this could be a bigger tornado than what it looks like on radar right now. Still got a debris signature. We still have a tornado on the west side right now of Watertown.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So if you are in this area, again, make sure that you are getting to your safe place just west of Watertown, or even Watertown. Get to your safe place. We still do have a tornado that's on the ground. All right, we do have a new tornado warning. I was going to mention this before when I was zooming out here, but we do have a new area of rotation developing southwest of Janesville. Connor Croft, bottom right of your screen, he is on this storm, so he had a view of it. I kind of saw it, and it kind of looked very ominous. There's a pretty large lowering there. Rotation on radar is definitely starting to crank up a bit as well near Janesville, Wisconsin. If you are in this tornado warning, you also got to get to your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. See if there's anything aloft here that we can see. I'm not seeing anything on the upper stuff right now. But again, pretty strong rotation right now, developing right now just to the west of Janesville. You got to get to your safe place if you're in this warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. Let's go back to the tornado warning up in Watertown. And this is your tornado that's on the ground, west side of Watertown. So this is still on the ground as of right now. There's a possibility that it does occlude, but don't mess around with it. This is still a confirmed tornado. It is not PDS here. The back tornado the tornado warning west of this one is PDS, just for the record. It is expiring in a minute, and the tornado is not in that warning. Just letting you know. The tornado is now here over Highway 19. Surprised it's not PDS. Well, I think the thing is here is that we have this storm that just developed out in front of Watertown, and I think that's going to play with the storm a bit. I think that little storm merger that we just had here in Watertown could occlude this out. And yeah, you see here, the debris signature is gone. This could have been a really significant tornado if it wasn't for that. I mean, it looks like that's already occluding out. Let's see what the velocity show here. Because this little shower, I pointed this out a second ago, but this like little storm that just developed here, this right here, I think just kind of choked out its inflow. And I think entirely it just, that rotation has completely now died out. You can't even see anything anymore. That's unbelievable how fast it just happened. I mean, look how strong this was. This could have been really bad. I'm glad it wasn't, because this is a very populated area. Again, Watertown is not a small town. Let's go a little bit aloft here, and you can also see aloft even. Very strong area of rotation. Very broad now, though. That probably just saved a lot of us from potentially some really dangerous stuff. All right, we may have a new tornado on the ground near Afton. Connor's in this area. I think that might be a debris signature. We're going to try to verify here. There's a little bit of blue showing up there. That could be a debris signature. So just southwest of Janesville, we could have a tornado right now on the ground. Connor is in a lot of trees, which is not a good thing, but Connor right now knows that there is a tornado that is, I believe, now on the ground. Or wait, no, never mind. This is not on the ground yet. It's not confirmed, but I think this is on the ground. We're going to wait for another update here, but pretty likely that we have a tornado on the ground right now near Highway 11. Southwest side of Janesville. Connor's inside of the storm. This is what it looks like right now.
We're okay here.
He's not in a good position.
We're getting unless it's moving
They
southeast.
think it's sketchy too.
Yeah, maybe we should just get out of here. Can't see it, it's rain wrapped.
Just got rain wrapped.
Yeah.
Connor seems pretty close. He is. He's really close, and there's a lot of trees there, which is not a good thing, and power lines.
Oh, it's north of us, I think.
Yeah, look at it. It's getting windy right here, just in front of us.
Yeah, hey Connor, I think it's gonna move north of us.
Again, I do think there is a tornado on the ground just southwest
Yes, it should.
of Janesville. So, just letting you know. I do think there is one on the ground here just southwest of Janesville. If you are in Janesville, you got to get to your safe place,
Leaves.
away from windows and lowest floor possible.
Wow.
If you want, we can go south just a little bit and get east
Another,
of
do we have the terminal radar site yet?
Trying to see.
we don't.
if you want.
I mean,
We might have a better vantage point if we went like that. We can go east of it, right? Well, there's a road.
Let me go
over
back
this
to here,
river.
sorry. That's what we're talking about right here, near Janesville, Wisconsin. Yeah, that's the tornado right there, I believe. Let's try to line this up. We got a tornado on the ground just southwest of Janesville. You got to get to your safe place. If you're in Janesville, Wisconsin, this could be another large tornado in progress, or at least something strong right along Highway 11. New debris signature, and that is a tornado that's just south of Janesville right now. Connor, bottom right of your screen, he's like literally in this. He's just south of this tornado. That debris signature has picked up quite a bit. And that's the velocities. This is a tornado that is on the ground in the Hook, just south of Janesville. The tornado back up near Watertown is completely occluded, by the way, so there's nothing there as of right now, it looks like. But continue to stay in your safe place in case we have redevelopment. But this is our new concern. We have a new tornado that's on the ground once again near Janesville, Wisconsin. That right there is your tornado that is on the ground. You gotta seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. That is a new tornado just south of Janesville with a pretty clear debris signature. Let's go back to here. So that right there is your debris. It's gonna be going into the south side of Janesville, Wisconsin. And I know we have a lot of viewers from the Janesville area. We've covered this area a lot. This is near Kellogg Avenue. So this tornado would be hitting right along Kellogg Avenue right now. This is near the A&W restaurant. El Jardin Mexican restaurant is also going to be in the track of this particular tornado. This is officially confirmed, by the way.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So this is, again, officially a confirmed tornado right now near Highway 11, just southwest of Janesville. It's going to be approaching Interstate 3990 near, again, traveling right along Highway 11 right now. All right, so that's the trajectory. It could go into Janesville, though. So if you are in Janesville, you got to take this seriously. Scan over scan, it looks like it's going to be kind of going through the south side, but it could take a turn into Janesville. So you need to be in your safe place if you're in Janesville, Wisconsin right now. You know, any friends or family in Janesville, you got to make sure that they are aware of this. This is a significant tornado right now that is moving right along Highway 11, right on the Hook, and that right there, again, would be your tornado that is in progress, moving east-northeast, which, again, tornadoes in a lot of instances can change directions. We have a couple of live cams in Janesville. I'm going to keep a close eye on them and see if we can see anything, but really more importantly, you just got to be in your safe place. I mean, live footage right now is just kind of, it doesn't really matter right now. You know, this is much more important. We got a tornado on the ground right now on the south side of Janesville. This is where Connor is. Connor's inside of the tornado warning cell.
Big time wind.
Oh, goodness. Connor might be next to the tornado.
Right here, we're in the middle where no trees are. So, wow, we're just going to get rocked right here. It's right in front of us.
I still think we only have to go
I think the tornado just passed by Connor.
and then we can go
There's a tree down.
Or it might be passing by Connor now.
So rainy I can't even
I'm almost 100% sure there's a big tree down
Southwest side of Janesville.
Check, but
Oh my goodness, guys, this is not good. We have another big tornado on the ground in the south side of Janesville. This could be a very dangerous tornado, guys. You got to get to your safe place if you're in Janesville. I'm not trying to be dramatic, but this is another big tornado that is on the ground right now on the south side of Janesville, Wisconsin. A huge debris signature just popped up here on radar. And we got a lot of homes in this area. Very strong inflow. This is really bad. If you're in Janesville, get underground if you can. Get to your safe place away from windows. Lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. If you're in a mobile home, you got to find sturdy structure now. This is a very significant tornado right now moving through Janesville. You know, any friends or family in Janesville, please let them know. Please make sure they're okay, too. This is not a good situation. This is just real quickly, this is a live shot here in Janesville. The tornado's next to this. Please, do not park under overpasses. It's not safe for anybody. There's a tornado in the area here. Let's see how strong the winds are, though. This is a big tornado again here on the south side of Janesville. It's officially PDS.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So we have a large and strong tornado right now on the south side of Janesville. Please get underground if you can. This is a very dangerous tornado. It'll be going towards Emerald Grove, Johnstown, Avalon, all on the track of this big tornado right now. And this hook echo is just insane. It is it's another very rain-wrapped tornado. And again, bottom right of your screen is Connor. He is driving through this, basically. This is very, very dangerous. See what the next debris signature shows here. Just southeast of Janesville. Right there. That's the tornado. It's going to be approaching Interstate 3990, which, for what it's worth, Interstate 3990, it's, you know, right around rush hour. This is a very busy time of day. Or it's 8 o'clock. Never mind. It's not really rush hour, but still, you know what I mean? There's a lot of people still on the roadways, even this late. Real quickly, again, this is the live shot right now where this tornado is in the vicinity of. Again, very strong winds. Obviously, this is a large and strong tornado that is currently in progress. This is near Interstate 3990 on Avalon Road. But this is a significant tornado. I can't really tell you any other way that this is significant. I mean, there are probably homes and people's lives being changed right now on the south side of Janesville. Still got a big debris signature right now, right over Interstate 3990. It will be approaching Highway 11. It's going to be going right through the southeast side of Janesville. And Emerald Grove and Johnstown will be next in track of this. It is a fully rain-wrapped tornado, though, that is going to be crossing over the interstate probably as we speak. So this tornado right now is crossing right over the interstate. I mean, good thing Connor slowed down, because it could have been way worse for them, too. This is, again, live. Oh my god, the tornado's right in front of us. It's right in front of us somewhere. Got a large tornado on the ground right in front of us. I don't know where, but it's in there. You can see how strong the winds are right now. Tornado is obviously in progress. Winds probably upwards of 100 plus miles per hour right now. This is right on I-3990 on Avalon Road. I don't think this is repeat. I think this is live, too. And please, there's 20,000 of you guys here. Do not park under overpasses no matter what the weather is. It is not safe. You're literally endangering people's lives that are behind here trying to drive. It's super dangerous, and they are parked. Some of these people are parked on the road. Know any friends or family in Janesville? Please let them know. Give them a heads up. If you know any friends or family out in front of this storm, let them know. I think that was probably the worst of it right there. It could get worse again. I'll watch it. But this, again, is your tornado on the southeast side of Janesville. We'll have another radar scan in a second. Yeah, the worst of the winds, I think, just went past that live cam that we're just looking at. If you're just tuning in, this is a large and strong tornado on the southeast side of Janesville, Wisconsin, heading towards Johnstown and Richmond eventually. If you are anywhere down here in southeastern Wisconsin, just be ready. We could get some more tornadic activity here soon. Looks like we might have rotation attempting to develop again near Watertown. It does not look imminent, but there is at least some circulation there. Latest radar scan is not showing as large of a debris signature, so let's just hope this is occluding again. Actually took a pretty sharp right-hand turn here. Let's see what the velocities show. Here's the latest scan. So it looks like this is occluded on the latest scan. Still have some debris. Very strong winds. Not, I mean, no matter what happens here, we were just looking at that live cam, and I am almost guaranteeing you that there's at least 60+ mile-per-hour winds across this entire area where this rotation is. We probably have upwards of 80 to 90 mile-per-hour wind gusts circulating around this area of rotation. Just to the southeast of Janesville. So you need to continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. Still have a very strong inflow. Again, this tornado is going to be completely rain-wrapped right in there. Just southwest of Johnstown, near Route 14, moving eastbound, going towards Delavon, near Turtle Lake, Darien, and Richmond. We'll be in the track of this after this particular area. Let me go back to here real quick. Base velocity. Yeah, I can't see anything there. That's your tornado, though. It's going to be right in there, right where the hook is. This is the live cam that we were just looking at, by the way. Back over just southeast of Janesville, where the tornado just went through. I mean, you can still see it's very windy here, right? It's going to stay this way probably for 5 to 10 minutes. So it's going to be really windy in this particular area. And if you know any friends that do this sort of stuff, please let them know don't do this. Again, we have like 7 cars that are blocking lanes here. We got another one over here. I mean, this is just dangerous. Do not park under overpasses, no matter what the weather is. It's not safe. But we got the full-blown RFD surge, I believe. I think this is just all RFD right now. That's moving through this area, which is still pretty significant. I mean, we're still looking at some damaging winds here on the back side of that area of storm activity. But again, the last few radar scans have occluded this tornado. It did take a pretty sharp right-hand turn. We'll see if there's some sort of redevelopment after this. It is very possible that that does happen. Watertown, we got kind of a crazy little spiral kind of happening here. Let's go back a little bit here. I kind of got some like little spiral here on the backside of the storm. Really broad circulation, but we could get something new as well, just on the southeast side of Watertown in Wisconsin. And I would also watch this area near Summit and Dozeman for some development. Not a guarantee, but there's a little bit of rotation trying to develop there, it looks like. Let's see what this new velocity scan shows. Update here in just a second. The tornado warning in Watertown, by the way, just got canceled. So just letting you know. It is canceled for the time being, even though there is at least a little bit of circulation on that. It doesn't look super concerning right now. I'm not seeing any debris signature anymore. If we still have a tornado, it would be, again, southeast of Janesville now. approaching Highway 14. Still have an RFD surge moving right through Janesville, so that's still obviously something to keep in mind here. We could, again, see some redevelopment here. We still got an inflow notch in here. We still got a hook. Very possible that this does try to re-strengthen into another tornado. Keep in mind that this has a history of producing tornadoes. It has produced, I think, 3 tornadoes now, maybe 4, that have been confirmed at this point. So this is still something that is has produced tornadoes, and as it moves towards Elkhorn, Delavon, and Burlington, this could continue to produce a tornado risk down that direction. Still have a little bit of rotation west of Summit, so we'll be watching that closely. Not imminent, but something to watch for. Broad circulation southeast of Watertown. All right. We're going to go to Connor real quick. I'm going to take a quick 60-second break. I've got to pee. I'll be back.
They definitely were impacted. We'll have to wait a little bit to see the extent of the damage. So.
Tornadoes.
More than likely, but
Never know.
trying to blast south here, guys. Not what I was expecting today. A lot more fun to chase when they're in open fields like earlier today. Hitting nothing, you know. As a storm chaser, there's a misconception that we're just rooting for tornadoes no matter what. The last thing that we ever wanted was for that tornado to drop on the south side of Janesville. That is a populated area. That's not what we as storm chasers want at all. Never root for that.
Okay, we're back. And my camera's not focused. Getting a quick breather for a second. This has been unbelievable. I'm telling you guys right now, we're in Culver's. I don't know if we're ever ordering again. I mean, like literally. We've not had Culver's in 3 weeks. And I don't know if this might just be superstition. But we had it last night, and all of a sudden this happens today. Like, I don't know what to tell you anymore. It's unbelievable. Hey, Ben, are you watching the stream, by the way? Video editor? Just let me know. This is still PDS, by the way, but again, as I mentioned before, the rotation is broader for the time being. It could recycle as this moves east, though. Ben, can you edit the traffic cam vid into a TikTok? Here's the latest scan. This is the rain-wrapped area of circulation. This might redevelop, so again, just... I think we'll probably get a new tornado warning for Richmond, Turtle Lake, Delavon, Elkhorn, Spring Prairie, and Route 12, Lake Geneva probably as well, and Lyons. So there will probably end up being a new tornado warning there eventually. Also, you can put radar in it too, like the Janesville CC drop and stuff, Ben. You can do that too, to fill the time. Connor has first responders going by on his screen, by the way. Obviously, we just had a large tornado on the south side of Janesville, so again, if you know any friends or family in Janesville, just make sure that they're okay. It was definitely a significant situation here in Janesville. If you do see any reports or photos or videos or anything like that, you can at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. I will try to relay information as much as we can on anything that has just happened. It's not over, by the way. It's not over. We still have a potential for a tornado with this system, or storm, I should say, as it moves east towards Richmond, Elkhorn, and Burlington. And further north, we could also see development up here near, like, Summit. Nothing guaranteed, but we could still see maybe an isolated tornado with this activity before it moves offshore. A lot of colder air back over in the Great Lakes, so usually the environment is a bit more stable once those storms get there, but we could still see another tornado up that direction. This is still PDS, by the way, but more likely than not, this is not on the ground as of right now. It could drop again, so that's what we're watching for. We're watching for this to potentially recycle as it moves east. Again, Delavan, Elkhorn, Wisconsin. Be weather aware. This storm will be moving in your direction here over the next several minutes. And believe it or not, this is our only tornado warning right now out of everything that we've seen. I mean, obviously the 3 different PDS tornadoes have all happened at different times. This was not expected to be a full-blown tornado outbreak today with lots of tornado warnings, but this is currently our only one. Can this blow towards Chicago? I mean, this storm won't be going towards Chicago. I mean, you'll probably get storms tonight, but this storm is more on track to just go across parts of southern Wisconsin. It could flirt with the border maybe down the road, but I think this will pretty much just stay on an easterly trajectory. Look at the evolution, by the way, of this on reflectivity. Look how this is when the tornado began. It was right about here. Went all the way through here or so. That's an unbelievable track, right through the south side of Janesville.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have issued a new tornado warning for those in Elkhorn, Delavan, Darien, Sharon, Walworth, Richmond, and Turtle Lake. Near Interstate 43. If you are in this pink polygon, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Again, this is a brand new tornado warning, which is the same storm that just produced a large and strong tornado on the south side of Janesville. It could do something like that again. So you need to be prepared for this storm, as the rotation in the low levels, or even in like a little bit off the ground here, is trying to organize. Doesn't look super imminent, but we definitely at least have rotation still with this. Very well could produce another tornado as this moves towards Delavan in Wisconsin. They have downgraded the warning, by the way. There's no longer anything PDS, which we've kind of known that for a while, but it is officially back down to a normal radar indicated tornado warning. All right. And again, this moving east right now, not on the ground, but it is radar indicated rotation. Further north, not seeing anything super strong right now. Most of this really right now up to the north is wind, but we could still get an isolated tornado out of that activity. This will really be the main storm to watch for the time being, because this one, again, is in an environment where it is very primed to produce the potential for a tornado. It has been relatively discreet for quite a while. It is becoming connected to this entire cluster of storms. So a bit of a different storm mode at this point with this, but this is where we're going to be watching for that potential of a tornado moving towards Delavan, Darien, and Elkhorn here in southern Wisconsin. All right, while we don't have a tornado on the ground for the time being, I just want to give a big shout out to I don't even know when this was. I don't know who it doesn't even show it in chat anymore, but thank you, Justin, for the 120 gifted members on the channel. I would have said thank you earlier, but we had obviously all the tornadoes. I do appreciate your generosity, and put some hearts in the chat for Justin. If you got a gifted membership, make sure to thank Justin in the chat. You are literally insane. I mean, 120 members is like a lot, so I do appreciate your generosity. Thank you, Leslie, Mulligans, Nick, and Rob, all for becoming members. Thank you, Moving Mark, for the $4.99. Appreciate that. Thank you, William, for the $9.99. Really, the main concern right now in Wisconsin from here on out will probably be damaging winds. This storm in particular, though, is really the highest potential of producing a tornado right now out of any storm that we have. So most of anything off to the north will be mostly a wind concern. Thank you, Mary, for the $4.99. And thank you, Hypnos, by the way. Thank you, Madison, for becoming a member. Thank you, Hanson, for the 5 gifted members. I appreciate that. Thank you, Emily, for the $4.99. Thank you, Bob and Leah, for the super chats. Thank you, Nevermore, and Jarrett for also the super chats. My family watched the Platteville Belmont tornado pass directly over their house in Potosi before touchdown a few minutes later. That is crazy. Hopefully they stayed safe. Thank you, Joseph, Lisa, and Laurel for all becoming members. Sue, Liz, Amy, Evan, Mike, all of you guys. Appreciate everybody becoming members or super chatting. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Vortex. This has been one crazy night. Yeah, and honestly, like, I didn't really say this today. I mentioned that a strong tornado is possible, but like, I kind of had a feeling going to today that it could be bigger than what was forecasted. I don't know why. I just had that feeling going to today. That's why we went live so early. I mean, I really thought something big might happen today. Unfortunately, it has. You know, we've had 3 different PDS tornadoes now in Wisconsin. So I just had that weird feeling today. I didn't have it the last 2 days. I don't know, just a weird feeling. I don't know how to describe it, but I had a feeling. I didn't really say anything about it. I kind of mentioned last night, like, I thought the tornado threat might be interesting today, but, like, I really thought something might happen, but I don't like overhyping stuff. I don't like saying, we're gonna have a full-blown tornado outbreak. We didn't really have one, for the record, but, like, you know, it was at least a small-scale tornado outbreak here in Wisconsin. Huge shout-out, by the way, to Andy Hill. I appreciate the help. I don't know if you're still here, but I do appreciate it. Andy Hill was helping a little bit here over the last hour and a half, giving some early call-outs. Still a rain-wrapped rotation right now heading towards Delvon and Interstate 43 here in Wisconsin. We're still watching for this for some redevelopment as it moves to the east. How far is Connor? He is well back in the rain now. He's really behind the storm, I think. He's south of Janesville directly. I don't think he's going to catch up to this. Not sure exactly what he's doing. We'll go to him real quick. That's what it looks like right now, south of Janesville. It is a basically monsoon out there. Just rain, non-stop rain right now, just south here of Janesville. Thank you, Valdez for becoming a member. Appreciate it. Thank you, Adam, Brandon, all for becoming members, and welcome to the Velocities. Did Madison get a tornado? Where in the world is Madison? Hasn't Madison already been hit? No, you're done. If you're in Madison, you're done.
Gosh.
One stoplight away.
Yeah, it's very dark out there. A lot of rain falling. It's definitely dangerous driving conditions, without a doubt there. Hey, no problem, John. Appreciate the $10 super chat. I'm glad I can help. We'll probably be live again tomorrow, too. Tomorrow is a 10% tornado risk in New England. I don't know how that's going to pan out. We don't usually cover New England very often. So that might be interesting. I don't know. So if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. Looks like we'll have to be live again tomorrow for that, which could get interesting. Thank you, Jorna, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Latest radar scan on this tornado warning near Delvon. Still broad circulation. Moving eastbound. Going towards Elkhorn. Lake Geneva will also be in the track of this. Here's the latest scan. Or it just came through, actually. Never mind. It is rain-wrapped as of right now. I don't know if this is going to produce again, but we could get some redevelopment on the leading edge of this activity. It kind of depends on if we get some sort of inflow notch with this as it moves to the east. Okay. We may have a possible... There might be a tornado developing right now just west of Merton. Merton, Wisconsin. Possibly a new tornado developing here. This screams to me just weak and brief, but we might have a tornado developing here near Merton. If you're in Merton or Stone Bank, I would at least get away from windows. Little couplet developing there near Highway 83. And we still have a little bit of rotation here, but that one really kind of screams out to me right now. An unwarned area of rotation. No debris signature or anything like that, but that might develop into a tornado. Hey, Fat Rife, appreciate that. I'm in Troy, Wisconsin. I don't know where Troy, Wisconsin is. Somebody will have to fill me in on that. My apologies. Not mean to zoom out. I'll have another radar scan in a second. I got a couple areas. This one looks a little bit more concerning, though, the one I have the arrow at. That might actually produce a tornado. I don't know who Alexandria is, but you are literally insane. With the $500 Venmo, you guys are way too generous. I appreciate the generosity. That's crazy. Put some hearts in the chat for Alexandria. Like, that is insane. I appreciate your generosity. Thank you, Rye, for becoming a member. The message. I'll just leave this here. That is insane. I appreciate your generosity, Alexandria. That is way too kind. Way too kind. That might be one of the most stressful times, though, that I've had on a live stream. That little stretch there. That was a little bit stressful. Everything was happening all at the same time. Should have a new radar scan in a second. I'm just trying to see if either of these two pockets of rotation actually do anything on this next scan. Go back down to here until then. Every time Connor says velocity, I think he's talking about me. I'm glad I could help, Jacer. Glad I could give you an early heads up there. I'm glad that Watertown tornado didn't actually develop into anything too crazy, at least in Watertown. We did have a large, at least probably a strong tornado, but perhaps a large tornado on the west side of Watertown, but it didn't actually enter the town, which thank goodness. That's, again, another very populated area. Janesville is too. Like, we were talking about major population centers here in Wisconsin with a lot of these areas. Yeah, this rotation doesn't look as concerning. We might have something on the ground, maybe like a tiny little tornado. just nothing. I don't know. It doesn't look that significant if there is one. There might be a small little tornado though there. By the way, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We are closing in on 290,000 subscribers, which is absurd. Any news on the storm worsening in South Milwaukee? I don't think South Milwaukee is going to be that bad. I think it's just going to be mostly wind. There's a low tornado risk, but usually when storms get to Milwaukee, they're usually weaker with more stable air from the cool water offshore the lake. So, should be mostly a wind threat. They have added a new warning as well for Racine and Kenosha. That's also going to be for the threat of damaging winds up to 60, quarter-sized tail. And there's also a tornado possible label on that. The main concern right now for wind is going to be this right here, though. We got a pretty big surge of wind right now. On the leading edge of this, we got a big RFD surge still embedded in the thunderstorm here. So still a lot of crazy stuff happening here near Delavon in southeast Wisconsin. Thank you, Frank, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Janesville is requesting mutual aid from surrounding cities. I'm not sure how. I'm guessing this is accurate. Janesville Fire Department requesting assistance from surrounding communities. Again, there was a large tornado that just went through Janesville. And again, if you know any friends or family in Janesville, please make sure that they're okay. And this is where the tornado just went through. I'm just going to give you a little quick track. Again, it could have damaged other areas, but I'm going to give you at least a general idea of where this just went through. All right, let me get to the CC drop here. So this was the beginning of the tornado. It started just east of Hanover, and it went right through the south side of town. This is when the tornado was the worst. It was right about there, right in town on the south side of Janesville. So, yeah, if you know any friends or family, really, the blue circle is really this area here. So near State Road, or State Street, sorry, just south of Janesville, south of Delavon Street. This is where the worst of this tornado was, near Kellogg Avenue, Route 51. That is where the worst of this tornado was. Back at, what time was this at? This was at 7:50, so about half an hour ago. If you know any friends or family that were in this area or live in this area, might have been traveling, vacationing in Janesville. I don't know what's in Janesville, but if they're vacationing, make sure that they are okay, because the tornado was pretty impactful, I think, to this area. They're, at least from what we're hearing, fire department is requesting, assistance in this area. And after that, it kind of occluded, but that was the worst of it. just sent you a video of tornado damage on where? Twitter? Or was this somewhere else? Hey, James, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. On Twitter? Can you at me again? I didn't see it. Oh, nope, just found it. Never mind, I'm good. I found it. Some of the early tornado damage is that there are a lot of trees that are snapped. A lot of trees that are snapped. Don't see a whole lot of structural damage, at least from this first video that I'm seeing. I did retweet the video on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Again, no structural damage in the first video that I saw, but again, that does not mean we didn't have structural damage. Hey, Nicholas, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. And this tornado warning that we have is near Delavon in southern Wisconsin. As of right now, again, the rotation is pretty broad. We'll see if anything redevelops. I'm hoping that the worst has already happened. Hopefully nothing too crazy happens after this, but we are still going to be watching the storm closely in case it does do something funky, which is possible. It's very possible. Hey, Ben, what's your ETA on that, by the way? I don't know if you're still here. Let's all say it together. 2024 has been insane. Literally. This is on track to be one of the most impactful tornado years of all time. It's pretty sure it's already going to be one of the top 5. You actually have more severe weather back over near the Dubac area. Which is interesting. But nothing tornadic, in my opinion. Let's go back to velocities. Yeah, not really strong rotation, but there is still at least some rotation here. So I'm going to watch it closely as it moves east. Thank you, Alexandria, for becoming a member, and welcome to the velocities. ...2024 weather's been insane. It has been. It really has been. Literally, who would have thought? Really, it's pretty crazy. By the way, tornado risk for tonight has been updated. I'm going to give you a quick update on that. From the Storm Prediction Center. 5% tornado risk is basically in the same place as we've been talking about. So it's still down there in southeastern Wisconsin. It's really going to be primarily, though, for these areas back over near Milwaukee and just south of that. All right. So that's where the main concern still resides for tornadoes. We have that threat equally back over in northern Illinois, where a tornado or two are still possible over the next couple of hours. There is a large 2% tornado risk, which does mean that there will be a potential still for an isolated tornado anywhere from northern Missouri back into Michigan. So that does include areas like Galesburg, DeKalb, just west of Chicago. So definitely make sure that you're staying weather aware in those areas. We're going to continue to stay live probably at least for the next hour to make sure nothing too crazy develops again. So just make sure that you're subscribed to the channel, and we'll be keeping you posted with the latest. Real quickly, I do want to show you tomorrow's risk as well, because we're going to be live again tomorrow, more than likely. Can't guarantee it, but it's pretty likely. Tomorrow's risk is very rare, which, you know, this might surprise you, but it's actually a crazy fact. We have a 10% tornado risk in New England tomorrow for those in Vermont, in New Hampshire, and Massachusetts. The last time we had a 10% tornado risk in New England was 6 years ago. This is the first time ever we had a day 2 10% tornado outlook also issued for New England. So really crazy stuff there. We probably will at least have a few tornadoes tomorrow. So we'll probably be live. I don't know if I'll have any chasers with us. We'll see. I'll try to figure that out, but tomorrow could also be interesting. And it looks like we may have a new tornado dropping near East Delavon. There is. We have a new tornado on the ground. It's rain wrapped near East Elevon. You got to get to your safe place if you're in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So, new tornado on the ground here in Wisconsin. If you are in this warning, you got to seek shelter. This is a potentially strong tornado that has just dropped in the East Elevon area of Wisconsin. It's not officially confirmed, but we're just going to go ahead and tell you that at least more than likely it is currently on the ground just southeast of Elevon. Probably have official confirmation in a moment, but that's a very tight area of rotation, and it does appear as if we are now seeing a tornado that's in progress just to the south of Elkhorn, and you know the terminal radar site also matches up perfectly with that area. So we do think that there is now a tornado on the ground just to the southeast of Interstate 43 with a clear debris signature wrapped in the rain just to the south of Lake Lawn. It's on track to go towards Como, Lake Geneva in Wisconsin. If you know any friends or family in those areas, make sure to let them know, as this storm is currently actively producing a tornado. Moving eastbound. There are homes in Watertown without roofs, apparently. That's another report I'm getting. Delevon has damage to structures as well. That might be from wind. This is the first sighting of a tornado that we've seen in this area on radar. So I think the other stuff is probably wind related. And I'm also seeing a report from somebody on Facebook that the backdoor neighbor's house is destroyed. I don't know what that means, but I'm guessing they mean neighbor's house is destroyed. So, if you know any friends or family in Janesville, please make sure they're doing okay. First responders are going to be doing their best there. Now, as mentioned before, if you're just tuning in, we do have a new tornado near East Elevon in Wisconsin that has just dropped just south of Interstate 43. Should have another radar scan in a second to verify this further. But that is definitely a tornado right now, just south of Elkhorn. It's right now on track to go towards Como and Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. If you are in Lake Geneva, get ready. You're not in the warning, but more than likely you are going to be, you're going to be hit by this storm to some extent. So just be ready to get to your safe place and get underground. And that right there is the tornado. It is growing in size pretty quickly right now. We might have two tornadoes on the ground. I saw another debris signature here. We could have two tornadoes on the ground near Lake Geneva. I'm not sure what this other one is yet. It might just be some sort of clear air, but that looks to me like a tornado without even looking at velocities. There could be two. Waiting for the velocities to update here. There could be two different tornadoes on the ground near Lake Geneva. This is a pretty dangerous situation if they are both on the ground. There could be twin tornadoes right now near Lake Geneva. It's not super clear, but that might be a tornado right there. Those are the two areas of rotation. We could have two different tornadoes right now on the ground.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So again, there could be twin tornadoes on the ground right now, just west of Lake Geneva, and it still be approaching Lake Geneva. They just issued a new tornado warning for Lake Geneva, Twin Lake, Salem, Paddock Lake, Bristol, and Wheatland. And that is going to be for the threat of, predominantly going to be a threat for the tornado risk here, but damaging winds also a possibility. Let's go to the terminal radar site. I think there's two tornadoes on the ground right now. We got one near we got two of them right along Highway 50. It looks like twin tornadoes are currently in progress. Velocities aren't looking super convincing. They're convincing enough to the point where there's probably a tornado with both of them. But this right here looks like two different tornadoes right now on the ground. Near Williams Bay, and the other one's approaching Lake Geneva. You got to be in your safe place if you're in this if you're anywhere in this area, get to your safe place. But it does appear as if we do have two different tornadoes that are currently... This is not what you want to see. Got two tornadoes, it looks like, on the ground right now in Wisconsin. Hasn't been officially confirmed, but, I mean, to me, it looks clear as day. Hey, Ben, can you move my face cam to the bottom on that? at the beginning at least. So you can see everything above too. Maybe move it around a little bit. This has been confirmed, by the way, as a tornado. So this is now officially confirmed.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So yeah, we have twin tornadoes that are on the ground near Lake Geneva and Como. They just basically said a tornado producing storms were located along the line extending from Elkhorn to Como. So basically we have two tornadoes that are on the ground right now here near Williams Bay and Lake Geneva. Again, get to your safe place if you're in this warning. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. Yeah, if you're in Lake Geneva, you gotta be in your safe place. Again, we got confirmed tornadoes right now heading in that direction. We got two. We got two tornadoes. A new confirmed tornado warning on this near Lake Geneva. This has been upgraded.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
It's back to one tornado. So we have one tornado now. The other one just occluded. It was another handoff here. We have one tornado on the ground right now that's going to be approaching Lake Geneva. It is fully rain wrapped. That's the tornado right there on the west side of Lake Geneva. Now, size, again, does not really matter. It could be a very small CC drop like this, and it could still be a strong tornado. So if you're in Lake Geneva, you got to take this seriously. Get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Again, this is a tornado that is definitely picking up some debris right now on the west side of Lake Geneva. This is Twin Lakes and Pell Lake will also be in the track of this. It's a full-blown rain-wrapped tornado right now. That is the CC radar, which shows us a debris signature that is on radar. And that gives us an idea here that we do have a tornado that is on the ground. Actually, this might be the debris that just came from the Williams Bay tornado, and this is the new one. Got some weird stuff happening here. That tornado went... So the tornado that just happened, the first one, was near East Delavan. It was moving southeast. The new one developed, and it's actually moving northeast. So this one's moving this direction. Some crazy stuff happening here. And this tornado will be moving into the town of Lake Geneva if it does stay on the ground. So, two different tornadoes. The first one's occluding. The second one is currently in progress near Como Lake. This is hitting a community. A lot of homes right here. That's not good. There's a lot of homes right here. Just west of Lake Geneva. Trying to figure out what community this is. There's a lot of people in this community by the looks of it. This is near... Or is this a community or is this like a business center? No, this is a community. This is near the Coachman's Terrace Manufactured Homes, the House in the Woods, Cody's Kayaking and Canoe is where this tornado just hit nearby at least of. Again, I'm just naming off places there in the vicinity. If you know of those places, you are probably right next to the storm because those are really specific locations. But this just hit McDonald Road and near Willwood Road. So that's where this tornado is going through. It's going through some homes right now. Or it's currently hitting homes near Shoefield Road as well. It's near the boat ramp of Lake Como, just east of Mars Resort, just east of the Ridge Resort, and just northeast of Lazy Cloud Lodge is where this tornado is currently hitting. It's going to be entering the west side of Lake Geneva. That'll be going towards Tianda El Rancho. That's a restaurant. Lake Geneva House of Music. The Regent Hill Condo. So basically, the west side of the town is going to probably get hit by this if it does stay on the ground, which is not certain, but those areas will be being hit by this here in a moment. Waiting for another radar scan, but that's the tornado right there on the west side of Lake Geneva. Here's the latest scan. So that tornado, not as convincing of a CC drop, but we still do have a tornado that is going to now be on the west side of Lake Geneva. So this is going right along McDonald Road, and it's going to be hitting the Cobb Park Picnic area, Anchor's Way, Regent Hill Condo, Anchor Covent Church, as well. Quick Trip could get hit by this as well, but that's kind of more downtown, which could, again, still get hit by this, but that's the general area of where it'll be heading. Now, it looks like on velocities, these have both occluded entirely, so maybe what we're seeing on CC now is just the remnants of the debris, and those two tornadoes may have already occluded or roped out entirely. So that might be what we're looking at here. Thank you, Ben. Appreciate it. I got it. And both of these tornado warnings right now are confirmed, but again, the confirmed tornado is back over here near Lake Geneva. And again, this will all be kind of tracking this direction. What could happen too is that we see tornadoes redeveloping out in this area too, so keep that in mind. Even though there's a tornado here that's probably going to occlude into Lake Geneva, we could see more tornadic activity develop as this approaches the Twin Lakes, Wheatland, Paddock Lake, Bristol, and Salem areas here in southeastern Wisconsin. So those are going to be the areas to watch for here over the next 30 minutes. Why is the sky orange? Because the sun's setting. I think it sets us late. You know, Connor right now, just for the record, Connor's back over near Rockford, Illinois. I'm not saying this storm is going to produce a tornado, but it does have a little bit of an angry shape to it right now on radar. Let's go back a little bit. Let's kind of see this evolve. It might just be outflow driven, but I wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado with this storm. Not a guarantee, but there's at least some broad circulation there in northern Illinois that we'll have to watch. Developed a little bit over the last scan. Alright, new scan on this storm will be coming in here in just a second. Just waiting for a new radar scan. We'll get in a second here. Latest CC radar showing that the only debris that we right now have is probably just fallout on the south side of Lake Geneva. No tornado anymore over the Lake Geneva area. Those tornadoes occluded relatively fast. Both of them. Again, we had two brief tornadoes right here just south of Elkhorn. So we had one that was going southeast near Williams Bay, and the second one was going northeast on the west side of Lake Geneva. And so those have both occluded. We could see redevelopment, though, as I mentioned before, which we might already be seeing that. Near Twin Lakes, there's a little bit of rotation developing there now. So we have more rotation developing there as of now. Still watching this very closely as it moves east. By the way, on our TikTok, we just uploaded the video that was from the tornado that hit Janesville earlier. If you want to watch that back, it's on our TikTok. At Max Velocity WX. Just letting you know. Lake Geneva cam only has wind and rain. I didn't even know there was a Lake Geneva cam to begin with. The next traffic cameras that we have will be up near Interstate 94. So that'll be our next view of anything with this particular storm, which isn't actually that far from this. I mean, when you think about it, really, the threat of severe weather here in southeast Wisconsin, probably about an hour from being done. I mean, Illinois is really the next area to watch for, which will be mostly a wind threat with maybe an isolated tornado or two. So that's what we'll be watching for over the next little while. All right, while we wait for another radar scan again, this is still technically observed as a tornado, but oops. But as of right now, again, moving east, going towards Salem and Bristol and Paddock Lake. But still, as of now, really, the main two tornadoes that we're talking about have broadened out for the time being. So we might see redevelopment, though, near Twin Lakes. We could get another tornado at any time. So, again, seek shelter if you're in the warning. Thank you, by the way, Chrissy, for becoming a member. Thank you, by the way, to anybody that's become a member, super chatted, anything like that. If I missed your super chat or membership or anything like that, I do apologize. I'll try to get to some of them here after, hopefully, the activity starts to quiet down just a little bit. Thank you, Stephanie, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Don't expect a shout out, by the way, unless there's no warnings, because... Or if there's nothing on the ground or anything like that. If there's nothing on the ground or there's just regular warnings, then I'll usually be able to shout you out. But it's difficult when we have tornadoes on the ground. But right now, the tornado that we did have on the ground is occluded. Looks like we have a new area of rotation here near Wheatland that's trying to develop, so we could get another tornado. This is not confirmed, but this would be the new one that we would have to watch for, the new area of rotation. Just to the southwest of Wheatland, going towards Paddock Lake, Fox River, Bristol, and Salem will be in the track of that over the next several minutes. Oh, actually, there was a live camera in Geneva. Didn't really show anything other than just lightning and wind, but there actually was one. Saw it on Twitter. I've been mentioned in so many things on Twitter, but if you guys do see any reports of any damage, any sort of information that I should be relaying, like, you know, any towns that might need help or anything like that, just at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I'll try to relay that information, and I'll also try to make sure that we can try to retweet a lot of that stuff as well. Try to get the word out there a bit more. Yeah, this is in southeast Wisconsin right now. We could have a new tornado dropping. This is an observed tornado warning as of right now. The initial tornado has occluded, but we could see a new one. So that's what we're watching for right now. We are back down to one tornado warning. It's just this one. For Bristol, Salem, and Paddock Lake in Wheatland, Fox River, Twin Lakes, Powers Lakes, and Slade's Corner here in southeastern Wisconsin. I haven't really talked much about the Greenfield tornado today. I mean, it's nothing really new, though. I mean, we kind of already knew a lot about the Greenfield tornado and all that stuff. That was posted on Twitter. Just more publicized now. Currently in Kenesha, I don't like how quiet and humid it is. All I can see is lightning. I wouldn't be too concerned. I would just be mostly ready for the wind threat. There could be an isolated tornado still, since this particular storm has a history of producing about a half a dozen tornadoes now. So there is a chance that this does try to produce a tornado as well. So, yeah, again, Kenesha, just be ready for the potential for a tornado. It should be more, though, of a wind concern over there. Latest scan, the rotation's still kind of broad. That's the main area of circulation. It's near Wheatland right now. I have a little CC right there that's maybe showing a little debris signature. It's just, again, not much. Just a little bit of something there. Just south of Burlington and just southwest of Wheatland. Kenosha, thank you. Powers out my house in Williams Bay. I'm pretty sure a tornado went right through the downtown area there, or the main part of Williams Bay. All right, stay zoomed out here until our next scan. Oh, while we wait for the next radar scan, just a friendly reminder, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We'll be live probably again tomorrow for severe weather coverage. In addition to that, we should be having a video tomorrow morning kind of talking about what to expect tomorrow and then what the rest of the week looks like. Midwest looks like we're going to have another severe weather event on Monday, primarily though in the upper Midwest. We could have another big day for severe weather. I don't think it's going to be as much of a tornado risk as it will probably be wind and hail risk. I think the hail and wind will outweigh the tornado risk on Monday, but we could see actually a potential for maybe a strong tornado on Monday. Primarily for Minnesota, but maybe even Wisconsin. Yeah, we're currently in southeast Wisconsin, just kind of waiting out to see if anything happens here. We should have some virtual rail fans. I kind of forgot about that, but we do have virtual rail fans in this area. Let me see if we have any live shots of any of this. Will I be live on Monday? I mean, I'm guessing so much at this rate. With how things have been going, we'll probably be live the next few days. More than likely. Can't guarantee it. I don't guarantee any days, but most of the time. But we'll probably be live again on Monday. But it sounds like Connor will be chasing Monday. So, we'll probably be live. Hey, Mike for the $9.99. You should be okay. I mean, the wind, I don't know when that goes until in Northwest Michigan, but the main concern there will just be wind. I don't really think we're going to get a tornado risk up there. There'll be some lightning, so obviously if you hear thunder roars, go indoors. It's really the biggest thing to think about there. Oh, this is Connor's view right now of that storm in northern Illinois. It's pretty gnarly. It's a gnarly shelf cloud there on the left side of your screen.
That won't happen.
Don't go any further. It, like, forms out of like morning convection. Just
My mom and dad moved? Oh no. Well, that's gonna be weird when I get home then.
Hey, Matthew for the $5 super chat. Trampoline pick in your DMs.
surface based.
Okay.
So
I will check it out.
Monday could be a big day pending capping and forcing. So just a lot of question marks.
By the way, that rotation in southeast Wisconsin broader in the latest scan.
I mean, if we get legit storms to fire, then we'd probably get tornadoes Monday in Minnesota.
My mom was not cooking. My mom's probably going to bed. Think what I'm thinking, Ben?
What?
For dinner?
No.
Huh?
I have no idea.
You know what I'm thinking?
Yeah, Connor's right now in Illinois. I don't know why I'm still on, but he's in Illinois right now. He's actually going to be going home tonight. I don't think he's been home in a while, so he's going to be going home for tonight and then repositioning for Monday. I think really the Northeast tomorrow, I don't know how many storm chasers will be out there, but we should at least have some. Or at least one. I just don't know who. Let's figure it out. Thank you, Nicholas, for the $20 Venmo. Appreciate that. Yeah, I think we'll be live tomorrow for New England. So, that's at least the plan. This has been downgraded, by the way. It is back to radar indicated. We kind of knew that for a while. Ignore that.
A new tornado warning.
There's no new tornado warning. Just ignore that, because I accidentally pressed the wrong thing. But this is still a radar indicated rotation. So still some rotation on this. It's not as strong as before. I think from here, it'll probably be more of a wind threat for Kenosha. Or, yeah, I think it's Kenosha. So I think that'll be more of a wind threat there. But we'll keep a close eye on it. Alright, here's the latest scan. Our trampoline risk verified for today, by the way. Flying trampoline, anybody? Oops. Wrong thing. Where'd it go? Right there. That is the... flying trampoline here in... I think it was Wisconsin? Or Janesville, yeah, Janesville. Look at that. Tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday is coming up soon. Today is Scary Storm Saturday, though, and the storms have definitely been pretty scary. No doubt about that. Oops. Latest scan, still broad rotation right now over Paddock Lake. Thank you, Susan, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Thank you also to Lucas for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. What about Cary, Illinois? I think most of the Chicago suburbs in Illinois will be predominantly a wind threat. We do have significant damaging winds right now rolling across parts of northern Illinois, but it should be predominantly a wind threat here. Could still get an isolated tornado. I just think overall these storms becoming more outflow driven. I think it'll be more of a wind concern. I think that tornado risk will be quite lower. So, that's what I'm thinking right now for this area. I don't think anybody expected this today. You know, I had a feeling. I said this earlier, but like I legitimately had a feeling that something like this could happen today. Not probably the same way. Like I thought we might get a strong tornado or two, but like I didn't want to say it because I don't like overhyping stuff. And I had a feeling. Like I didn't really have anything to base it off of. That's the other thing. I didn't really have anything to base it off of. I just had a feeling going into today. I'm like, I feel like today's gonna be a big day. I had that feeling before we went live. And you know, apparently Connor is going to be intercepting some cheese curds live on stream. Just heard that. But yeah, I really had a feeling going into today. Gonna 0 meter some cheese curds is what he just said. That might not be a good thing, by the way. I'm telling you, like, every time we have Culvers, for some reason, like, there's always some sort of spike of severe weather. It's the weirdest thing. What a wacky... So wacky. Connor right now is giving me a full-blown advertisement.
Be partnered with that guy right there. He's an absolutely stand-up dude. Can't wait to go to Disney World and golf.
Me and Connor have a plan to go golfing and go to Disney whenever he's in Florida.
Last not having us line for some Culvers here.
Oh, man. So funny. We're gonna be doing a members-only golf stream, probably, by the way. Just an FYI. Even though it has nothing to do with what's happening. Just letting you know. I just got myself a Butterburger and a large cheese curd. That's not a good sign. We don't need to bulk up on Culver's right now. Right before a 10% tornado risk tomorrow. We don't need that. Gulfstream 1, I don't know. I don't know when it will probably be in August is my guess. Either that or like late July. I don't know when it'll be. But if you're a member of the channel, you'll have access to it. I'm guessing we're going to do a stream on both channels. We'll have to make sure the golf course has reception. Because that would be another problem. This tornado warning, by the way, I don't think it'll be continuing to Kenosha. I think it'll be more of a wind threat. Not seeing as much rotation on that. Go to the terminal radar site here. We had like a little spike of rotation near Bristol, but like it just kind of fizzled one scan later. Might have a little bit of something near Paddock Lake. So maybe something here. It's really about it though right now in southeast Wisconsin. Yeah, if you want to watch that golf stream, you have to be a member and click the join button down below. Any of the tiers will give you access. As long as I think we're going to both do it. I'm not guaranteeing that stream yet, but I think we're both doing that, so. Been some flooding too, by the way, in Janesville. To add, you know, insult to injury. There's also been quite a bit of flooding. Where this large tornado went through not too long ago. So, unfortunately, not what you want to see out there in Janesville. Will there be a tornado risk in the Chicago suburbs? I don't know. I don't think there'll be much. I think it's really more of a wind threat. It's a very low tornado risk in the Chicago suburbs, in my opinion. Very low. I think it's near zero. Thank you, Kenzie, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Yeah, it should be low. It's not zero, but it's very low. We're probably going to stay live, I think, until Chicago. I think. I don't know yet. We'll see how things go. See how things trend more than anything. Because if things still stay concerning up until Chicago will be here. I think a lot of this is outflow driven, so I don't really think we're going to get much of a tornado risk. But it's not zero. So, it's definitely not zero. Thank you, Ryan, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Still have a little bit of rotation right now near Paddock Lake. Not much, just a little bit of rotation still there. Moving to the east. I've got to say, though, I am definitely getting hungry. I kind of want some Culver's tonight, but I think it's already closed. Alright, there we go. There's a new tornado warning on this storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have issued a new tornado warning for Kenosha, Wisconsin, the entire county, basically, just south of Kenosha. Near Pleasant Prairie. Interstate 4194. Bristol. I don't know why there's two Bristols. I don't know if they're different states. But Bristol's in the track of this as well, right in southeastern Wisconsin. So if you're in the pink polygon, seek shelter. Away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. As this is still producing the potential for a tornado, even though the rotation is much broader than before. It is still a possibility that we do get a brief tornado before this goes offshore. Southwestern Pennsylvania risk for tomorrow, mostly wind and hail, Indy. Thank you, Jennifer, for becoming a member as well. Could turn into a water spout. We could have water spouts. Very possible in this sort of setup as it goes into the lakes. Very possible that we do get a water spout. But you can see right here, it's a very broad area of circulation. Again, it's probably just going to be a brief tornado if we do get one. It'll probably just be something brief. That's the hope, at least. Let's hope. We do have a couple of live shots in this area, actually. Let me check that out. This is right on Interstate 4194. This is live here in Wisconsin. This is right where this tornado warning is. See if we can see anything here. Thank you, Justin, for the $4.99. Do I have any confirmed hail? I have not heard any confirmation of hail, but like a lot of these storms did have the capability of producing hail, since a lot of them did grow in size. We weren't really expecting much of a hail risk for today, because of how low top the supercells were expected to be, but we end up actually getting some hail. Sounds like back over in Madison we had some hail, though, which is what you just alluded to. We have a couple of live cams here. Let's see. Try to see if we can see anything along this roadway. This one's shaking a little bit. Kind of see the wind drifting, by the way, with the rain. Whenever these lights go by, you can kind of see that with the cars. By the way, we have uploaded a TikTok and a YouTube short of the Janesville tornado. If you want to check that out, it's on TikTok and on YouTube as well, both at Max Velocity WX. And if you're just tuning in, maybe coming back from work or something like that, whatever it might be, just letting you know, we had 3 different large tornadoes today. We had one back over west of Watertown, so in kind of this area near Highway 19. We had another one on the south side of Janesville, where there have been tons of damage reports on the south side of Janesville. There is reports of some tree limbs down. We also have more reports of that sort of stuff as well. Power poles broken, shingles blown off a roof. There have been reports of roof damage as well in that area. And the first tornado of the day that did go PDS was back down here in southwestern parts of Wisconsin near Argyle. So if you know any friends or family in those 3 areas, just let them know, you know, or not let them know, but make sure that they're okay, because they probably already know. But, you know, just make sure they're doing all right, because there were a few tornadoes in those areas. 3 different large and strong tornadoes today, which, again, not really many expected. I had a little feeling that that might happen today, and unfortunately it kind of did. So I'm not crediting myself by any means, because I didn't really, you know, make that forecast. I'm just saying, like, I had that feeling today that we would have something like this. Not exactly like this. It's impacted a lot more lives, let's just say that, than what I would have anticipated anyway. 3 different supercells that decide to go crazy in like a very short span. This rotation, by the way, it is very broad at this point, so the chances of this producing a tornado is still relatively low. I'm gonna go back to this live cam to see if we can see anything. It's right on Interstate 4194. There were 3 PDS tornado warnings. Yeah, I think there was exactly 3. I don't think we had any more than 3. But yeah, we'll be live again tomorrow, so if you're new to the channel, again, make sure to subscribe. We are currently 200 subscribers from 290,000. Make sure to subscribe down below. Lou, sorry, I saw you add me on something on Twitter. Can you put the location on that? If you guys do send me any photos or videos that you've taken, please make sure to put a location on it. That way I can, actually, like, retweet it and stuff. Without people questioning where it is. Including me. Live for what tomorrow? Northeast. Tornado outbreak possibility tomorrow in the Northeast. Got New England. You got Eastern New York. In a 10% tornado risk tomorrow, which is the 3rd highest that you can get. It's basically the middle ground for a tornado risk. That's in Grays Lake, Illinois, the video I just retweeted. Any damage in Waterloo? I've not really seen anything quite yet. I have not been able to look really through Twitter, to be honest. I've tried to look through it, but there have been a lot. I mean, in Janesville in particular, there's a lot of tree damage. There is some structural damage as well. I've gotten a few videos out of there. Elsewhere, I've yet to really get anything. Or if I have gotten anything, I just haven't seen it, because, again, my Twitter feed has been spammed tonight. But if you do see anything, you can at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. Thank you, Todd, for the $9.99. Yeah, it's pretty crazy too. Luckily, the worst of the weather, though, did not hit Milwaukee. I mean, it was mostly just wind. So, the good news is that the worst of what has happened did avoid Milwaukee. Which Milwaukee is very populated too. There's a lot of people there too. Yeah, nothing is discreet anymore here in Wisconsin. There's really nothing that's discreet anymore anywhere. Everything at this point is all clustered together. So there's nothing discreet anymore, which this was expected. We were expecting something like this tonight where it would go linear. That's one of the things that we actually got right today in the forecast, is that this was expected to go discrete with a linear line of storms to just going purely linear. We had the discrete cells down here, even back over here, right along the border, had a line of storms develop. Line of storms catches up to the discrete cells, and they all kind of merge into just one line, which that's what we're looking at now. Down player? I'm not really a down player. I mean, we just kind of went with the forecast today. I mean, I could have upplayed it and said that there might be strong tornadoes today, but like I didn't want to get too far ahead of myself just in case I wasn't right on that. That is why nowcasting weather can be very important, like today. I mean, today was obviously a much bigger day than what most of us at least anticipated, if not everybody. So this rotation's about to be moving offshore, so we will probably eventually not have to deal with this soon. But we still have rotation near Pleasant Prairie, so we could have some sort of brief tornado touching down there. Latest scan occludes it, so really anything right now is just brief spin-ups right now in southeastern Wisconsin near Kenosha and Pleasant Prairie, and then that's all offshore. Yeah, so I keep having people ask me about tomorrow's risk. Just a quick little glance at tomorrow. We do have a 10% tornado risk in New Hampshire, Vermont, sliver of New York and Massachusetts, where the potential for a few tornadoes will be possible. We could have a tornado outbreak tomorrow, so make sure that you are staying weather aware if you are in the Northeast. We could see an isolated tornado as well, all the way back down to the Southwest as well. So, very possible that we could have an extensive coverage tomorrow as well across those areas. That is the first time, again, in 6 years that New England has been under a 10% tornado risk. So it's very, very rare for that area to have that high of a risk. This is a report. I can't verify it. I'm just kind of reporting, just letting you know the report that we got. Genoa City, Wisconsin, Richmond, Illinois, power out and large branches are crossing the roads. Some power lines down and burning, and Walmart in Antioch, Illinois, has customers locked down inside. Also, Janesville Police Department has shut down parts of Center Avenue due to the area being impassable by damage in the area. Thank you, Nate, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Also, thank you, Joshua, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. It looks like we're probably about 5 minutes away from this storm being completely done with a tornado risk. Could have another small tornado on the ground on the south side of Kenosha. So still a little bit of rotation there. Antioch, gotcha. Thank you. We actually might have a tornado on the ground on the south side of Kenosha. It's hard to verify because we don't have any sort of CC radar on this, but there might be a tornado right now on the south side of Kenosha. We had 50 members, time to do the gritty. We have 190 members today. 120 of them were gifted. Or 125 were gifted, I think. Insane. I mean, it literally happened at like the beginning of one of the tornado PDS tornado warnings I think we had. Justin was the one that gifted 120 members. I don't know if Justin's still here, but Justin is crazy. Absolutely absurd. We'll have another radar scan coming in a second on the terminal radar site. Again, we may have a tornado on the south side of Kenosha, so just seek shelter if you're in Kenosha. This to me, it looks like something maybe like a small tornado. It's not like super strong by any means by the looks of it, but south side of Kenosha right now, there is definitely a possibility, at least, that we have a tornado right now. It's gonna be crossing into the Great Lakes here in a moment. Thank you, Hillary, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. Yeah, Tornado Watch is about to end. I mean, it's been canceled for most areas. It's going to be fully done here in a moment. After this storm moves offshore, we're done with the significant tornado risk. They do have a severe thunderstorm watch for much of Illinois here, which is going to be mostly for a wind threat. We could still get an isolated tornado in this area, but I honestly don't think it's going to be as significant as what we just saw. I think it'll be mostly a wind concern across the Midwest. There's a tornado possible label up here near North Chicago, but really the rotation that we're talking about is really back up in here. Or it's now offshore in Illinois. Again, there's reason to believe we do have a small tornado on the south side of Kenosha. Not guaranteed, but there might be something there, so just keep staying in your safe place if you're in this warning. It does end in approximately 17 minutes, but it'll probably end sooner. Any bad weather for Alabama? No. Really, the only area for the next probably couple months that we'll be talking about is the northern tier of the country. We could see severe weather still from like tropical systems along the Gulf Coast, but that remains, uncertain because you really can't predict that stuff long term. Latest scan showing that rotation relatively weak and now moving offshore. So if we did have a tornado, it is now moving offshore, and it looks like this tornado risk is at least done here in Wisconsin after a very long last 7 hours being live here. It's been pretty crazy. Next in line is going to be Illinois for severe weather. When am I going live? I have no clue. I don't really plan that stuff ahead of time. Friendly reminder, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We are currently 60 subscribers from 290,000. So make sure to hit that red button down below and subscribe. It is free to do. And it keeps you in the loop with severe weather coverages from our channel. All right. Cool. All right, we're caught up on stuff. What's in store for Chicago? Should be mostly wind. Mostly a wind concern for Chicago. So if you're in Chicago, be prepared for damaging winds. That's really going to be the main concern. There could, again, be a brief tornado, but be prepared for wind. Flying trampoline's a possibility. Could have some cheese curd size tail as well. But really mainly going to be a wind concern. Thank you, Jenny, for becoming a member. Thank you, Matthew, for the 1 gifted. Thank you, Nate, for the 5 gifted members. Thank you. Appreciate that. If you got a gifted member from anybody, make sure to thank them in the chat. We have 197 new members today. We are 3 away from 200. That is absurd. Most of that being because of Justin. Being way too kind. Let's say random weather fact that sounds false but is 100% true. I honestly cannot think of one off the top of my head. My weather fact knowledge is just so out the drain. Somebody asked us yesterday, like, what weather fact do you think is something that everybody should know about or something. I'm like, I don't know. I really can't think of one. I don't have any in my head right now that I can think about. Sing at 200 members? I'm not singing. Thank you, Heather, for 5 gifted members. Appreciate that. Got a gifted member from Heather. Make sure to thank her in the chat. Our live cameras currently are not working. Thank you, Jason, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. By the way, I do want to let you know before, if you do end up wanting to watch back the stream a little bit, we did make a 60-second little YouTube short and TikTok that you can check out on either platform. We just uploaded it on YouTube about 15 minutes ago. I won't put the link in the chat. You can just click on my page and watch the Janesville tornado. We kind of reacted to it live. Highly recommend you watch that. And if you like content like that, let me know in the comments on those videos. It's something new that we're trying out. We're trying to do some TikToks with certain things. So if you kind of enjoy that sort of stuff, definitely let me know in the comments on those YouTube shorts or that TikTok. Link to our TikTok, our Discord server, our Facebook page, our Twitter are all in the description. I highly recommend you follow us on all platforms. We'll kind of keep you in the loop with weather. We always post a lot on those platforms now. So, hey, Chris, you're grounded from Culver's. Oh no, I know. I don't know what to tell you. It's legitimately a curse. Thank you, Jason, also for becoming a member. Well, we have no tornado warnings. This might be the first time in legitimately a long time since we've had no tornado warnings. I don't know when the last time we didn't have one was, but it's been like 4 or 5 hours, it feels like. Do want to quickly plug our merch, because we do have some Drunk NATO merch that you can get on shopmaxvelocity.net. We do have a wine tumbler, Drunk NATO mug, t-shirts, all that sort of stuff, if you want to support the page. And another way, you can go to shopmaxvelocity.net and pick up one of these bad boys. Would help out the page a lot. We're going to be doing some studio upgrades here over the next few months. We've been doing them for a while, but we're doing more. Also got some Max Hydration merch, logo merch. We have a new Max Velocity wine tumbler as well. Again, you can check that out on shopmaxvelocity.net. The link's in the description. It's also going to be the link in the chat. So if you want to check it out, feel free to. If you want to support the page above and beyond, also you can become a member with the join button down below. The join button is the button below. It's also linked in the description if you want to become a member of the channel. You get exclusive benefits like access to exclusive live streams that are not weather related, just kind of fun stuff. Also, you get a chat badge in the chat. You get emojis like the gritty emoji, which if you're a member, feel free to put the gritty emoji in the chat now, because we'll be doing a gritty at the end of the stream today after having over 200 new members today, which is absurd. Thank you, Unspeakable for becoming a member as well. Welcome to the Velocities. Also, the membership link will be in the chat. It's also down below. Update on Lake Geneva. Haven't had any updates in terms of damage, if that's what you're wondering. I have not seen any damage reports there yet. I mean, there's nothing other than lightning and rain. That's all that's happening there right now. Hey, Robin, for the $20 super chat. It was just 2 hours north of everything in Wisconsin Rapids. So glad it missed us. Yeah, I mean, today again was crazy. No doubt about it. This is what 2024 has been. It's been crazy weather, like literally all the time. It's been crazy weather. It's been ridiculous. It's been a ridiculous year to say the least in terms of how active it's been. Thank you, Jess, for the $1.99. I don't know where the NASCAR race is, but honestly, I would definitely stay weather aware. There's probably gonna be storms there tomorrow afternoon. Let me show you tomorrow real quick. I'll do the future radar, because I know people are wondering. Also, thank you, Childs, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Alright, let's do a quick outlook on tomorrow. Again, we have a 10% tornado risk. I'll pop it up on here one more time. This is the tornado risk for tomorrow. 10% tornado risk. This is the first time in 6 years we've had this. We'll probably be live tomorrow, so make sure you're subscribed to the channel down below. And also, thank you guys for helping us reach 290,000 subscribers. I think, yeah, we just hit it, so I do appreciate anybody that subscribed to the channel. Just hit 290. We're 10K from 300, which is crazy. But tornado risk for tomorrow, first time in 6 years we've had a 10% tornado risk in New England, and it's also the first time in history that we've had a day 2 outlook that includes a 10% tornado risk in New England. So rare stuff overall for tomorrow. But let's jump into the future radar here. We'll go hour by hour. So over the morning hours, the main concern will just be showers and isolated thunderstorms. During the afternoon, we're expecting thunderstorms to really get going around 2 to 3 or 3 o'clock or so Eastern time. Any storms in this environment could produce a tornado as long as they're discrete. Anything that becomes linear will be more of a wind concern. So this is 5 o'clock near Franklin and Concord. Main concern is going to be wind. I don't know where London, New Hampshire is. Apparently that's where the NASCAR race is. I don't know where in the world that is. Or Loudon. Sorry. Let me look up Loudon real quick. That's it right there. Okay, so just north of Concord. So the storms will probably be there. Right, I mean, they could be there as early as like 3 or 4 o'clock. They could also be there as late as like 5 or 6 o'clock. I don't know when the race is, but that's the time to watch for. Eventually, as we go into the evening hours, these storms move offshore. This will probably not be as long of a live stream as what we had today. I think that we'll go live around 2 or 3, depending on trends, and then it'll be live through about 8 or so. If we go live, which I think we're going to go live. I'm just not, again, guaranteeing it. We'll see what the trends look like in the morning in terms of the severe weather threat. We will have a video on this, so if you want a more detailed video breakdown, just make sure to click the bell icon down below and subscribe to the channel. We will have a video tomorrow morning, I think, as long as I don't go to bed super early. I didn't go to bed last night until 5 a.m., so who knows? Who knows what I think I'll have a video tomorrow. This is the future radar, also just a closer-up view with the timestamp at the top of your screen. So this is southern New England. 3 to 4 o'clock, storms fire up over in southeast New York, eventually move into Connecticut, Massachusetts, and eventually Rhode Island. Mostly a wind concern, but we could see an isolated tornado out of that activity. The greatest tornado threat will be out in southern parts of New England. And this is what it looks like here. So 3 to 4 o'clock. This is where the greatest threat will be, right around 3 to 4. And eventually by 5 to 6, these storms move east. They become a bit more bowed segments, which means more of a wind concern. There could be, again, an isolated tornado somewhere in this area. There also could still be a threat for some damaging winds that could be numerous. By 7 to 8, these are moving offshore, or they're in eastern or southern Maine. So tomorrow's live stream looks like a 4 to 5 hour banger, basically. That's what I'm thinking about tomorrow. I don't think it'll be much longer than that. Today's live stream, I mentioned it well at the beginning of the live stream. I thought today's could be upwards of 8 hours. It's been about 7, so not too far off on that prediction. Let's go back to the live radar here in the Midwest. And if that was too much information for you to comprehend in about 2 minutes, I'll have a video tomorrow that's more detailed and probably slower. Thank you to Manny for the 10 gifted members. I do appreciate the generosity. Put some hearts in the chat for Manny. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Lissy, for becoming a member. Thank you, Aim here, for the $2 super chat. Connor and Ben are at Culver's. I know. Here's the live shot at Culver's right now. Holy cow. Culver's Intercept right now in Illinois. Thank you, Jason, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. I have heard about the dust storm that's coming to Florida. It's not weird. It's normal. It's normal this time of the year. During tropic season, it's pretty normal. I saw a Tesla pole in there, too. I don't really see any rotation right now at these storms, so if you're wondering about that. It looks mostly like a wind threat at this time. And we might actually not have any warnings in this area in a few minutes. We'll see. There's a couple. They both expire in 5 minutes. How long am I saying live for? I don't know. Just kind of playing it out right now. When I mentioned that we uploaded a YouTube short, our viewership spiked on that YouTube short. It like jumped. A big huge jump. It went from 77 views in a minute to 179 in a minute on that Janesville tornado that we uploaded on YouTube. It's crazy. Saw 2 Cybertrucks the other day. I saw a Cybertruck last night. Find the photo of it. Chance in Montreal tomorrow. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. Oh, that's Montreal. I was about to say, I don't even know where that is. I'm so bad with the geography outside the United States. I think Montreal will be more of a wind threat, but there will be a chance for a couple of tornadoes in that area. Wow. I used to live in New England, and I couldn't even think about where that was. Saw like 10 the other day. If you live in California, you probably see them very often. Oh, okay, don't look at the bottom of that tweet. I don't know what in the world that is. This right here, this is what I said last night at 3 a.m. Central Time, so about 4 a.m. Eastern Time. Okay, low key, today could feature an interesting tornado threat if the atmosphere recovers fast enough. Well, it basically did. I don't know what is going on down there. That is freaky. I don't know what is going on over there. That is freaky on that tweet. I don't know who posted that. I didn't even see that. What in the world? So weird. Thank you, Shelly, for the 1 gifted member. Appreciate it. I am retweeting photos of damage on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX. There are more damage photos coming out of Janesville. That is the freakiest tweet I've ever seen. I don't know what in the world's going on there, but like low-key, I don't know what I just saw. Oh my goodness. I don't know what that was. That was freaky. I think the caption was like, Max go to sleep or something, or go sleepy. I don't even know what it said. That was terrifying. Wild. Yeah, this will move over Lake Michigan. It should weaken out. We could still have a damaging wind threat in western Michigan, but it should be low. It should be mostly rain in Michigan at this point. What happens when he has too many cheese curds? You're not wrong. Similar look. We should have issued a flying trampoline warning today. We haven't done that yet. Should have happened. Friendly reminder, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We will be live probably again tomorrow and probably Monday. We're going to be live one of the next 2 days at the bare minimum, so make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Also, thank you, Shelly, for the 5 gifted members. I appreciate it. We have no severe thunderstorm warning anymore north of Chicago. That one got canceled. Looks like mostly a wind threat right now here across the Midwest. And even then, I think the damaging wind risk is dropping quite a bit here. You have a beautiful singing voice? How do you even know that? I don't sing. Oh, on that video. Oh, was that what that video was? I just saw somebody say, Max, can you check Joliet? I thought you said toilet for a second. I was like, what? Sorry. This area right now, nothing's happening in Joliet. Give me mostly a wind threat as this area of storms moves down to the east-southeast. But yeah, that's about it. There's nothing there right now. Goodness gracious. I've lost it. It's over. I thought that said toilet. Brent, yeah, the entire stream will be posted. If you want to check out the highlight from today's stream in terms of, like, you know, seeing a tornado happen in real time, we do have a TikTok and a YouTube short you can check out. So the links are, again, to all those are in the description down below. I do recommend joining our Discord server as well. The link's down in the description. And following us on Twitter, following us on Facebook, all that jazz. So stay up to date with all the weather and all that craziness. Thank you, Jewel, also for the $5 super chat. Gritty. I'm gonna gritty, don't worry. Gritty time? Oh, goodness. I don't know why I accept these things. I made today's goal 50 members if we had to gritty, and we passed that by 4 times more than what the number was. So it's just wild. No tornado warning, so you got a gritty? Well, is that how that works? The bats? Oh, are the bats happening? Actually, let me check that real quick. Thank you, Jewel, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate it. Yeah, look at that. The bats took off in Texas. Let's get some Bat-nado emojis in the chat from members. Get some bats taken off over in Texas. That's what we're seeing on reflectivity. That's one, and that's another. Yeah, bats happened an hour ago. We're just looking at it back. There's still bats out there, though. This says of 9:27 as a moment ago. We still got bats out there. Thank you, DJC, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. I like how Connor's still live at Culver's. Oh, he's just coming out now. I like how he's live at Culver's. He's now just coming out. I like how he's just live here. Like, he's left the chat for like 20 minutes, and there's like 1,800 people still watching. It's so funny. Look at those people with Culver's. Holy cow. Hey, Jewel, for the $20 super chat. Gritty. I mean, is it like the longer I wait, the double? Are you gonna just keep doubling the super chat? That was 5, 10, and then 20. It's gonna keep doubling it. We actually have a tornado possible label in New York. Just want to let you know. We actually do have a TP on one of these storms. That's why the label's still on. Just west of Woodstock.
Look at these. Wow.
Look at this Culver's. Look at this.
Look at these.
Culver's
Beautiful.
Intercept. You can't even see it.
Specimens.
Look at that. A cheese curd right
Cheese
there.
curd.
Holy
Look at
cow.
this
He has a cheese curd.
Too bad
That
this
means
GoPro
tomorrow
light
it's
might be
over.
the worst
We're about to
thing
have
ever
a
made.
an outbreak,
Barely
probably
see
with Culver's being on the
They're here,
menu.
though. Right here. Cheese curd review. Okay.
Some cheese curd emojis in the chat.
That's a 9 out of 10.
9 out of 10? That's pretty
A
good.
9 out of 10, chat. Boom boom sauce. Good.
That tastes like Freddy's.
Okay, let me do a little cheese curd dip in the boom boom sauce.
Very strong.
Wow.
I didn't know that existed here.
Wow. That's incredible.
I know.
Cheese curd in the boom boom sauce. Wow. Okay.
Tell me yes to share. I kind of want some
Burger
Culver's right
review.
now, but it's already closed.
From the first gas station
Unfortunate.
Culver's I've ever been to. Double bacon butter burger with pickles and lettuce, chat.
Absolutely fantastic. It's a Curdnado warning. Curdnado. Oh, goodness. Thank you, Radar Wiley, for the $5 super chat. There needs to be a Storm Chaser Gritty conga line. I think me, Connor, and Storm Intermedia will do a Gritty when we're all in Florida. That's the plan. Can't guarantee it, but I think that's what's going to happen. Connor is cursed Illinois, honestly. If we get another tornado warning tonight, it's because of him. Yeah, at this point, most of the Chicago area is going to be damaging winds. Let's get some gritty... yeah, I was about to say gritty NATO. That'd be crazy. Let's get some gritty emojis in the chat. We'll do a gritty. How about Davenport, Iowa? Mostly just wind, and it's not going to be probably severe. Extra long gritty just because we had almost 250 members today. We're 24 members away, by the way, from 250 today, which will be the third time ever. If we do hit that, that'd be the third time ever. Better than Connie's gritty. Connor's gritty. It's definitely better than his. 10 out of 10 would do 10 out of 10 would do again. Let me fix the camera here. Thank you, Mars, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. It's the Twister dance? What? I'm really scared for tomorrow. I live in New York. I wouldn't be that scared. I know there's a 10% tornado risk, but I think the tornado activity will be predominantly in Vermont and New Hampshire anyways, and even then, like, I just don't feel like... I feel like a lot of the tornadoes tomorrow will probably not be strong. They'll just be, you know, ordinary type tornadoes that happen. Maybe there might be some tornadoes on the ground for a little while, maybe on the stronger side of things, but it should be relatively localized. No problem, Joe. All right, we'll give this like another 5-10 minutes. If nothing happens, we're gonna taper down the stream. Because right now, it's mostly just gusty winds right now moving across Chicago and the northern Midwest. Hey, Coach Rick for the $199. I got the same shirt when I visited at OU. Yeah, this is the shirt from OU. It's actually pretty comfortable. It's actually pretty comfortable, believe it or not. You know what else is comfortable? Some brand new shopmaxvelocity.net merchandise. These t-shirts are also very comfortable. Drunk NATO t-shirts are out if you want to pick one up. Apparently our site is under maintenance. Oh, never mind, it's not. Drunk NATO merch is out. If you want to check it out, shopmaxvelocity.net, the link in the description. Multiple different colors as well. Comes all the way up into a 5XL as well, so all sorts of sizes. Or actually, 5XL is sold out, apparently. So anything below that is in full swing for the Drunk NATO collection. Link will be in the chat, and it's also going to be in the description down below. Hashtag ad, because we don't have a sponsor today. I posted a link that doesn't even work. Give me 1 second. That's fantastic. XL, that's for queso. Oh man. Thank you, Hannah, for becoming a member. Thank you, Matt, for the 5 gifted members. We are 17 members away from 250 today, so we could hit that. We got about probably 5 or 10 minutes left on this stream, unless something ends up happening here. So we might hit it. Need 17 members. Thank you, Elizabeth, for becoming a member. I wore my 250k shirt strawberry picking the other day. That's awesome. They are comfortable. I have a bunch of them, so they're comfortable. Thank you, Frankie, for becoming a member. Yeah, we should have a video tomorrow morning. So again, if you're new to the channel, just make sure you subscribe down below. We'll probably have a video tomorrow morning, kind of breaking down the tornado risk for tomorrow and then what is to come on Monday. It's a Connor raid. I don't think Connor raided me. I don't think that's possible on YouTube. I could be wrong. Did Connor just end his live stream? I know he was talking about Culver's for the longest time. Oh, yeah, it just ended. 10 out of 10 cheese curds. Redo your gritty with more enthusiasm, Max. Here's your motivation. Free cheese curds for a lifetime. I need a Culver sponsorship. I'm not sure how we're ever going to get one, but we need it. We really need a Culver sponsorship. It needs to happen. Thank you, Dark, for the $2 super chat. What is Michigan looking like tonight? Mostly just rain, lightning. That's about it. I don't think we'll have much severe weather there. We are currently 15 members from 250 today. If you want to become a member, the join button's down below. We'll see if we can hit it. That'll be the 3rd time in history. If we do hit it, that'll be the 3rd time in history we've hit 250 in one stream. Could be part of history today. Thank you, Terry, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Could actually get a tornado warning in New York, but the rotation's really broad. At least really weak. There's at least some broad circulation there. Obviously, New York is really not where we're covering today, but just letting you know if you're in New York. Near, Never Sink. Fantastic name, by the way. You can go to Never Sink, New York. Sinks are banned there, apparently. Rumor has it. You Pat for the $2 super chat. I appreciate it. Thanks. Thank you, Manny, for the 20 gifted members. I appreciate it. That is gonna do it. 250 members for the 3rd stream ever, which is insane. Appreciate anybody that became a member, and thank you, Manny, for another 20 gifted. Put some hearts in the chat for Manny, and also make sure to thank Manny if you got a gifted member from Manny. And yeah, appreciate that a lot, Manny. Thank you. Sheesh. Thank you, Hawk, for the $2 super chat. Thank you, Hannah, for the $2 super chat. How's Pittsburgh looking for tomorrow? And I'll have a forecast on it tomorrow morning. I mean, it's mostly going to be a wind threat there, maybe an isolated tornado. But we'll have a forecast tomorrow morning on it. Get the gritty and I'll pay you in cheese curds and circle water flavors. What? I just gritty like 5 minutes ago. Not even. Actually, might have been 5 minutes ago. About 5 or 6 minutes ago, I just grittied. What flavor do I have? I currently have blue raspberry. That is my flavor of choice today. I wonder if alcohol plays a role in gifting 50 members or a $500 super chat. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning just south of Rockford and Mount Morris for 60-mile-per-hour winds. We actually have another one. Oh, never mind. It's the same one. So, same, just this storm. 60-mile-per-hour winds. So, basically from here on out, it should be mostly wind, maybe a brief tornado, but the risk is, again, pretty low for a tornado in Illinois tonight. Looks like all wind to me. AI-generated chat summary. A severe tornado hit a Culver's in Wisconsin, narrowly missing the building where Connor was getting cheese curds. Okay, that's not accurate. People are excited for the potential curd-nado tomorrow. What? Thank you, William, for the $10 super chat. I don't think, I mean, it'll continue to organize into more of a line, William, but it's mostly just gonna be wind, and even then, this should really weaken out over time. So I'm not super concerned about this, like, organizing to something significant. I think it'll be just mostly a wind concern here. Cardnado shirt? We might do it. Might do it. We'll see. Definitely can't rule it out. Before you guys leave, make sure to check out our TikTok. Like it, comment on it. The video's in the chat. I would appreciate it. Trying to get in the algorithm on TikTok. Because why not? Make sure to check that out. Aside from that, that is the end of today's stream. I do appreciate everybody tuning in today. Hopefully I was able to help you. Again, we'll be live again tomorrow, so make sure you are subscribed to the channel. Like the stream, subscribe. If you want to support the page above and beyond, you can become a member, just like Antasia just did. I don't know if I said the name right, but I appreciate you becoming a Moderate Velocity member. If you want to become a member, the join button is down below. We've been live for 7 hours, and I want to eat and then probably go to bed and get ready for tomorrow. So I'll be live again probably tomorrow. If not, we'll be live on Monday. So subscribe, click the bell icon down below so you're notified if and when we do go live. Follow me on Twitter, follow me on Facebook. The links are in the description. It's at MaxVelocityWX. You can also go to our Discord server down below, join our community. The Discord link is also down below. And if you need a weather radio, like this one right here, you can check out Midland Weather Radios. The link's in the description. You can get 10% off with my link and using the code WELCOME10. Make sure to check this out. Midland Radios, really good weather radios. I highly recommend it. Link's in the description. If you need a weather radio, you also get 10% off. They'll help you keep you and your family safe ahead of the storms. All right. Appreciate you guys all tuning in. Have a great, safe rest of your night. Join our Discord. Links in the description. Follow us on Twitter, follow us on Facebook, all those links in the description down below. If you want to become a member, the link's also in the description, and it's also the join button. And also, don't forget, you can pick up some shopmaxvelocity.net merch, comfortable shirts, high quality merch all over the place on our store. Make sure to check it out, shopmaxvelocity.net. We might have a gritty sticker limited release coming soon, so stay tuned. All right, have a good night. We'll see you guys all again soon, probably tomorrow. Bye-bye.